my blood.
에이밍
파이팅!
파이팅!
지원 파이팅! 수 플러스 기아
T1!
파이팅! 조명 파이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Spring 2024. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Chronicler here as we bring you day 2 of week 4 after our long break for the Lunar New Year. It was absolutely amazing. Hope you had a wonderful Valentine's Day as well. How was yours, Chronicler? You just enjoyed it with me on the desk?
I spend it with you, and that's really the best way you can spend Valentine's Day, Atlas. Was not frustrated at any point during the day.
Not even a little bit.
As I never am with you.
I've never frustrated anyone unless they don't vote for Beryl in a POG. And you deserve it if you do that, right? Because that would be
I already forgotten about that one. I was thinking about 3 other things. And it means, you know what that means. We're ready for the day, and it's going to be a good one.
Exactly. And you know what we do when we're ready for the day? We bring up the standings to have a look at how the LCK is going this spring. Gen G still out in front, but not for long. If anyone is counting, because T1 likely to win here against D+, and they would take that first place position because, and I still can't come to terms with this, KT got a 2-0 over Gen G.
And if anyone should come to terms with it, it is Atlas, because he predicted KT to be first.
Oh, no. If you can come to terms with it, you don't know KT.
Which, yeah.
That's the point.
It's the KT experience.
Yes.
They genuinely played some amazing games. Gen G, Kenyon, and Keen, I think, in particular, struggling. And for T1 today, the heavy favorites against this DK roster, because I don't think any of us expected this roster for the A to be groundbreaking, to be the best in the league. But we did expect it to be serviceable, and really hasn't even been that. And it's really hard to point fingers when you look at DK, because really the only one who has consistently looked good is Showmaker, and then Lucid has had a couple of moments where him and Showmaker were able to make it work, and then outside of that, everyone has just been struggling. Lucid in most games, aiming, and Kingen not able to hit any of the highs that we've seen of these players in the past.
For me, it's just aiming and Kingen, and it's mostly Kingen, to be perfectly honest. I think there needs to be a very big turnaround for this guy who really did have his greatest moment against the player he's up against today, and I just don't see that one being a repeat. The head-to-head record is Zeus 16 versus 11 for Kingen, and that 11 is the surprising part, given the fact that Zeus has been so incredibly dominant. Of course, Worlds in 2022 is where a lot of that winning happened for Kingen as well. But the mid lane matchup, this is one that used to be all Showmaker and has become since all Faker. I believe it's 8 in a row or something like that, 9 in a row against Faker. When he was out of the roster. Different story, but of course, that was a different story against most teams here in the LCK.
And with Showmaker's individual form in many other years, I think it would have been really easy to be like, this is the one angle. But Faker has been playing individually just really, really well, as that is indeed the expectation.
Oh, wow, a little bit of a future prediction there and for the standings. Everybody else irrelevant, just T1 in first place with 6-1. I guess that is a mindset you could have.
And hey, it is pretty likely, unless DK have been able to use this break to really find the big turnaround, because I do agree with you. I think that it depends on who you ask amongst the talent team who they put most of the blame with. But most of it will be towards the aiming or king side. T1, we haven't really talked about them that much thus far in the intro because it's T1. They won Worlds. They were exceptional. They still are, at worst, the second best team, and probably after today, the highest ranked.
And even in their one match that they lost, I felt like a lot of it was to do with picking very weird stuff and not really minding whether they won or lost in that particular game against Gen G. And since then, it has been all business, all domination, all the time.
All
of course,
business?
Well, I mean,
Keria has been drifting around the map.
His business is destroying people with Lux, and that's what he did. And then he gets OP GG Player of the Week. That sounds like business to me, and I think business is booming, Chronicler. That's all I'm saying.
It's a good time to be a T1 fan. I am happy to see some smiles on the faces of D+, because we don't know what it means. Maybe they're like, oh boy, this is gonna be a roughie.
Yeah.
But this team, even if they aren't contesting for a top spot in the LCK, should be better than what we have seen. They are currently lesser than the sum of their parts, and we'll see if the Lunar New Year break was what they needed.
And look, a lot of people have been talking about the potential parts of this team, certain players that may have drifted off into the nether that could potentially
that
make
are
a
contracted
comeback.
right now.
Dude, Thanatos is the saddest thing to happen to League of Legends.
He's still on the roster.
I know,
technically.
Oh dear. Anyway, Faker versus Showmaker is going to be our key player matchup, and understandably so as well. Of course, this one dates back many, many years to when, honestly, Damwon promoted to the LCK back in 2019. Was it 2019? Halfway through?
Yeah.
And then, of course, made it to Worlds, because that's just what this team did. But Showmaker had a few years. Faker has since then returned to the top spot, and he's currently downloading. Perhaps there's a new patch, an anti-Showmaker patch.
Showmaker stats, not amazing, but if you have watched any of DK's matches, you know that this guy actually is, I think, in some of the best forms that he's been in the most recent years. He individually doing great, but really key for me is how well, again, Faker's laning has been. Because for all the praise that you can heap onto this player, how important he is to the team as we saw last year in summer, his laning hasn't been what has made him impressive or good in recent years.
No.
And I think that this spring has been a continuation of what we saw at Worlds, where he actually is doing a great job in the laning phase as well. Owner, you know, he's mostly relegated to tank duty because he is exceptional at them. I think he's one of the examples of a player where, like, when he locks in Rel, you know it'll be good, and also you can see in his face that he doesn't like it.
Yeah, he's very upset about it.
But he knows he has to. And
I mean, it's exactly the same thing to be said for Lucid. Like, this guy is the one that wants to go around killing everyone in the first 4 minutes of the game, but hasn't been able to. It hasn't been a meta for it, and it's also been something that's been required of him to play these initiators, to play these tanks, and Rel certainly comes to mind. It was his most successful champion in the first few weeks here of the LCK for 2024. And Owner is just incredible at those picks. But we know that he just wants to play Lee Sin every game. That's just how it goes.
Many a jungler.
In fact, you're an LCK jungler. You're a Korean jungler. You want to play Lee Sin every single game. It's a rule.
And hey, now that Pioshik has 2-0'd Gen G, hey, guess what? Maybe you'll get to see that as well. I am very curious about what the drafting priority is going to be like, because what we saw yesterday I don't think is set in stone, but I do think that against a team that has a support that can play a lot of things, maybe not letting Senna through is good. And if they do get Senna, maybe don't pick Lucian Milio into it.
I think just ban Senna is probably a good thing. It was 4-0 yesterday. It's 100% win rate on the patch. It's just ludicrous. It is even better than the Karma that we all thought was going to be broken. But if Senna Nautilus is on the enemy team, you're going to lose no matter what you pick. That's the way of things.
On the Karma, though, I do want to say...
Oh, no, it's terrible. 0% win rate?
Out of the 3 losses...
0-3? Awful.
Out of the 3
awful
losses,
champion.
2 of those were Rascal, who didn't build AP. Which we were
But you're not allowed to build AP. It's not in the shop. That's how that one goes. Actually, no. Dang it. Chovy built it.
He did. And obviously didn't end up mattering that much. I wonder if that is going to change the priority.
Here we go. Look at this.
Yeah, T1 actually banning it away here is interesting.
Analyst's getting a pay rise in T1 next week. That's what's happening.
Looked at the matches yesterday, was like,
aha.
There has been a trend noticed.
Yeah. It's time to scrutinize this. What could be the problem?
And the Senna is going to take it away. The most interesting thing to me about that is that it's T1 doing it on blue side, right? So they could have also picked it away. Not going to be the case here. This Lucian ban, I am pretty happy about. I'm also wondering, are we going to see aiming go back to something that KT have used so many times and to such great extent? Is it going to be Ezreal? Because I think Ezreal on this patch is...
very strong.
Very, very strong, as the Karma does get taken away. Maokai is another pick that we really were expecting a lot of, and thus far we haven't really seen pop out, specifically the Maokai support. We'll
Pretty
see
sure it's also 0% win
today.
rate, so I don't think it's very good.
Actually has only been played by Sponge,
the
jungle.
Yeah, and it lost, so it must not be very good. Nico going to be banned away, and we'll see whether it is going to be taking a gamble on the weak pick, but no, it's not. It's going to be the Ashe instead. Of course, a flex between Keria and Gumayusi, but Varus is up and available, and it might force D+'s hand to take away the other Archer. Having 2 Archers on one team, that sounds a little bit too powerful to me.
Yeah, particularly when they are in the hands of the strongest laning 2v2 that we have. You can make an argument for, Delight and Viper when it comes to team fights. When it comes to laning, I think Guma and Keria have shown that they deserve the respect. So this Varus pick away is basically a given, meaning that T1 very early control already have a lot of agency over what is going to happen on the other end. Now, are we going to see an early jungle lock?
I would love Maokai. If you've already got Varus, then Maokai makes a lot of sense. Ooh, or Sejuani opening up that permafrost combination. And Showmaker has been playing a lot of eclectic picks, especially Aurelia recently. So we'll see what is going to happen here. Kalista is another one. And this would give Keria so much room to be aggressive. It's kind of terrifying.
And I personally wouldn't mind the Kalista. I think that there is obviously, technically, this could be Kalista support. We haven't seen that ever since, way back. So expectation is
there will be 2 range champions in the bottom lane.
We know that.
Ashe and Kalista.
Yeah,
that's all we need. And we don't need to think further.
I think we can reasonably say that Ashe is most likely to be picked up by Keria, given his personal level of skill. We'll see what is picked up here by Kellen. There are basically 2 schools of thought. Either you can go for something that can try and deal with the shove that's coming out on the opposing end. And I would love this, because I think that TF is a great flex pick. It is
unfortunately, Teemo was
nerfed
nerfed on this patch, so probably not going to see that. That might be a troll hover.
Nautilus is the other pick that I think you might be happy about early on here. Goes really well together with the Varus, really strong 2v2, especially post-6, and has the capability of locking down the Kalista very reliably. Now this is a
pike.
Much greater risk. In theory, obviously, the idea makes sense. You're playing into particularly the Ashe, who does have a tough time into hook champions. But it is so much more execution dependent than something like a Nautilus is. I think Nautilus is something that is a lot more safe, has a lot more built-in utility. This is saying we're going to try and win this lane.
Yeah, and they have to be like sending someone home at all times, because just the basic laning of this lane is almost unplayable. Just because it's Kalista and Ashe, and they're just going to be shooting
you have to
forever.
You basically get like one, maybe in a good situation, 2 all-ins.
Yes.
If neither of them work. You are.
So at least we'll know the outcome of the bottom lane very early on. That's it. It's a gambit though, 100%. The Rel going to be banned away from Ona. We already mentioned how good he is on this champion, and of course D+ have already locked away their jungler, so they are free to do so. Talia taken away from Showmaker, one of his favorite picks, and something that BDD has recently showed us is just absurd. Of course, BDD has a habit of doing that on Talia.
And that to me is signaling a pickup of the Azir here. The expectation is that DK is going to pick a top laner here on R4. We already know where the... well, Could technically be for Faker, but expectations obviously that Cassandra is going to go towards the top lane, so can pick up a counter matchup there. Gwen is the one that I'm looking towards, but it might just end up being Udyr, which, you know, doesn't excite us. But at the same time, I do think Udyr probably doesn't die into the Kalista and the Ashe unless things go horribly wrong. And it is a lot of reliable frontline. This would be kind of a crazy, because it's blind again, and it would mean that the Azir becomes a lot less strong. But it doesn't really have the permafrost synergy, and it does mean that the DK composition is...
I'd love just Yone and flex it.
Yeah, especially given what we have seen, but I think this is the safest bet. Just making sure that you have a matchup for Kingen that he's comfortable on. Yep. Because he has not been performing well, as mentioned, and we know Gnar, him and Gnar go way back.
They do. This is also something that has been picked into Cassante many times and has done decently well, so I don't mind it at all. Will also help out with follow-up. If Kingen and Lucid have gotten themselves a little bit more synergy over the week that we've had off, some opportunities there as Owners' patented Poppy being considered and will be locked in. That means that Kellen's life becomes a whole lot more difficult. Kingen's life revolves around Flash now, because you cannot hop crush your way in or anything like that. Carrier, what are we going to be locking away for Faker, though, is going to be the question. It will have to be blind, and the Azir makes a bit of sense on that front, I guess. We don't necessarily get overly enthusiastic about Azir. It's fine. It's not quite as bad as it was last week, where we were, well, 2 weeks ago, I guess, but the last week of the LCK, we were very upset about Azir. It's still not the greatest, as that's a Kali for Showmaker. That'd be exciting.
Yeah, and there's a lot of giggling happening. I, for one, would not be mega excited to pick a Kali into Poppy. I feel like that's always going to be somewhat of a tough ask. Basically, your options are Kali, Sylas, and I think the LeBlanc that we mentioned earlier could be an option as well. The upside of a Kali is that I think your mid-jungle 2v2 becomes a lot better than it could otherwise be. I think that obviously we have seen the Poppy and Azir combo be pretty decent, because you can utilize the Azir wall for Poppy to get as much burst out as possible. But at the very least, Lucid and Showmaker having a decent 2v2, particularly post-6, I think is absolutely essential for DK, because in any game where they've looked good, it's basically been through Showmaker specifically. This bot lane, though, I think Lucid is going to have to pay a visit to that, and that also means that
I think he might have to live there.
Yeah, well, hopefully he does, because again, that bot lane is mega swingy one way or another. And if you look at Kingen's performance thus far, he's going to have to be very stable. I don't think he should receive any attention of his jungler in this game. It should be all about him just managing in the 1v1. And Zeus is very far ahead of the curve when it comes to solo kills.
Indeed.
And can't afford to have that happen in this first game here, Atlas.
Especially not when you have a theoretical counter matchup, right? Like, this is something
I'd say
into it.
It's a practical counter
Well,
matchup.
I mean, I say theoretical because it's Zeus versus Kingen, and Kingen is substantially underperforming. You guys might be saying, well, Kingen was World's MVP, and he was up against Zeus in that match. It's irrelevant. Stop being silly. This is a tough uphill battle for D+. We'll see how they're going to do it. You hop into the Rift for Game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1. T1 taking on D+, and already D+ grouping up towards the bottom side. I think this might be a trend as we look further forward into this game, because another thing that we didn't even mention, we mentioned the fact that they have to focus on bottom lane, right? But we didn't mention that it's Owner on Poppy. And when does he ever go to the top side of the map as Poppy? Like, never?
No, I don't think he should. Oh, okay, so a couple of things I want to talk about. First and foremost, we have the quadruple Halo Blades. Again, reiterating that this laning phase is basically all about the level 1.
Yes.
And maybe as mentioned, they can look, or rather DK can look for an all-in and actually try to get some lanes out of that way.
Though?
So yeah, that's the second thing I was talking about. We've been seeing this more and more, even with the... It originally started as a response to double support item, where you would both start Dorans, and then go from there. But what this does is it means that Keria is so much harder to actually take down. He went Barrier as well, so the extra efficient combat stats that you gain from the Doran's Blade mean that, in theory, you should be having a much easier time into a lane that is, again, really going to be trying and look for an all-in.
Yes.
And then you just pick it up on your first base, and then you'll be good to go.
It's precisely what they're going to look for already. Carrier just throwing out some shots, probably looking for a level 2 RD+, but Carrier doesn't really care about that. He can still shoot no matter what level he is. Kellen might need to slink into the fog of war to get some of that health back. This hail of arrow is going to be avoided by Gumayusi.
Now, will Owner just level 3 dive? That's the main question I'm looking towards, because Callan's trying to tank for aiming there, but not actually getting it off. Because they're not getting level 2. That's not happening.
No. Not until the minions are underneath the wave. As Faker took a little bit of a rough trade there up against Showmaker. We've seen Akali's do very well
that's the
in this matchup, even earlier on. Yeah, and obviously, this is exactly where Owner is going to go. We've seen this in many games already this year. As Owner is going to move into the enemy jungle. Lucid moving over towards his blue buff, and you can see vision is down. Lucid knows what's going on. Owner has vision as well, though, as the Hawk shot flies in. Lucid actually being able to avoid that.
Oh, he might be able to smite it away here. They don't know that he's in the brush, but they should suspect that he's coming towards this objective.
It's a very impatient blue buff as well that is going to move back into the pit. Owner starting that one up again. I think every amount of time... Oh, there's a flash in with the wallbang from Owner. Lucid trying to ease him out of this. And he should be able to escape, but it looks like Owner has won the battle. As Faker's teleporting back. Owner is still here, going to be able to lock this one down, but Kellen a little bit late on this one, and Showmaker not going to be able to get in there either. So Owner able to steal away the blue buff and get himself out.
And I'd say it's... like, that could have gone way worse for DK. Because, and I think a lot of that goes towards Showmaker, who actually was able to win out early in that 1v1. Which meant that T1 couldn't really push the way that I think ideally they would want. Because again, they had full bot side prio. It was really hard for Lucid to even remotely contest, and we still see Aiming and Kelling having a little bit of a tough time there. Still cookies available for both Carrier and Guma as well. We'll see if Lucid is able to get this objective. He does have his smite, his opponent does not, so should be fine.
Oh, just able to move away from the wall there. So Owner going to be able to at least push him away. Does put some fear into him, as now Zeus down relatively low. Good wallop, but good dash from Zeus to get himself out of the way. Kingen actually laning quite well, though, here in this early stage of the game. Of course, to be expected, and there's a big minion wave here as well, so should be relative parity as far as the CS. But Kingen hasn't died yet.
Your expectations are really low, right?
Yeah.
I'm like, at least till level 6, he should definitely be okay. Surely. And so far, has been the case. And again, this is still a win for T1. I don't want to make it sound like DK came out victorious on that one. There's still going to be a lot of early blades here for Guma and Carrier. But the worst case scenario is that either Lucid dies and loses his buffs and gets set extremely far behind right from the get-go, or bot lane gets dove, right? And if bot lane gets dove, then they're out of the game.
Oh dear, Kellen might just be dead. Has to flash. Let's get his health back here, slinking into the mist. But I don't know whether that was worth it necessarily, you know, stopping it back for a flash.
No.
The School of Beryl would say 100% worth.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna go with no on that one.
You can win the game off that. Did you know?
I do know. Yeah, we both. We witnessed it together. Man, I can't get over that barrel performance yesterday.
It was pretty impressive.
It was something else. And right now, that flash is a valuable cooldown that is going to go down. But the only one that really is struggling at the moment, and that really has been set really far behind compared to his opponent, is specifically Lucid. Kellen did get spotted on the ward here. And this is the vision coverage. Is a nice way for T1 to ensure that we don't get to see this roaming pike have too much of an impact. Also, Hawkshot there, just to make sure that they are aware of everything that's happening. Ideally, Lucid would just one.
Yep.
Just a grub. And I think he'll be able to get it.
Should be able to grab that experience. We'll be able to lock that one away. You can see he's behind a couple of camps. Still here is the Sejuani. A lot of his jungle has been taken away on that bottom side. And Aiming taking some pierce damage here from Gumayusi, who also sends a bit of a rend over. Kellen spotted here on this ward as Faker and Kellen moving into the river. And this bottom side, I mean, if you had like a traffic report of how many people have been hanging around, it would be just all red in the bottom side of the map for T1.
And we're seeing as well, and this is something that I think Lucid has really struggled with. We talked about a lot, is the extra level of scrutiny that you're going to be under. As
that was a dangerous one there from Faker, but Owner is going to be here. Killer Instinct going to be thrown out, and that is Owner just picking up the kill. Good bait to come through there, and Showmaker really wanted it. And the Killer Instinct is an ability for Kai'Sa. It's not a Kali. That is perfect execution, but it is absolutely fine. It didn't work out here for Showmaker.
He did have Killer Instinct, but the execution unfortunately wasn't perfect.
Yeah, it was not the right name of the ability for the time, was it?
Didn't get the kill, and he was out. I think that he could have easily made his way out there. Maybe at worst he has to flash. Instead, tried to look for a 2v2 or a 1v1 trade rather, which I do think would be worth it if you do get it, but it's such a big risk here as, yeah, Faker going in here, I think took a big risk with that, but knowing that Owner was there felt relatively safe. And then here, yeah, Showmaker is just out. And if he flashes the wall, then maybe it's enough, but they layer the CC in a way that I don't know if it really had a big window there to flash, and if he flash autos, and Faker is in time with the response, then maybe he doesn't even get the kill. So really big win there for T1.
Yeah, and he was even lucky to get the damage from the perfect execution as well. Yeah. With the fact that
just a really big risk.
It's a very, very fast ability. Still, a little bit of a worry. Not the end of the world, and he still has a decent CS advantage, or at least did.
Faker was 2 HP.
Wow.
Yeah.
Drink your potions, ladies and gentlemen. That is what we learned as Heroic Charge. Not going to get any stuns or anything as Callan trying to keep his health bar high. It's not quite working out as Lethality Varus. Able to clear out this wave. That's certainly something that he is often capable of doing. As Callan standing next to a wall, a very dangerous thing to do when there's a Poppy with Flash, but the rest of his teammates are around. Lucid is going to move on over, does get the flash out from Owner there with the Glacial Prison. Nicely done. Like the fact that he does have his finger on the trigger, you know, ready to pull that one. But you can see there's already a couple of plates that have been taken here on this bottom side. That is exactly what Callista Ash says on the tin.
And right now we're looking at an almost 2 or 1.5k gold lead here for T1 very early on. Showmaker is playing very aggressively and very liberal with his ult juices as well, really just trying to get the most out of this laning phase. I think it makes sense because bot lane is bleeding. No ultimate available for Lucid, and yeah, I think that I understand his attempt. Is going to try and go for a steal here.
All right, Steadfast Presence does come on over, and Lucid might have to just flash away. He is going to. Didn't really have to, but sometimes you just want an opportunistic chance at a Drake. Okay.
Yeah, and if the rest of his team is there at the same time and there's some chaos, then maybe that works. But on the first time we've seen Lucid not be on the same page of the rest of his team as Callan.
Yeah, can he find the Bone Skewer is the question. He decides instead to throw Showmaker back. The arrow is going to be picked up, and there is the kill. Owner comes on in and takes down the Akali, but Faker does burn down as well, so D+ are on the board, but I think that T1 are on the board once again, unless Callan can get himself out, and it looks like he should be able to do so. Gives him a thumbs up as he exits. And the thumbs up might be aimed here towards his bottom side, because that's where T1 are really finding the most of the benefit. Is aiming down to 50%. This could be diveable. They have Fate's Call, remember.
So just waiting. Oh, gotta hit that one. Not gonna be the case, and no real opportunity is aiming!
Okay. Well, sometimes your turret's safe, sometimes your turret is not as safe. Chronicler, that's what I'm learning here.
Hey, Kingan's doing well, Atlas.
Yeah, Kingan's having a great game. Hyperprox coming on down here as he does manage to get the stun from the wallop. We'll send Zeus back. Zeus actually doing a decent job staying up in farm. You can see 90 to 96, but that wave might be lost. As Owner is going to come on over and take himself a grub. Kellen up here towards the top side as there is the nub, but it's actually broken. Zeus going all out. Does manage to keep himself alive and out of CC.
And while that was happening, grubs were being taken. And we are kind of reaching critical mass here for T1. Right? And I want to reiterate, it's not like their composition skills poorly. We have sometimes these compositions with Callista in particular where you basically need to win early on or there's no chance.
Yeah.
I think it can be tough to pilot into the composition for specifically Guma and Keria, given that they are playing into Pyke, Akali. And I think there's still some opportunities for DK. I don't think this one is done just yet.
Oh, Keria could be in a lot of trouble here. Another ult does go basically nowhere. The arrow is going to fly through, though, as Lucid gets himself a permafrost, but he's still tanking the turret. Faker is going to be taken down first, though, and Lucid, another couple of autos need to be there, but the volley is blocked. And now Showmaker looks for it, doesn't find the backflip shuriken, and Carrier will stay alive. Kellen not so lucky.
And DK have clearly decided we are not beating T1 by conventional means. We are flipping every single play. Kind of goes even in that one, I guess, as we go back to the previous one. And they are lucky that they're even able to get the kill with the Ignite there, right? Because it would have been a worst case scenario if another kill goes over. And I really have to commend Owner's timings on these plays. He has consistently been at the right place at the right time, reading DK like a book for any attempt they go for. And yeah, when that ult misses, just gotta let it go. Aiming gets skewered. And with Halo Blades in particular, the fact that you have Flash and Cleanse available isn't really gonna do anything.
Yeah, just said.
As we take a look, Lucid going for the Flash Predict there, doesn't actually get it. And then it looks like he made a big mistake, is just going to end up going down. But Aftershock, crucially, is still ticking. And if Showmaker hits that E, this play is just a rousing success as... Oh, Kellen.
Yeah, Kellen is very dead. We could probably surmise what happened there. Kellen was trying to do vision things and died. Because there were bad guys in the area.
Yeah, I keep going back to the Shuriken flip, because if you get the shutdown on Carrier, then maybe you call that worth, but now 2.5k gold lead, getting bigger and bigger here.
Yeah, this is starting to look a little bit rough for D+. I like that they're still playing with gusto, though, and there hasn't been any of these big team fights that we know Nar can definitely perform in. We know that Kingen, in the past, when Kingen was someone that, you know, was performing a whole lot better, it was his team fighting that was the great aspect of him as a player. Does have an opportunity to find that form once again. We have seen basically just top laners on an island, as we're kind of used to. But as this gold gap gets further and further away from D+, that possibility is going to be more difficult. See, Zeus still having an okay time, is in fact ahead in gold. So let's see whether T1 are going to be able to survive this one. Jonah Strong preparing us for the jump scare.
Carrier doesn't have his flash. And I think that they had a suspicion, especially because aiming being that far up without anyone really showing up. Obviously, you can expect Kellen to be there, but that by its alone, not going to be enough. And Carrier and Guma played out very safely. Dragon is about to come up here, and DK really were looking for this trap.
Yeah, Arrow is going to snag Kellen there, and he's just dead. Just no chance. And he almost got himself out of the way, but Enchanted Crystal Arrow hitbox has been a thing for many, many, many years.
And this is one of the reasons why when the Pike lock-in came, we're like, huh. Because Kellen, generally, you know, you have to be a Pike guy.
Yeah.
And I just don't think Kellen is a Pike guy.
I don't think so either.
You know who is an Ash guy?
Not inspiring us either.
You know who is an Ash guy?
Barrel. Carrier, sorry.
He does 6k damage!
Yeah, no. Carrier is running this early game, alongside Owner, of course, who is just in the right place at the right time. Like, once again, perfect position, they layer the CC, and what is Kellen supposed to do here?
Yeah, just when you secure the vision, peace out.
Open the shop, I think.
And here, crucially, he doesn't have his E. So the moment that he walks a little bit too far forward, he just goes down, right? He doesn't have a way, or isn't able rather to dash out of the way. And it's a free kick gold lead now. I think that DK get one Hail Mary. You know, they got one team fight where maybe the backline overextends. You get a big Gnar ultimate into the wall. Kellen and Showmaker go haywire because do note, there are a lot of squishy targets on the enemy team. If you can get past the front line,
aiming, gonna have to flash, and does also have to cleanse because the arrow still clips him. And Kellen now going to be at the mercy of Carrier as well. Gumayushi catches up to, oh my goodness, just pierce rend and he's dead. And yeah, Carrier will now shut them out of their own jungle. That ward will survive at least for the moment, but this Rift Herald not going to be so lucky as we're going to have a look at the difference in the supports, and that is whoa. That's a difference.
Hey, Kellen has 100% kill participation, man.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, no,
close to 100% death participation as well.
Yeah, and this is what we were saying coming into the game as well. The Pike basically is going to have to either flip the lane or find a really big impact outside of lane. And we're slowly running out of opportunities.
Bates goal. And that's it's a pretty good ability.
He still has his sums.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Guma had to heal.
Ah. It's looking a little bit dire, as Zeus will look for the Gnar, gets himself out of the way though, not wanting to dive. King getting the respect here, and of course, Zeus doesn't really have to do anything, right? He just needs to try and keep King in here, keep him busy, because the rest of the map is on fire for D+. So the more he isolates this matchup, the better it is.
Yeah, and we haven't really talked about Zeus yet in this game, but he also will not die once we get to actual team fights.
Yeah.
Because this is Lethality Varus, who is no longer as great as he once was. Cyrildas obviously took a really big hit in how effective it is dealing with these beefy targets.
Ow.
As Showmaker is just going to be put in the naughty corner for a little bit there.
Yeah. Sending a message was Carrier. I know where you are. He is now going to look for a back. Does have teleport, but that could almost guarantee this turret if they did want to try and take it. Helen was in the area though, and Lucid was in Fog of War, so not going to opt into it. As Faker looking to knock down this turret, that will be their second of the game, really extending T1's global gold advantage. 6,000 is now that lead, creeping further and further.
And as far as individual plays go, obviously DK is still struggling. I do think they look better in the sense that they are making proactive moves. The really big problem in this game is that because of their lack of lane prio towards the bot side of the map, plus the fact that Owner has been on top of Lucid for basically the entirety of the game, we've really seen him struggle as maybe a play on Faker. Does have Spell Shield here.
Yeah, no information here as Faker moving on over.
I don't think he's falling.
There's a lot of control wars.
He has a Spell Shield.
Yeah. Yeah, the spell shield certainly helps.
It is a big problem.
But if they can break it, Showmaker not quite able to do so. Faker sidestepping really nicely. And now, Lucid looking for that opportunity. He flashes. The spell shield's still there, though.
Hey, flash for flash. Yes, it's something, I guess. Oh, Guma actually going for Edge of Night here.
Wow.
That is, yeah, I mean, you're a Fed Kalista. The enemy tank is not in the best of places at the moment.
And also, like, their engage is the Glacial Prison.
It is. And
you just avoid that as Empress Divide is going to throw Lucid underneath this turret. Carrier just free firing, but they do manage to take down Faker, and there's the double for Carrier as well. Zeus now looking for this, does find the third Q, and aiming, gonna miss another ultimate. It is, and Zeus is running real quickly.
It's a 1v2!
It is. And aiming's now melee range with a Cassante, and now he's dead. Kingen is now mini-Gnar as well. Able to get out of the way of a few of these Qs though, and Zeus gonna get flashed on. There it is, the boomerang to the back of the head. That was very close to a 2-0 for Zeus. Kingen with good movement. Cassante things.
Okay, I need a moment to recover. Yeah, so it's a 5k gold lead now. And the play on the other end of the map didn't really end up working out. Carrier ended up getting a double, I think. So he's going to be even more fed. Going to spend his money now, it looks like. As we can have a look at it here. Yeah, we take another look at this. They are able to kill Faker in the end, which you know, they are going to be happy about. Crucially, Lucid knows he's already dead, decides to tank the turret there, but unfortunately, wait, did he get a... I think Showmaker did actually end up making it out.
Yes.
Then we take another look at this play here. Because this isn't a fat Cassante, right? Zeus is just a normal Cassante. He's just been farming for the last amount of time, and I think here we see the Lethality Varus in particular. I think just has zero threat, and Aiming and Kingen are also not on the same page.
Yeah.
Like Aiming is walking back to the wave and trying to clear, whereas Kingen is still moving forward, and particularly against Zeus, like yes, he ends up dying, but that still is not going to feel good for DK. Like, not even remotely.
No. Unfortunately, he's been aiming, but he hasn't been hitting.
And he's an archer.
He is. Sometimes it's not in the aiming part. It is in the hitting the target part. That's the bit that you really need to focus on. As the Baron has now been started up by T1. Lucid is getting bullied out here by Carrier, who does have full ownership of this jungle. Lucid down to 50% before any of this has really happened, as there's the ulti. Fate Score going to come through here as well, as Ona will send the Gnar back to the rest of his teammates, and Kingen kind of happy with it, I guess.
Yeah, I think he might have died otherwise.
Yeah.
But they didn't want to run the risk. We do see Sums now down on Guma, as well as the Fate Skull, but I don't think that alone will be enough to dissuade T1. They do still have a lot of the other teamfight ultimates available.
Oh, Arrow going to connect once again. It's Faker just scoops in the Pyke, who's dead mid push over the wall.
Kingen has Maganar, like it's now or never for DK, but
Oh no, Lucid has to Arctic Assault himself out of this. There's going to be no smite in the pit, and Kingen's Meganar is running out. You can see low health bar here onto Ona, but it's still just ticking down, and Carrier is just pushing the jungler away. He's going to solo him. And now Steadfast Presence means you're not making it out of this one. Zeus going to pull the Nara around. And Showmaker, can you be the hero is the question. Looking to get over the wall, but he's not going to get there. Owner just being Poppy and avoiding death as Carrier says he's the 80 carry now as he takes down aiming another solo kill. He's 7-0-5.
I forgot who told it to us at some point, but there was someone that said, Carrier never gets to play Ashe. It just doesn't happen. And this was
I think everyone's
way
been
back.
saying it
Everyone
for a
has
really
been,
long
No, I
time.
know that, but I feel like we hadn't really been truly reminded why that is the case up until this game.
But now we are very reminded.
Oh, he's not playing
Extraordinarily
it for the rest of the split. There is no way.
That would be, yeah, that would be a big,
Just
a big error.
1v1 the jungler.
He did. Owner is also going to look to kill Callan here, who does manage to make it out before the Steadfast Presence comes up. Otherwise, he would have been very dead. Yeah, I reckon that vote is pretty good for this one. As, yeah, Callan just dies instantly. And look at this. Carrier just exits. He's like, I'll get rid of the jungler, guys. And he does so.
And then Lucid is like, I really want to try and get a smite going here. Please, please, please let me. And Carrier knows that Lucid will try to do so. Just waits in the brush after clearing the vision. And then here, I think Owner actually like sides or... Oh, he does actually get hit. I was like, I think he walked into the little alcove and that's why he didn't get hit. He did get hit, doesn't matter. He's Poppy, has the extra resistance, and Showmaker doesn't even get that kill.
Hey, bounty goal. They're only 11,000 gold behind now. As aiming is going to cleanse, but he's still down to 50% health. Fate's Call are going to come through here as Carrier's thinking about it. Not going to work out there as Carrier's top damage. That's
not fair!
Things that are happening in this game, I guess. And D+ desperately trying to defend these Nexus turrets. Also probably thinking a lot more about what to do in game number 2, because this one is all over but the Cryon. As Lucid, nice little fade away there onto Ona, but it's onto Ona, so it doesn't really matter. Kingen's got a Mega Narbar, but not a lot of health, because he's just taking poke damage here from Faker. The flash in, Faker, Emperor's Divide onto 3, and he's going to be absolutely fine. Ona finds a double knock up. The arrow sails by majestically, and Callan is off on the side. He's not going to be able to stop this Nexus turret from going down, and not going to be able to do anything about this Nexus that's also about to explode. Aiming, going to die once again, and T1 will celebrate just before they finish the task. And that one did not quite work out there for D+.
And it isn't often the case that, you know, you can look at a game and be like, man, this guy is the MVP, and then have the boom boom damage vote perfectly aligned. But not only is that the case in this one, but it also, the boom boom damage vote is the support!
Yeah. And it's not like there were low damage champions in this game. There was Azir and Kalista, and the game ended very early, so Kalista probably had a good time, and Gumayushi also had a great performance. But Carrier just didn't stop shooting the enemy. So
we can draw a couple of conclusions from it.
Okay.
Obviously, T1, it's too much for DK, right? Individually, we can see that they are pretty severely outclassed. On the plus side for DK, Kingen did pretty good.
He did.
That was nice. And Showmaker
Faker would be the boom boom damage. Because at the end, landed that 3-man Emperor.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Did a lot of work there.
Very unfortunate. Well, I think we can still...
He almost doubled his 80 carries down.
Again, reiterating that Gumayushi is just a Fate Skull bot for his body.
Pretty dominant there from T1. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, the space is going to break down that game, and we'll have game number 2. See you there.
것 같아.
하나 깨진다.
내 주먹만 마크 해주면 될 듯.
사이클은 왼쪽.
맞았어, 내가 맞았어. 괜찮아, 괜찮아.
메가나를
사이클 여기 있어.
메가나를 2단 점프 대기 중.
내가 파이크를 막할게. 알았어, 해봐.
사이클 근데 내가 막아도 돼.
오케이, 오케이.
뽀삐 점프만 막으면 되는데.
얘네 미드라인 끝났다.
나를.
나를 노플 나를
아들,
노플.
괜찮아 괜찮아.
미드.
자, 파울 끝났대? 파울.
사이클 힘 빠졌다. 없는 사람이야.
나 2, 3초. 잠깐만. 나 0킬인데.
뭐 안 돼? 뭐 안 돼? 노플 바로스. 뭐야 왜 내 거야 이거? 나 이거 왜 내 거야? 이것도 왜 내 거지?
잘한다.
아싸 1킬.
And doesn't commit. Oh, now he can use it to defend Baron. Yeah, now they have to face check, and Kingen has to try and run away. The seismic jump doesn't find him there. And these 80 carries just can't do anything. There's the knock up from Cuz! And One Dog Freaks! 3 in a row, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's gonna stop there. This team looks so incredibly good. Very tanky and able to get himself out of there, but I don't know whether it necessarily worked out the best.
Never let Peter drive again.
Oh, there's the ulti from Dundun. Finds Dor, and then immediately he goes back. Zeka delivers him a package, but meanwhile, she was going down exceptionally low, and Viper picks up the kill onto Peanut. Sylvie's also going to die, and Zeka moves to 3 kills.
Bulldog will have teleport here shortly. Kind of fighting off in the side lane right now. Can threaten that turret and then join the fight if he wants to here to defend against this Herald. And this turret's so healthy.
Oh, they had no idea. Oh, they just both got demolished there in the mid lane. Yeah, Sylvie was just hanging around, and maybe they thought it was a fake, but he immediately just ulted on top of them. Can he get the 1v1? He's trying desperately. He gets some help from his team, but look at Bulldog in the backside. He's picking up pace. This is insanity. Power Quango Spring Split. Never mind, this is Cassandre. Oh, Dudu comes back. He's trying to help out. Can he take down Keen? I'm curious about this 1v1 now. Who is the better top laner in this position? It looks like Keen as he's over the wall. Dudu trying to hit the fuse, and it's not gonna matter. Still a thing.
Oh. Nice. I love the Herald, man.
Yeah. Yeah, the siege is pretty good too. Never mind. I immediately cursed it. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. They're all just standing on the ball, and 4 people get hit by the shockwave.
See if Brion can kill Owner again.
You're trying to find someone to engage on, but Harry, this. Oh, that's the combo. There it is. And now Shimmer. Oh no. You poor AD carry 2024. Yeah, he didn't last very long there. And now Faker's in the base. This is W.
Get out of that situation. He will have flash though for what feels like the first time this game. And that has just come off cooldown now. So that's certainly good. But now he's going to get stunned, and this could just be it. There's the ulti from Closer. Sylvie, he comes forward. That's a cute little flash. As now Colmey's walking the wrong direction.
Oh.
And the W comes through. Harpoon lands onto Sylvie as well.
Hello and welcome to the space. We are here after game number 1. That was kind of a Omega smashing in that one between T1 and DK. I'm Valdez. With me is Ox and Wolf joining us here today. And how are you guys feeling after that?
Better than T+. I think is safe to say. That was a rough one.
Yeah, definitely not the close game I think a lot of D+ fans were hoping we might get to see after D+ had some time to rest during the Lunar New Year break and come back perhaps reinvigorated. This was not a great look, and T1 looked great. Obviously, there were a lot of great punishes, but D+ still looking very out of sorts.
Yeah, let's take a look at the draft of this one because I feel like it does definitely start with this first pick, Ashe. It's kind of like, okay, this is the T1 calling card. They're going to get Keria onto this Ashe. They get him his support, the Kalista, of course, and then we have the rest of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, having the Kalista gives you so much safety. Obviously, the Varus denial was to stop the Varus Ashe, but then you can just go this, like, Dirk start Q-Max Kalista, and you still have so much poke. And then they came with a Pyke, and we saw how that played out, and I just think it's kind of similar ballpark to when we saw the Senna Ornn into the Kate Lux, where it's like you are opting into a lane where you're never going to have prio, you're going to get constantly abused, and you just don't have enough windows to punish. Like, we never saw Kellen find any headway, and I think into T1's bot lane, this is so egregious.
We've seen so many games, too, where Poppy matches up into Sejuani. When you have that bot side prio, the Sejuani gets bullied around blue buff. This happens all the time, right? They picked the Sejuani because they didn't want to give Sejuani Ashe because the synergy between those two ultimates are so incredibly strong. And you opted into, like, as Chronicler put it, like a few potential all-ins with the Pyke in the lane. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to do anything, as Ox kind of was getting into. And the other thing that you're going to deal with if you're playing this Pyke and you're trying to roam outside of the lane is that they have an Ashe arrow to engage on you and then follow up on you super easily. So if you're trying to roam and actually get picks, you're putting yourself in danger nonstop into this pick comp. And, I mean, that's what this whole game was about, is unfortunately Kellen trying and dying a lot.
Yeah, it definitely was the majority of what mattered in the game, it felt like. And especially when you're going into T1, I feel like it's even more egregious. Like, you got to be able to do something to counter them, and just letting them do what they want to do is not going to do it. So let's take a look at the first highlight, and this is the only highlight reel because it is a long one of all of the plays we saw in the early game, which really shaped T1's massive lead.
Yeah, and honestly, this one felt a little bit rough for Showmaker being so close, but I just think Ona did a fantastic job really being present on the map, really making his pressure known and playing for his lanes.
Yeah, I mean, there were a few baits, right, in this game, and Owner extremely valuable in these early few picks. And unfortunately, it's D+ and Kellen oftentimes trying to be proactive, as bottom lane is just a wash, right? You know you're losing this. You know that your plates are going to go down. And we saw some poor performances here from aiming on the Varus. Like, this death, a little bit inexcusable. Lucio doesn't block for him here either, so that feels really terrible. And then it's just constantly D+ trying to play catch-up. And you can't really blame D+ in these situations for trying to force these types of plays to happen, because obviously they're behind. It's a zero-sum game unless they can force an error out of T1, if they can get a pick, if they can capitalize on a mistake, for example. But they're just hard forcing, and Kellen just really eats the brunt of it over and over and over again. There's some mechanical mistakes made here, and the entire game is just decided by the fact that Kellen is trying and failing, and then the gold lead is just so massive before we even hit 20 minutes, so the rest of the game is just doesn't matter. Kingen is on an island, he's winning lane, but who cares?
Yeah, and it's so hard playing a champion like Pyke when you fall this far behind. You're constantly threatened of getting picked. A big thing with Pyke is, like, you have a lot of safety in your kit with your E and your W, but you are so squishy outside of that. You have to use that mobility, and it got to the point where they were just permanently taking him out, and it's so hard to find these engages when you are so far behind. There's so much pressure on you. You're trying to line up a Q and you're taking so much damage in return. I just think the draft really didn't do any favors, and as soon as they fell behind, it was just so doomed.
It really did feel pretty doomed. I mean, we saw the damage numbers as well at the end of the game. Keria was like up there in top 3 on the support Ashe. It was kind of ridiculous. He was just having a lot of fun. T1 does do this pretty often, but this is against D+, Kia. Like, they're supposed to be a strong team, but we're just not really seeing any of that nowadays. So what do you think is really leading to their kind of downfall here? I mean, this is what we expect from T1, obviously, to come in and stomp a lot of teams, but we thought maybe this would be a bit closer.
I think Lucid is still trying to find his footing right now. Like, he obviously has the right ideas about a lot of plays that he's attempting, but he's kind of missing the ball on some of the ultimates, or his timings are a little bit off. Like, he goes in a little bit too late or a little bit too early to try to work with Showmaker. This team needs to find the footing that we saw with Cuz and Bulldog, for example, on Kwangdong Freaks, where that mid-jungle synergy really grew over the last few weeks. I feel like we've seen it almost decline, weirdly enough, for D+ in their last few games. I think that Lucid really needs to step it up right now because the veterans on this squad can't do it without him right now. And the coordination on D+ and the lack of a real shot-calling voice seems so evident right now.
I think for me, I felt like when D+ at the start of the season were having some good moments, the mid-jungle was really what was going well. We saw like Lucid ganking for Showmaker, they would get him ahead, he'd find momentum. I think you need a really stable bot lane setup so that you don't have to constantly be babysitting. Lucid kept running bot, sitting in the brush, waiting for ganks. You want to have top and bot just be stable so you can focus attention towards mid and then play with Showmaker as your win con.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's take a look at the POG after this game number 1. I think everybody had their eyes on the legendary Ashe support, 8-0 and 6. Keria just having a very fun time in this game, it felt like.
Yeah, I mean, you could make an argument for Owner, and I was leaning towards Owner at first, but Keria really just ran away with this one. He was exactly where he needed to be, obviously set up some really cool flanks and traps in the late game. Owner got him ahead, obviously with the winning lane that they already had, but then he made the most of the gold he was given, and his arrows were phenomenal.
Yeah, I think the arrows being phenomenal, but also, even though they obviously got really far ahead and you have the Kalista safety net, a lot of the time the Kalista wasn't always there, and this is still a composition, despite being behind, where you can easily be blown up, right, into the Varus, the Pyke, the Sejuani, so the fact he didn't go down, I mean, this is no surprise. Just an expertly played game.
In the beginning, it was Owner. At the end, it was Keria, and it ended up 12 out of 12. Guys, we're done here on the space. Let's go back to the casters for game number 2.
Thank you very much, Dancing Valdez, and we are jumping straight into it. We are wasting absolutely no time. Let's get into the draft here and see whether D+ can find the ban Ashe button. They have blue side this time around. They also don't necessarily have to. As long as they first pick it or convince T1 to ban it, they won't have to worry. But I think banning it would make a fair bit of sense. What do you think, Chronicler?
Yeah. Normally I would quit, but after that performance, I don't think there's any space. And they're like, if we don't want to be pigeonholed.
Yeah, let's not mess around with it.
Immediately locking in this Ashe, we got to get rid of it. The Lucian remains in very high priority, even though obviously has not been successful. At the same time, I think we saw that even in week 1 to 3, that the success of Lucian isn't really indicative of how much teams prioritize him. I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. We'll see what else D+ do want to opt into. Still maintaining this ban on Faker's Nico and Showmaker. It says a lot to me, and I really want to reiterate how much he tried to flip the game, right? Like those 50-50 plays where he goes in with his Akali. Initially, I think it was, again, like 2 health. You know, that can be the difference maker, but some of the later plays just got straight outplayed. The sidestep from Keria on the Shuriken, for example, that could have been a moment where maybe in the best case scenario you find a game turn. And I expect something similar to happen in this next game. I wonder if TF is maybe something that they want to look towards.
Yeah, could be fun.
That is a flex pick. And I also want to echo what Orcs was saying as well. The bot lane matchup needs to be playable because the snowball effect from that was unmanageable, as we do see the Hueben. And I wonder whether that signals an early Renata priority here, given that we have seen Beryl mostly pick it into, and we know that Kellen's Pyke, not it. Kellen's Renata, especially when he's playing at his peak, definitely very, very impressive.
Well, Kalista going to be taken away. It does mean that Karma is up and available, and it'll be the first time that we've seen Karma not versus Senna, if it is going to be locked in here, and snap locked by Kingen. He could be playing it, Showmaker could be playing it, Kellen could be playing it, Aiming could be playing it, who knows? But definitely can get all the way around the Rift. And what is the T1 response to this? Still a fair few things up and available they could employ on the bottom side of the map. It might just be get yourself a Cassante again for Zeus. Of course, it looked like it was relatively unanswerable on the side of D+. Awesome archery could come through here. So there is the Varus. And will we be upping the tempo here on the bottom side of the map? Will it be double ranged once again here? As there is no Kalista option, so you can't go for the cheeky support call. But they could Varus Caitlyn if Carrier Gumayusi really did want to, put the screws in.
We'll see what they want to go for. This is very non-committal. Obviously, there is a potential for this to go towards Carrier, but given the priority of T1s recently, it's been basically only Owner playing it, plays it very, very well. We also know that was banned in, I think, the second rotation in last game. Now, for aiming into the Rel, I think the Xayah is not going to feel too bad. Zyra Kondo, we have seen really, really struggle after being counterpicked. But I think with the Varus lock-in, it's a little bit less of a risk. You also have second rotation to ban out some possible different supports. Now, it is Carrier, so it's not like you're going to be able to ban out everything. But I do think that it makes sense, given that the Xayah has been one of the picks where aiming has consistently been able to find moments. I still think playing it into what probably will be a Lethality Varus as well as an Orianna, though, is going to be quite tough.
You'll definitely need as many Feather Storms as possible in this game, but I don't mind it with the fact that you have the Karma. Karma does give you a bit of extra mobility and things like that for the Xayah to be able to sidestep a few things before being forced to use the ultimate, and can certainly help out with some of these more close range fights that you are going to have. Nautilus going to be taken away here, just not wanting to give Carrier too many engage options, although that's not what I'm frightened of here for D+. I'm frightened of double range on that bottom side of the map that just won't be able, will be able to run you over, and then you won't be able to get to that point where the Xayah is relevant. As two very aggressive jungle choices banned away here from Lucid. Bunch of his tanks still up and available, and that Maokai prevalence that we were kind of expecting, just not really there. Unless D+ thinks that they can lock it in second rotation, and then Carrier's just going to jump on the Orcs bandwagon of Maokai support being completely broken. But instead, it will be Aatrox. And when you look over at Xayah Rakan that don't necessarily have a lot of range, you can sort of see why the Aatrox would have a fair bit of value.
We'll see if DK is able to navigate. Also, we're going to figure out where exactly this Karma is going. We saw yesterday that in theory, Karma and Aatrox should be quite good. In practice, that isn't really how it ended up working out.
Oh, Vi.
And Zeus is, even though Dudu is really returning to form, which I think we all love to see, he did have a little bit of a, my team is losing a lot, so naturally a player's play will suffer. But he has been able to kind of bounce back from that. But you are playing into the best Aatrox in the league.
Ooh, this is danger.
This is dangerous from King and would probably require a lot more attention from his jungler. The Cassante, not a matchup you're going to be excited about, because we do expect Zeus to really pummel, has played this a ton. And
this is one of Carrier's specials.
Yeah, that really is a no Lucid. You don't get to play the game. This, though, kind of the same thing. The value of the Vi really is going to be pretty substantially mitigated. Same for the Rakan. If you have the ability to just eat your carries. And I gotta say, the Team 1 composition, you have great hard engage. You have what I assume will be a lethal tempo. Varus, Gumayusi both gets it frontline, and there's a lot of innate safety with the shielding from Orianna, as well as obviously the Kanch. That one is the no-brainer. And then you have a top-side matchup that I expect you'll be winning as well. So a lot has to come from Showmaker here, trying to find the early prio and maybe utilize that. Maybe that can be used to get either him or Lucid ahead, because the front and back of T1 with its composition, I think, is going to be really tough to deal with.
Indeed. I am a little bit worried for D+ with the fact that you mentioned that it's Showmaker that has to get himself ahead, but mitigating matchups has been something that Faker has really grown to be the best at. In the world, he can just make sure that you're stuck in lane, and even if he's not necessarily winning, he makes you stick around. He means that you're not able to get around and help the rest of your map, and Faker's teammates have been pretty good. As we saw in the last game, especially on that bottom side. Maybe it's this game that we'll see a bit more of Zeus, who is now on the Aatrox. Something that Kingen used to great effect. We'll see whether he does use his skin as well. That would be a definite
would love that.
way to
Cool
play
throwback.
that mental game. I really like that. Let's jump onto the Rift here for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alright. Already, we see an altered Q coming out from Showmaker here. Let's find a little bit of damage. As you can see, Gumayushi, a little pixel brush, spots out a few members of D+ making their way down, but he will be alright. This is dangerous though. As you can see, avoids the Q.
Okay.
And just, they'll accept the ghost and let him go.
And I think Guma should be pretty happy. Obviously, they weren't aware that he was there. I think so. Actually able to make out his way. Only has to use his ghost, which isn't going to be the end of the world. Is lethal tempo, as expected. You have a lot of extra safety, as well as a decent amount of frontline on DK. And the Kench means that you actually get to auto, which, you know, Varus unfortunately struggles with a lot. I really like the lethal tempo build. I feel like it's quite interesting in that both builds actually are really good at the moment. As Zeus is deciding to be a complete nuisance here.
Yep.
See if he's able to maybe reset a timer here, put Lucid on the back foot right from the get-go.
He's able to do so. Does make the Blue Sentinel a little bit upset at him before they do make their way back to the lane.
They do know this is happening, but I don't know if there's anything you can do, like the Q smite.
Yeah, how do you actually stop that one?
And the thing here is that Lucid specifically went W start, which is the best way to start off on Vi, as in the most damage and the best clear. But if you don't have Q, like, you can't really punish the Aatrox ever there.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, Owner's looking to
I was
wrap
about to say,
around.
like,
that's
I imagine you just clear, yeah.
Well, you can see we're looking for a little bit of a knock-up already. The Ignite is down as aiming looks for the Q. The flash forward, and Kellen grabs first blood in the bottom lane. They took last game personally.
And we see a smile on Aiming's face, and that's something that we haven't seen a lot in recent DK games. Really, really big win for them here. The Rakan picks up the kill. That is a little bit unfortunate, but this is the enemy AD carry still sitting on level 1.
Yeah.
Very low on the CS as well, and they needed that because their jungler is really suffering due to the early invade, and Zeus really making his presence known. And it is a cannon wave, so Guma will be able to pick up most of the CS, but still going to be a free back to come through here. And as we take a look, obviously there is no ghost available there. Guma thought that he could just walk it off, not able to, and good use of the level 2 power spike there from Kellen and Aiming.
Yeah, not actually opting to use that flash like you were talking about. Did get relatively close to getting himself out of the way. A lot was invested as Kellen making his way towards the mid lane once again as Faker. He's going to be snared. Not going to have to flash just yet though. Just not taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, Faker not very impressed with the gank.
Yeah.
Walks it off. And interestingly enough, what we do see is that Lucid has been able to keep up pretty decently here with the farm. I think Owner's pathing, even with him zoning away Lucid, didn't actually get anything but drop, I think, on the top side. Kind of wonder what happened for him not to just take the entire top side. Might be able to see maybe later on this space can shine some light on that. But does mean that right now DK sitting at a nice early lead. We are seeing some struggles though for Kingen already early on in this matchup, and Owner looking for a potential play. No summons on Kellen here.
Full information over to T1, seeing Lucid move himself down towards this bottom side. There's Kellen under the turret. Looks like Owner is going to just continue the back, so not going to be diving just yet. As Carrier just licking a minion there. And Amy and Kellen happy just to pick up the farm underneath the turret. They don't have the advantage in farm. As you can see, Gumayushi did a fantastic job getting himself back into a lead in that regard. Also has his Ghost back available as well, so a much more even lane state right here. And it was a cull that Aiming picked up as well, so you're not going to get a whole lot of extra power, as there is the grand entrance on the Carrier, and Carrier looks like he is not even slightly miffed about the whole situation.
Yeah, it's basically what you got out of it, right? You were able to skip, because I do think it can be kind of tough if you misplay into specifically the Kench and Varus, because Kench level 1 obviously is really, really good. So those early levels you get through for free, and then Aiming gets a free back, courtesy of Guma dying, and the call is going to naturally put him ahead. But not really anything game-breaking, and we are seeing Zeus showcase again his proficiency on this Aatrox as Owner. We'll see who's able to get off the Rel Classic, which is get all grubs at the same time, utilizing the Q. Looks like gonna
Close.
completely get it as Lucid might take a peek here.
Yeah, all very close. Being able to pick up one of them, isn't quite able to do so. So Ona gets all 3 grubs. Very nicely played.
Successful heist.
Indeed. Although it was in neutral territory, so... we got a grand entrance here on the bottom side of the map. Let's focus on that for a second as Keria has been ignited and still looks somewhat unperturbed. But he might need to be a little bit because that health bar is quite low. Aiming, throwing some feathers towards Gumayusi. Doesn't have a lot of damage just yet. D+ definitely playing so much better in this lane in comparison to last game, as Gumayusi is able to dodge himself out of the way, has the ghost this time around. Good movement, but he's still going down low. They do not manage to get the feather pullback to get any sort of snare. So Aiming and Kellen not going to find a kill.
Still going to be a window for DK. Is going to force Guma back, as well as Keria. Might be an opportunity here for Aiming and Kelling to, at the very least, get this crash in, then back. Don't think they'll be able to get a wave, and actually Guma ends up staying. Does have the safety of Owner nearby. Cancel is actually going to come through, which is quite nicely done there by Guma, but doesn't mean that Aiming is going to pick up the plate, because Lucid is also towards this side of the map. I think Aiming doesn't feel too scared. Click on it.
Yeah, there we go.
Cyricon.
They're both going to go.
Still gets to make his way home.
I got a little bit worried that he wasn't going to.
He would miss his ride.
But they actually managed to avoid having their backs cancelled by Keria earlier on by utilizing it, so I shouldn't have been silly. Third Q going to connect here from Zeus. And he's looking like he's just having the time of his life here in this lane right now. Going to find that Q as well, as Kingen able to dash away from the second one. But look at this. Zeus is just making sure that Kingen isn't allowed to walk towards this cannon minion. All out is going to be completely mitigated by the infernal chains.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah. Ooh. Those chains, timing from Kingen a little bit off there.
Yeah, it didn't quite work, and All Out would have felt pretty good in that particular moment right there, but unfortunately, doesn't quite work.
He's also itemized into specifically Bramble, right? So he really is itemizing for this lane, trying to get the most out of the early value. Obviously, Zeus, even with Aatrox doing mostly QRS, also still getting a decent amount of auto attacks in rather, but I think on the rest of the team, it's not necessarily going to get you too much, as we do have some aggression here, but I don't think either team is really going to be looking to escalate that objective on the bottom side of the map, as T1 did pick themselves up this early dragon.
Tell you what though, certainly looking like a lot more of a game at this stage.
It is a game.
Yeah, 8.5 minutes into game number 1, and it was looking like T1 were running the show. This time around, D+ a little bit more present, a little bit more able to find some opportunities. And First Blood, still the only kill in this game thus far. Lucid looking to try and opt into finding something else here, as Keria going to be engaged on. Vault Breaker going to come in as well, as Showmaker's making his way down. Gets the flash out from the Tahm Kench, and that will be valuable. Targeting this guy is going to be important, as Chains of Corruption going to come in there as Featherstorm comes down. Very aggressive move from Aiming, as Gumayusi's down low, but Ona will turn up, looking to try and save his bottom lane, and that is going to work out here as Faker reaps the rewards in mid.
And we do see there Showmaker making his way down towards the bot side of the map with Karma. The roam does end up working out, but unfortunately for him, Faker is able to get the crash in early, not a cannon wave, so Showmaker is going to have to pay for this. And they're not actually able to get a kill there. Area.
Yeah, Grand Entrance coming in. Another Ignite is down as well, but only one feather does pass through. Battle Dance going to have to be utilized here by Kellen, uses the second charge as well, as Aiming just taking shot after shot. The flash is late, but it's still going to be enough there, as the Magnet Storm does pull back the Rakan, but Lucid looking for his opportunity. The flash forward doesn't work there from Kellen. The carrier not going to go aggressive. There is the Mantra and Cuba. Gumayusi sidesteps it. It's not going to be enough to keep him alive. And now carrier, I think, knows his fate. Looks for the tongue lash to try and find a cheeky little kill, but Showmaker might be gifted too. Aiming actually going to be the one that collects that, as Faker continues to mow down the minions.
And Faker gonna build a lead in the 1v1, but at least Showmaker got that kill, and initially DK not able to find any success on that play, but with Showmaker and Lucid sticking around after Keria and Guma try to get something going, actually getting the kills towards that bot side, ends up putting DK at a gold lead yet again. And this is very much a game, Atlas, and after the last one, I'm just happy that we get to watch some actual League of Legends.
And Lucid actually looking to try and potentially pressure, but it looks like it's not going to happen. And Ona going for 6 out of 6 on the grubs. Is the satisfaction? The satisfaction's coming, right? Oh, no. Just died a little bit too early. There we go. That was still pretty satisfying.
It was okay. Could have been better.
It could. As Carrier doesn't have flash, remember. Grand entrance just going to be sidestepped, though, and he is able to get himself out of the way because the CC was down, and so the Abyssal dive is going to work out. We'll check this one out once again. And Carrier just sent it, I guess.
Yeah, this is one of those, I'm not sure if he was looking for the cancel. And the big thing here is that Owner is first to the play. So initially it looks like everything is working out. They still have the ultimate as well. But the big difference maker here, obviously, is the fact that Showmaker is on his way. So Kellen extends the play, doesn't end up going down. And then even with the sidestep, the flash Q from Lucid there ensures that, although I think that Owner actually was able to catch that one, still gets him in position to take down the Varus, and then they ensure that aiming actually picks up the kill here. They do have to pay for it though in mid, which is why we see Faker currently being up about 20 CS, but with the kill still going over to Showmaker, that about evens out if you don't calculate the plates, which is why the gold, even though it's 3 and 0, is still so even.
It is. It's only about 200 in favor of D+. And like I was saying, it's because they've been investing a lot into this bottom lane. You can see that has equated to Aiming and Kellen being a decent chunk ahead, but it also means that the rest of the map belongs to T1. And especially this top side where Zeus is starting to run away with the matchup, moving towards a 30 CS lead, which is kind of absurd on this Aatrox. Once a few more of these big tanky items, especially with the fact that Kingen is itemizing 4 lane, should mean that it's not going to be kill threat or anything like that. But still, if Zeus finds himself in a team fight and can run amok, it could be very dangerous times. We saw what Dudu did yesterday, and that was pretty ridiculous. As now Ona looking for an opportunity. They haven't started off this Drake, as now Kellen burning down. He's able to get himself out, and now Carrier looking for his opportunity. Tongue not going to find too much, though.
And I was about to say, this is a big test for DK, because I feel like they haven't really been able to find any team fight, not just in this game or last game, but in recent games, right? They just haven't been able to really string together any super convincing looking team fight, and right there Kellen goes in very overeager, gets punished, and that'll be the second Drake going over to T1.
Unless its teleport is going to come in. There is the teleport, but this Drake is just going to go. Can they find a team fight on the back end, though, is the question. Mantra Q does a fair bit of work here as Showmaker looking to make his way over. Magnus Storm is the engage on top of him. The Shockwave is fantastic, but not enough damage. And the rail's going to go down all out onto Carrier as Kingen looks to catch up to him, but it does not work. Dissonance movement speed's going to be there, and Zeus, he's parked in the top lane. He's going to grab first turret blood.
Oh, I'm going to call not worth on that one. Yes, they get the 1 kill onto Owner, but on the top side, your turret's going to fall. Like, Zeus is going to be up 40 CS as well as a full turret, and you invest a double teleport as well.
Yeah, that is a lot. It's Carrier. He's going to dive on over, gets himself a Feather Storm for his trouble. A bit more damage now coming out of aiming, but nothing really that Carrier is too worried about, especially as he's just going to go back as we'll see this one more time.
I think Kellen actually gets saved by the Magnet Storm here, which is very funny because it pulls him away from Doom.
Oh, true.
And as a result, the Rakan doesn't end up going down. And then Carrier is the only one that is even remotely in threat range, so he is not really too worried. They don't want to risk too much, but that does mean that Zeus, if they can take him down, that'd be really good. If he gets a kill, though, even a single one would already be very much not worth.
You were talking about the fact that D+ were pretty keen to flip the game in the last one. It looks like they are going for a different playstyle this time around, not wanting to opt into more of these hyper-aggressive plays. Because, of course, they knew they had a man advantage going for that double TP. That was more of a by the numbers, we're winning. And I respect it.
It's still aggression, but it's tempered.
Yeah.
Which we all know is better.
Sort of like strategy. As now Aiming and Zeus going to be fighting one another. There is the flash forward quickness there as well, as Zeus in a bunch of trouble. Still does a fair bit of work and still is able to heal a lot. And now Kellen just really wants to try and stop him. It's not going to work out there, and he will survive. And that means T1, with man advantage in mid, will be able to take down that outer turret. Very nicely played. And Zeus, just cool, calm, and collected.
Hey, Kellen invested flash as well. Like, he got 1v2. His team got the mid lane turret, and he didn't even have to invest a summoner. Okay, now he should be dead.
Or at least have to flash, right? Well, he does. Yeah, there was a Vi there this time around. So cease and desist. Cease and desist, making us look a bit silly. So
Finally punished.
Yeah, there we go. Will be taken down. And so that is bounty gold going on over here as well. Certainly good news. So Showmaker has his Malignance now completed. Redemption is done here for Kellen as well. Some items are starting to be strung together. But T1, they still have 2 dragons. It's an Ocean Soul, so not exactly the most valuable. But the fact that they're only down 200 gold still...
Love this.
It's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, a bit of a heart monitor.
This really is an indication as well of really, there hasn't been a significant gold lead for either team, right? Like the highest we've gotten is about 700. It just keeps going very slightly up, very slightly down. And yeah, we did see the pinks go down. TK did have a suspicion. And the reason why we haven't really made any grand statements yet is I do think both these compositions scale quite nicely. When you look at what they're able to do in a team fight, right? If you look at, on one hand, you have the front line of DK. I think the Vi only is really going to struggle in the later game fights because Kench makes it really, really hard to play out. But if you have Cassante and Xayah, Rakan, like you can win any late game fight.
True.
There is a lot of power in that. The only thing I would be worried about is eventually you're going to reach a point where I think if Zeus ever gets into the backline and there isn't a Featherstorm available, you can like get a flank off of that Aatrox and then maybe follow up with either an ultimate from Faker or something once the Featherstorm is down. That could be really hard to play out. Also want to see how DK uses the prio that Karma should provide you consistently to reliably get themselves the objective first, because I think that's where they've really struggled the most. And picking up an Ocean Soul when you already have a Karma could be a really big boon here for DK and maybe bring us to a third game.
Exactly what we want. We also just want to see D+ looking like they've dealt with some of their issues, right? Game number 1 didn't give us a whole lot of, I guess, hope. But this is certainly looking a whole lot better. Of course, we know that Aiming absolutely loves any opportunity he gets to hop onto the Xayah. Same thing can be said for Kellen and his Rakan as he goes in once again. They're looking for Ona, who will get charmed by the quickness, and he looks to be going down. There we go, Lucid locks down that kill. Now Carrier going to be slowed up and is going to have to flash to get himself out of the way. Faker once again hitting turrets. Every time there's a fight, I feel like they're taking something on the map.
He's chovying.
He is.
He actually is. As we do see, Zeus gets his ultimate forward. I wonder what the miscommunication was there, because Carrier did have Devour. So I don't know if he wanted to wait till the very end. Faker still not in the slightest impressed, just continues to push on there. And I do think that you're not going to get this inner turret. You need to actually take the dragon. And they've delayed that a significant amount. Someone needs to go back, or Faker is just going to get an init.
Yeah, no, and he's just going to hit it.
He's going to get another
until they convince him not to. So Soul Point not going to be picked up by T1. They will break an inhibitor turret. They might also take down Carrier. That would certainly be a good thing here for D+, but it's the grander problem is your base is dying. That is grub value right there.
6 grubs!
Yeah.
Yeah, Faker is, I don't know how much gold he's sitting on right now, but he is running, giggling to the bank as soon as his back completes.
He's a minute ahead of the clock as well, as he is just going to distance himself away from Lucid. So it's going to, like, I mean, this money is still sitting in the pocket. It's just going to take him a little bit longer to spend it. Now he should have an opportunity.
As a result, there's no gold lead again for T1. Yeah. And we'll take another look here. Owner is level 11 in his rel, so generally you feel very tanky. But with the amount of CC that's available, there you go.
Oh, the charm.
Charm from Kellen.
Yeah,
so actually really nicely done there by him. Carrier doesn't get to devour his buddy. And then this is just straight up a mistake from Carrier. Like they're on the ward.
Yeah.
This is not him getting surprised. Does end up going down. And you know, if you're really, really leaning, you might be like, no, that was the call. Carrier sacrifices himself so we get the. I think he could have just stayed a little bit further back and achieved the same as Charge coming in here.
Yep.
Response from DK.
Herald just going to wrap it around, and Ono, very nice driving there. Beautiful stuff. King will be able to deal with it, so the Herald is not going to take down the turret completely. Faker probably happy with that, wants to try and kill every single turret on the map by himself. Will be aided a little bit, but at least he'll be able to get up to the turret and take all of the local gold. Yeah, he's like a very, very, very long way ahead.
And it's very funny because Zeus also has been ganked, has basically not received any attention from his team at any point whatsoever, and is sitting on basically the same gold lead. Yeah, not even by taking turrets, just by doing a really good job here with the CS, currently sitting on the most in the game.
Yeah, aiming does have the largest amount of gold, but it's the fact that it's spread over 3 members of T1, the most important ones, to have money. That is the dangerous part. And you mentioned it already, the fact that D+ have been struggling with team fights. We just haven't really seen one so far this game that is sort of on even footing, right? And we are now going to see D+ tend to some of these side lanes, grab themselves this outer turret that should be able to get themselves into a gold lead once again. As Lucid backing away. Baron has just spawned about a minute ago. Something that they might be able to consider. Of course, lethality Varus, sorry, the on-hit Varus does do a lot of damage to Baron, especially after a couple of items have been completed. Rageblade should be on the way. A lot of consistent work can be done there. And Orianna, of course, herself does offer a fair bit at the same time. So something that T1 could consider, and of course it's T1, so they're probably considering it.
Even Rel, right, is able to chew for it pretty quickly. Showmaker
the amount
also,
of secure you have as well.
Yeah, Showmaker also going for AP build, which he's a mid laner, so we expected it, but we're happy nonetheless. Went for the Horizon focus build that we saw Chovy go for as well. Yep. And actually, as you can see, it turns out Karma can do some quite respectable damage when built appropriately.
Yep.
And now the question becomes, how do DK actually play around these objectives? Because we do see, I think, that with both their solo laners being so far behind, actually getting Cryo reliably is really hard. There's also Guma, who I think has an easier time than the Xayah being much shorter range, of reliably getting these side lanes shoved in. So they do need to be careful, but I think their poke with this Karma should be enough to do good on neutral setups if they actually make a call, right? You need to force T1 to do something, because otherwise, as we have seen, T1 are not going to break. They're not going to fall for the bluff. They're just like, no, we're going to keep pushing. Like, we don't care. You're not committing to this.
You have to engage and try to kill us, otherwise we will take all of your side lane stuff. No matter what that is. There is, in fact, a naked inhibitor in the top lane. And that is because an Orianna just wandered down the lane the entire way and killing everything that was in front of her.
Mid is still standing as well. So there actually is a lot of safety here for T1.
And Owner, he's taking a few cues here from Showmaker, but doesn't seem to be too worried about it. He's very tanky right now on this Rel, as Kellen really wants to find that engage option. They have to respect the orb, though. Faker is making sure that he's keeping them honest. Good control of vision around this area, as once again, Showmaker just finding some cues onto Owner over and over again. And Faker possibly isolated, as Kingen is going to walk himself up. There he is able to find him with a bit of the jump scare there, but they do just back away immediately. And you can see, oh, okay, Kumushi could be in trouble. There is a really nice chance of corruption to keep him safe. Kellen gets himself out of there as well. They are keeping their health bars relatively high, as Lucid lying in wait off on the side, wanting to stop an Aatrox flank angle potentially. As now they're looking for Faker. Shockwave is just used on top of his head. Bit of a mistake there from the GOAT, as Carrier devours him, and he's not going to be punished too much for that one, as Zeus slinks into the brush. Oh my goodness, they get the ward down, the World Ender comes in, and now the Featherstorm is there for aiming. That'll keep him safe for now, as Owner is getting so low, and Lucid dives on top of the Aatrox, but it's not going to be enough to stop him ripping them to shreds. They get the knockup, but is it going to be enough? The answer's no, he is just too big. And Owner able to jump in on top. It's a double kill for Faker as well, and somehow it's a clean ace.
And T1 didn't get a single kill up until this point. The flank from Zeus ends up being enough.
And we were talking about this as well. Is he just going to do the doo-doo flank angle thing that we saw yesterday?
He did.
And he did exactly the doo-doo flank angle thing that we saw yesterday.
They get the Nash. They get the Dragon. They are setting up Soul Point. They're denying a possible stacking of these Ocean Drakes. And they're going to chew for this. There won't be any opportunity for DK to really do anything against this. And this starts off so well, right? Because as mentioned, there is no change for Guma. Faker isn't able to actually, or rather ults himself, so doesn't actually get anything going. The Carrier devours him, sure, but it looks like there should still be an opportunity. And they know. They have a suspicion that Zeus is there, and it just doesn't matter, right? Like, they try to focus down this Aatrox. Lucid doesn't hit the Q, but ults, follows up with the ult immediately, but it just isn't enough. The moment Aatrox starts resetting, you're just not ever going to win that team fight. The backline of T1 is completely safe amidst all this. Aiming also doesn't actually get the perfect cooldown, right? Like, you're looking ideally to really shred for the entire enemy team. But wasn't really an angle there, and you can see, like, what do you do?
Yep, no translation needed for that one. That was not exactly what D+ were aiming for. That was unintended pun. And T1, they will just push. And remember, they can, if they take this inhibitor turret, they can move up towards the top lane and grab another one there. Possibly a flank angle coming in here from Kellen as there's the quickness. The Devour comes out immediately. Faker in relative safety. There's the shockwave as well. They're trying to keep themselves alive, and it's a good redemption as Owner will be punished. So D+, they invest a whole lot of their health bars, but they are able to get at least one off the back of it.
And crucial there was no Aatrox. That was the problem in the last fight. There was no Aatrox this time, as Zeus was pushing in a side lane. It is going to be a small win here with Owner going down, but the unfortunate reality is the rest of the carries for T1 still very much available. And they're still able to get the inner, so the gold lead's still going to Balloon. But at the very least, the inhibitors stay up for now. And that is something that DK can cling on to. They're not looking too hot at bringing us to that third game is Lucid.
Yeah, looking for the angle here. Doesn't have Cease and Desist available. Will be able to find the Vault Breaker into Faker. Goes golden once again. Knock up, not going to work out there for Kellen as Carrier just walks at him menacingly. And, okay, Kingen, can you make this one happen? They managed to take down the Tahm Kench. Zeus, once again, he gets himself into the fight, aiming, taking all of the damage in the universe. But the Kassante's doing some Kassante things. Faker able to take him down in the end. But look at this. The world does seem to be ending here as Showmaker tries to put him on a leash. It's not quite working. At least he's able to slow him down. As the Inner Flame comes out once again, and Zeus does need to be careful, so he will back away.
And that's as good as you're going to get. DK actually ends the Baron push there by finding 3 kills, I think it was in the end, or 2 kills maybe, but at the very least...
3 if you include the initial pick on him.
Yeah, exactly. Right, they didn't get Faker. As we do see here, the flank from Lucid actually working out, miraculously surviving there thanks to the redemption, as well as the shield from Karma to come through. And right here, you see them trying to get Faker. Lucid, I think, suspected that Faker might try to juke, but doesn't want to risk it. Uses his flash to guarantee the damage to come through. And then here, they actually get a pretty good front to back, right? Because of the positioning of this fight, it really is only Zeus doing damage to the front line. Gumayushi unfortunately gets Cassante, and then Zeus does get kited out. Makes it look very, very close. Showmaker, if he doesn't dodge the chains from this 3 levels up Aatrox, he's 100% dead. But DK, at the very least, live to fight another day.
Yep, also the tether keeping Showmaker alive. There are a few things that worked out in order to stop that Aatrox from really rolling over once again. So the gold gap, 6,000. As we can see here, the heart monitor that we saw earlier on is going to pale in comparison to that Baron play, the ace, and what T1 managed to pick up in that moment. Not over just yet. But this is now a much more uphill battle than what the even game state was earlier on. Still, I mean, Karma is pretty powerful on this patch. Might have some opportunities to get something done.
Yeah, the only downside is that Showmaker, by making these plays for his team, has actually been behind his Faker.
Okay, they're going for the angle here. His quickness into the backline. Kellen just taking so many arrows, and Gumayushi's going to lock that one down. Owner getting himself in there as Kerry gets the knock-up onto aiming. Good feather pull, but Kerry is just keeping him out of the fight. Lucid now trying to be a frontline for him as they dive on in. Kerry gets a double knock-up, and the flashes are now raining in, but they've lost the Xayah, and that means they've lost the fight. Carrier looks like a solo laner, and he also thinks like one as well as he looks for the 1v1 against the low-health Kingen. Kingen is the Cassante, right? So he's feeling okay about it. Zeus gonna have to come on over and finish the job, but it is going to work out. Ocean Soul gonna be gifted to T1, and that may have just been the metaphorical straw that broke the camel's back.
Just isn't enough damage available here. As we take a look, they try and go in really hard on Faker, but crucially, they don't hunt it to Zurium. So he gets the Zhonya's, and then the re-engage from T1 is really tough to deal with. Owner CCs everyone, Faker gets devoured, and while all of that is happening, Kellen ends up going down to the damage that is available from the T1 backline. And then from this point on, they're just trying to get out as much as they can. They are able to clear the wave, so they're not going to lose their Nexus just yet. But still not looking too good here for DK. They're clinging on to this game, but T1 pick up the Ocean Soul off the back of that as well.
Feels like they've lost all but the Nexus at this point.
Yeah.
Do at least have some inhibitors up and available, so the map isn't suffocating them completely. But it does feel like T1 have hit their stride in this game. 7,000 gold the lead. Ocean Soul now in their back pocket as well. So D+, can you find the miracle fight? Can you try to get yourself the next Baron? It is up and available. And if they're able to win a flip or something like that, there could be an opportunity here, but it is looking so difficult. Look at Faker, 10 stacks on his Dark Seal. He just bought himself a really cool hat. He's got a cane, got a timepiece. Timepiece back off cooldown now as well. I wonder when the Rabbiden's Death Gap is going to come off cooldown. I've always wondered what the active is for the Death Cap that just tends to come up sometimes on the Spectator client.
Maybe you get a cool mustache to go with the hat.
Oh, that would be really
Or like a wizard's beard.
I mean, there are some champions like Vi, perfect example. You can toggle the shades on and off. Maybe maybe you actually can just put on the hat. Maybe that's what the cooldown is.
Put on the hat and grow the beard immediately.
Yeah, that would just be brilliant. Faker going to give away their position here, but I just don't know whether D+ can actually get themselves over to this Baron. T1 are going to back away though. Just opting in for a 5v5. It's been working out really well so far. You may as well continue down that track.
They need some of this Karma poke to land, but I don't know if at this point it is enough. Showmaker, as mentioned, helped out his team a lot, but didn't really get to stay on parity with the items, with the CS, had to sacrifice so much.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that there's Ocean Soul now, which means that landing that poke is going to be mitigated all that more quickly. They do have Oblivion Orb on the Karma, I guess there's that, but I don't think it's going to be enough, especially when T1 can just slink off into the Fog of War that they've created so much of in this game. You can see the vision toggle here.
There is vision, so like, you are not doing Nash. We don't know where you are, but most likely in the brush. And hey, aiming now, getting to his 4th item. Maybe if Showmaker can finish another, that would be something as,
yeah, there's the Baron.
Over the wall. That's gone.
Yep. T1 are going to be able to lock that one down. I don't think realistically DK had very many opportunities to get over there, but
no,
this should be almost backbreaking for D+. Being able to defend these Baroned up waves is going to be very difficult. He's going to have to try and find themselves a team fight to be able to get anything done here. And he's going to be able to help secure this. Everyone getting a blue buff. Now, the map is going to shrink, is what's going to happen. T1 going to get themselves together, push all of the lanes. You can see Gumushi, he's taking the bottom side, and Zeus already getting to work on that top lane. Faker will find himself a reset, 4-0-4, and he's not too bothered. You know, care's not found, I guess, because he's going to build a Magi's. He's already got 10 pages in that book.
Might as well.
I think he might be continuing the memoir, let's just say that.
I think you're going to need a whole lot more than 10 pages for that one.
Well,
maybe he
at least 25, I think. At least 25 is what it's going up to. And maybe the publisher is going to say, that'll be enough for the first installment. We're going to sell this series.
That's what gets you the advance.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's the first 25, and then, you know, 25 after that, 25 after that. And it's a subscription model, I'm pretty sure.
Everything's a subscription model nowadays,
these days, subscription model. Anyway, D+ going to try to convince Owner to leave the area, but instead they are opting in for this kill onto the Aatrox. He does just pop like a balloon. That's what happens when you can't push your buttons. T1 are just going to destroy this bottom inhibitor turret. DK going to look to try and back, and they got an Aatrox once again, and they lost their base as a result. Once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we are looking for like a really deep flank opportunity, because they are a member up. They're setting up a lot of vision. I think they're hoping to maybe try and get something going here, but at the same time, like without aiming there isn't really an opportunity here. We'll see. They are spotted on vision. They do have a pretty decent idea. This could be the Hail Mary that gets DK back in the game.
Yeah, and they see the fact that aiming is walking on in. Kellen gives away his position relatively early, though.
That should be it. I think they needed to pull the trigger there. Zeus is going to be up in 15 seconds. That could have been the Elder.
Yeah, 13 seconds now is teleport available. So not going to be an opportunity for D+ to flip anything, right? If the teleport was down, maybe you'd think you'd have a bit of extra time.
Hey, they're on the map. And
True.
Lucid has been around an Elder flip or two.
He has. He certainly has. For quite a few years as well, we might add. Faker taking some damage here from Showmaker, who does have his hat now completed. See whether Lucid can do what is, against Rel, sometimes considered the impossible.
They got to find a miracle here, Atlas.
They got to pull the trigger because this Elder is going down extraordinarily low. And there is Zeus looking for that angle to make his way into this fight. D+, you're going to have to try and pull the trigger. They're not going to be able to take it. And there's the flash forward from Gumayusi. Does not find the Chains of Corruption. The carrier finds the tongue lash onto Showmaker. They're trying their very best to get themselves out of the way. As Owner a little bit early on the Magnet Storm, as now the cease and desist is going to come through onto Gumayusi, but Lucid is just going to burn down. The Wrath of the Dragon will land on his head. And T1, they're not going to be stopped now. Exodia has been completed and the Nexus is in their sights.
And T1 going to push 4-2-0 here, putting them in first place.
Yeah, there is the grand entrance. They're going to be able to find a little bit of flipperoonie onto Faker here, who does manage to Zhonya's. There's the Devour though. And aiming, trying to just keep Zeus at arm's length. He might be able to do so as he dashes away and not going to quite work out there. T1 still have some Nexus turrets to deal with. Maybe the Eulogy started a little early there, Atlas.
Hold up.
Well, this inhibitor's going to go down, so it's 3 inhibs. So maybe the Eulogy just needs to be extended a little bit longer.
Keep coming in.
Yeah, teleport is going to bring Faker back in once again. Featherstorm going to come down as Carrier just standing on top of him. There goes Kellen. And Gumayusi, he's still alive. He's still got full health as aiming is just going to get CC'd and destroyed. There's the double. Showmaker's up, but he's going to miss the Q. And the Wrath of the Dragon comes out of Faker. They will be able to take down the Nexus. T1 2-0 against D+, and they will claim first place in the LCK.
And game number 1 was a complete shellacking. In game number 2, DK made them work for it.
They did.
They actually pushed T1 to an extent that I didn't think was going to happen coming into today. At the same time, though, in those team fights like that, going from 0 kills, being down 7-0, and yes, obviously that is a bit of a, that's a bit of a misdirection given how the gold actually looked, given how the global objectives looked. But going from that to just a clean ace and effectively winning the game off of that one play, that's a T1 special.
Yeah. It feels like it happens more than it should for this particular team. When they choose to pull the trigger, they choose the right time to do so. And it works out in this game once again. Zeus, brilliant performance on the Aatrox. Where did the POG vote go? I don't know where I would necessarily. I haven't considered it at all.
It to me was up to either Zeus or Faker. Faker because he just played a really clean game.
He did take down a lot of structures.
Yeah, he PvE'd very well.
Yes.
He had the one ulti, that was a mistake. But I think that what really enabled Faker was also the fact that Carrier played really well in the team fights. And I think Zeus, one is lane by himself. The one team fight that mattered in the game also by himself. And from that point, it was that one play. He TP'd behind them, he killed everyone, and then it was done.
Yep. And it was then just kind of a little bit over.
It really was.
Yeah. And I think one thing that I took away from the D+ performance was the turnaround from game 1 to game 2, right? Because I feel like a lot of the expectations that were very low for D+ coming into the series were somewhat mitigated by the turnaround that they were able to achieve. I think Kingen had a decent series. I mean,
it was fun.
Zeus did find a lot of angles, but Kingen was a liability in the previous week. He was not a liability in this series. Aiming had a bit of a horror game 1, but it looked, as comfortable as he often is on the Xayah in game 2. And Kellen still made aggressive moves even after having a rough one in the first game, and did find a few of these good moments that we are probably going to see in a few of these highlights. So not all the worst news here for D+, and it was going to be a very difficult series for them to win in general.
Karma remains definitely not good and
an unwinning champion, yes.
As has been the case, unfortunately. We'll see when Karma does pick up her first win. But yeah, the team fighting from T1, I think, is something that DK realistically wasn't going to be able to match here today. And they definitely did not.
I wonder how many...
wonder how many times we've seen a champion be 100% presence and 100% loss at the same time.
I'm sure there's been some Azir Manas where that has happened. That wouldn't surprise me. Faker's stopwatches, though, this game were really, really good. And I think you can kind of sense the desperation from DK as well, as they have a lot of dive into Kench. Faker also went, and this, like, the luxury that his money allowed him, has been able to very early on pick up a second stopwatch, or second-time stopwatch rather, so he just really wasn't at a risk of going down. Zeus allegedly built lethality. I didn't see it in-game, because he was full health every single team fight. But I swear he did.
There were a couple of times where he got picked but that was about it. And Faker's Zhonya's usage, I think, makes up for the hula hoop that he utilized in the mid lane. Because every time he just baited them for about as long as was possible.
And the Kench from Carrier, I think, really that's the
I mean, it's
5-head
it's always a treat. For good and bad, often like he just goes in, and we love him for it. Stomp Kench is very aggressive. When it did have a bit of a reputation here in the LCK, let's just say that. Prior to Carrier picking up the champion, having a listen. Zeus, not sounding like he was too impressed. Did get caught a couple of times, but I think still had a great series. Aiming did a lot of damage, but look at this, complete flatline until T1 won.
Yeah, you can't even see, because T1 also had little gold leads there, like, it's not even visible because of how immediately the game was blown up with one play.
Yeah. I think that this is the team that does this the most, though.
They are.
They just cruise, they coast, they're like, oh, but now we're really strong and they're out of position a little bit. Let's kill all of them.
Because what Gen G does, they also have slower early games, but it feels a bit more gradual. Like they kind of slowly take over the map.
They macro themselves into gold advantages and then suffocate you out that way. Didn't quite happen here, but I believe we have the space standing by to break down that game number 2. A lot more of a game than game number 1. Take it away, boys.
Thank you, casters. We are indeed standing by here, sitting at the space. And that was a game number 2 that was, you know, as you guys already said, it was just kind of going steady until T1-1. So what happened in this one, guys?
Yeah, it feels like one of those frustrating games where you're ahead and kills. It feels like you're making the positive plays, but you're not really able to translate. There was some rough macro decisions in the mid game as well from D+, and you know, as much as game 1 was a stomp, and obviously that's never good to see, this one kind of feels a bit frustrating because D+ had some positive signs, but weren't able to translate into a win.
It's a game that reminds you that League of Legends is not really always about kills, especially in the early game. You could see a kill lead like that and see the 7-0, and everyone would be like, well, D+ was winning. But frankly, they really weren't actually winning at all at any point. And let's talk about the draft, because the draft for me is the biggest reason why T1 was able to win this game. It's once again a Xayah pick here with the Rakan. They put the Karma in mid lane. They didn't want to try to play into the Varus bottom side. No one has played Karma bot yet, which makes me very sad, but I digress. The biggest problem is the Aatrox can so easily get on top of this low-range composition that doesn't really have any other threats, and Faker just countered any engage options that they had with Zhonya's. Like, he got so much value out of Zhonya's this game, and what are you trying to do with D+ with a Xayah that's ahead, a Karma that's ahead, when Faker is literally pushing your inhibitor and there's no macro response? If you can kill Faker, you can take him off the map, you can remove a lot of his gold, you can catch Zeus and take away his opportunities to get farmed up and get big, then maybe you don't actually lose the game off of one fight where Zeus flanks and you just get completely wiped. But that's the problem with Xayah Rakan, and if Xayah has money and she dies instantly, it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, I feel like as well, the power of the Orianna was really on display. Obviously, the Zhonya's was a massive factor in terms of surviving. There's a reason we've seen this pick permanently banned, and the Aatrox in the hands of Zeus as well. The amount of gold both solo laners have really offset the advantages bought. And I feel like if you get to team fights against Orianna Aatrox, it's so hard to play from that position. You have the high impact ult, which can obviously start the fight off, and then as soon as Aatrox gets resets, it's just boom.
And we did see that, and we can take a look at that fight actually 23 minutes into the game. Again, not much was going on in the first 23 minutes other than DK getting kills and finding picks here and there. And we thought here, oh, okay, maybe they're going to get Faker. He makes a little mistake. But this is all just potentially, I don't know if it was on purpose, but it does bait them into a bad spot.
I mean, so many times we saw Faker walk up into engage range, press Zhonya's, get devoured, and then Zeus shows up. And D Plus played into this about 3 times in, past 20 minutes where, and this is the first of those times where you just get completely obliterated. Aiming does very little with his feather callback here, and he just can't actually auto any priority targets. He's too low range, and Zeus is just having a field day.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of seeing again why there was such a high priority on these tank junglers before we went to the break. It's kind of weird how we saw them fall off a little bit, people leaning towards things like the Lee Sin and the Xin Zhao. The amount of damage that the Rel is capable of soaking, like you saw the damage numbers from Aim in this game, and yet it just didn't feel like he could cut through this one Rel who is just such a bulky target.
Yeah, the Rel was, built a couple of really strong tank items, the Frozen Heart, the Canic Rookern, and then she just kind of ran at them. And we can take a look at the second highlight as well. This one was in the mid lane, and essentially a similar spot. They try to engage onto some of the weaker targets. They press Zhonya's, and then the turn comes.
It was such a high-value Zhonya's this game, because especially you see when a lot of these plays open up, they're looking for windows where the Tahm Kench is away from one of the priority targets, and Faker positions in a way where, yeah, he's split away from Tahm. They can't go for Varus, who the Tahm is next to, and the Zhonya's just buys enough time for Keria to move over and bring out the safety net, and as soon as the re-engage comes through, T1 have it in the bag.
You could see in this fight, too, it was a split engage. There's Kellen is moving towards the right side of the fight, and they're actually going to Faker, because Kellen's like, I have tried to knock up a Zhonya's to Orianna a few too many times this game. He's split on the call, but what are you going to do? If you don't actually force that Zhonya's at a Faker, he's going to hit you with a shockwave. So it just really showcases, I think, this Xayah Rakan is way past its prime right now in this meta. It should not be picked. It's on an insane losing streak, I think now 9 games in a row. Mostly only being picked, by the way, by our weaker teams. D+, they're on the east side right now, and they're the 9th.
Yeah. Kind of interesting that DK kind of makes that list as one of the weaker teams at this point in the LCK. But guys, let's take a look at the POG after game number 2. We had a couple of names in mind, and it's going to be Faker. And he did not die a single time. And of course, it bait them excellently with the Zhonya's multiple times.
Not for lack of trying. I feel like him and Keria, who was kind of that safety net with the Tahm Kench, really just made this Orianna feel like it was invincible, but the Zhonya's value was massive, and just finding the turnarounds on all these plays. And you see time and time again, they throw everything in the kitchen sink in on this Orianna, and it just never was enough.
I mean, the re-engages from Owner also fantastic this game. Zeus had that one big flank that was the starting point for T1's winning. I wouldn't say it was a comeback necessarily, because with the side lane pressure that both Faker and Zeus put on the entire game, I think arguably they were ahead the entire time, but Faker will actually take solo possession of first place with this POG pickup at 500.
Yeah, not too surprising. I think individually he's playing really strong, and mid lane feels very impactful at the moment. So on a team like T1 where they're winning all the time, Faker just pick up a bunch of those POGs. We get some votes for top. We get 3 votes for top. Actually, only 1 for owner, and then we got a couple for Keria as well. What do you guys think about that vote?
I think it's pretty fair, honestly. I feel like a lot of those clips, you can see the stopwatch impact, but then it's like, okay, the stopwatch runs out, the Zhonya's runs out, and then Keria just kind of slides in to bring him to safety. So I like the call out. It wasn't the POG for me, but, fair vote.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty good. I mean, he obviously followed up on a lot of those Zhonya's, so. And he had a decent game, some nice engages as well.
Well, guys, we do have the interview ready and waiting, so I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the translation. Let's get into that right now. Oh, not yet. I thought it was ready, but we do have some extra time. So, D+, not... oh, okay, it's ready now. Guys, we do have the interview, and let's go to Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Keria and Faker on the side of T1. Congratulations! Keria, you received unanimous POG votes. How do you feel? I believe DK is a great team. And with our return from the holiday break, we're playing in a new patch, and I believe that we're able to adapt really well, and I'm very happy about today's win. And Faker, with 500 POG points, you are the holder of the sole position of rank 1. How do you feel? I don't pay much attention to POG votes or getting POG. I feel like my teams played around me really well, and they set everything up, so I think that's why we won today. In game 1, let's talk about bot lane, Keria. We saw an interesting draft where T1 picked Kalista Ashe and the enemy took Varus and Pyke, a very powerful duo on each side. So what was the main goal of the laning phase? So from Pyke's perspective, I feel like it's as long as we don't play so that it's free for him, I feel like on stage it's actually really easy to face him. So that's how you displayed Ashe's true powers in game 1. And your Ashe dealt even more damage than your AD carry. And given it was a B1 pick, was there any particular reason she became such a high priority pick? I feel like it really depends on how the drafting goes, but when it comes to our teams specifically, given our champion pools, I feel like we were able to create a good picture for Ashe to be picked. And with the Ashe, you got 2 solo kills and 3 duo kills. Are you content with your AD carry skills?
평소에는 잘 모르겠는데 대회장만 가면은 좀 잘 돼가지고 오늘도 굉장히 잘 돼서 좀
I feel like on a normal basis, I don't know about how good I am in my AD carry skills, but I feel like every time I'm on stage, I do pretty well as an AD carry. And in game 1, we heard Faker expressing his disappointment with the lack of kills he got. And with the 1 kill he got at the end, he shouted, "Yes, 1 kill!" So were you affected from seeing how Keria's Ashe got 8 kills? Of course, as a mid laner, the golden lane, I feel like ending the game as 0 kill would be a little disappointing, so I really wanted at least 1 kill. And game 2, it looked like you guys were taking extreme measures for an advantage, trading some kills to push slide lanes. And we even saw your Orianna pushing all the way to the inhibitor turret on your own. So what kind of macro were you guys intending to pull off? Just looking at the whole picture, the big picture, I believe that was the best choice in terms of macro. I feel like it was just a worthy trade when it comes to how much gold you get from just pushing side lanes. And you would get buy ulted, and the Rakan was always looking for follow-ups, putting you in a very dangerous spot. But at the end of the game, we noticed that you had 0 deaths. So what is your secret to this insane survivability? I feel like I itemized so that I can survive. And I believe that Keria was able to devour me at the perfect time, so I was able to survive as well. And you were against mid Karma, and Karma, despite the big buff she got this patch, she is winless. So what are your thoughts on Karma? I feel like there are many factors when it comes to determining the win rate of a champion, and I feel like Karma is something that requires high proficiency. So I think more players will have to spend more time just studying this champion. And it seems like T1 only comes back stronger, and you guys are already on a 6-match and 10-game winning streak. What is the driving force of this winning streak? I feel like with the experience that we are all getting with each other as a player and teammates, and with Coach Koma and our coaching staff, they take really good care of us so that we can constantly grow. I think that's why. And now the remaining opponent for round 1 for you guys will be FearX and Nongshim Red Force. What is your resolution? Yeah, so 2 matches left. I hope that we have a good, strong, we can end strong, and so we'll make sure that we work hard. We'll make sure that we finish strong in round 1 and work hard for that. And this will be the end of the interview with Keria and Faker of T1, and back to the space.
Thank you, dear, as always, for that awesome translation. We can now take a look at the standings after T1 do pick up yet another win. Where will they stand it is on top ahead of Gen G after Gen G lost to KT 2-0 yesterday.
D+ sitting on 2 wins, sliding all the way back to 7th place. I mean, at this point, yeah, you took some tough losses against some strong teams, but you lost to Guangdong as well. It's looking rough. I mean, we have had this conversation a few times, like, is this the season D+ doesn't make playoffs? They always do eventually cross that line, but we're still in the scary zone right now.
And the remaining matches in the first round robin is, I believe, DRX and FearX, and I think FearX probably favored right now. DRX, I think, aren't favored in that matchup, but there's still a scenario.
Plus voted for DRX.
I voted for them.
One
I
of
mean,
us.
there's a reality where they go 2-7, but there's a realistic reality where they go 3-6, which is not a great start. I think it goes without saying.
Yeah, I mean, the best they could do is 4-5, and even that, it's below 50 for the first round, at least, you could say. So not a great situation right now for DK, but T1 as well sitting on top where they are. But guys, we do have Pog State on the way during the break. Make sure to catch that. We also have Hummel Esports up against Bro for our second match, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back later.
스프링 우승이 가장 기억에 남는 것 같고요. 작년에 좋은 기억 가지고 있는 팀원들을 상대편으로 만났는데 제가 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다.
이미 뜨겁습니다. 페이지와 딜라이트.
정신 똑바로 차리고 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같고.
젠지가 쓸어가고 듭니다.
저 하나 1등 하고 있던데 열심히 해서 뺏어볼게. 기다리고 있어라. 한중이 형 잘 잘해줘요.
Gentlemen, it is time to play some Yutnori.
That's just the first of many Yut this episode.
Yeah, this is a game that people often play here in Korea for the Lunar New Year, and so we're gonna do it here. We have changed it up just a little bit. It is not anywhere near really the same as the game that you would be playing if you were a Korean family.
But we have a cannon.
And we also have a bunch of random questions. So basically, what this is we yut these things in the sky. They're paper. That says back. That's not a good one. but we yut them, and then we land. If we land on one of these that has the LCK logo on it, then we draw one of these cards, and we get to read it out and then give our opinion on it without any rebuttal. It's amazing.
No rebuttal.
It's like a superpower.
And
Thank
then
you very
everybody
much,
else
Chronicler.
gets to vote.
Yeah,
if
and
they
then
liked it.
Yeah, and then basically the rest of the people will then hear the take, and they'll be like, "Nah, man," or "Yeah, that's what I'm about." And then we'll get points based on the amount of yeahs we get, and we won't get any points for the nah, man, that ain't it. So that's basically how it goes. How is my description?
Great
Perfect
job.
Now, there are
that's
some
a yay.
There are some strategies I'm a little bit worried about. Whereas, for example, if someone is perhaps going to overtake someone else, they may simply X every answer they say. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
We'll yut that bridge.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Not in my board game. That's a joke.
Chronicler has never min-maxed in a board game ever.
Should we ute to see who goes first? Like
Sure.
whoever has the most. Like
I just really
yutes,
want to
the most. All right,
Yeah.
I'll
should
go first
desperate
on
to
finding
get
out
rid
who
of
goes
now.
We
first.
should
Yeah,
do
you
the
yut
thing where they
first.
do like a counter for yutes.
All right,
Here we
3,
go.
2, 1, yut.
Yut!
Oh,
That's not looking good.
Oh.
That's not
Jesus,
looking
back
good.
yutter.
That's a 0.
I got
no?
1 plus back, so yeah, we'll just count that as a 0.
Yeah,
So I'm
back
looking
means
at-
you
looks like
always
I'm
go
going
back.
last.
Chronicler
so
will
it's
go
bad.
counterclockwise. Oh, he's on a 3?
That's a triple.
A trip
Oh, baby,
yut, and
a
he didn't even
triple.
yell yut. Wait, does it even count? Because he didn't yell yut.
I mean,
It count.
Or that's 2. We're Chronicler in the lead. I gotta get.
I think it counts for this, but you have to say ute in the real
Okay,
game.
I
or
gotta
else
get
you lose your
4,
turn.
right? Yut.
back.
All right, Chronicler first.
Yeah, Chronicler's first. We'll go clockwise, right?
Let's go this
I
way.
also
I guess.
think-
Counterclockwise because
Yeah.
I got second.
And Kenny starts here.
No, do it
Oh,
again.
you lost your turn. No, you lost
no,
his
you
turn.
do
No,
it
you
again.
lost his turn.
Just
Okay, do it again.
Yeah,
Do it
do
again.
it
All right.
again. Do it again.
That's your one freebie.
Yeah. There we go.
Back.
Boy, back
So I
and
just
1.
don't
So you
move.
Kennen is lazy.
The best part is we
Do we
might
want to
not
go
do
clockwise
anything.
or counterclockwise? Oh, no, counterclockwise.
We've committed.
is-
Oh, that's one.
so that's one. That's
No,
one.
no,
That's
no,
one.
no, no.
Yeah,
If
but-
you get it back, it's just back one no matter what.
Okay.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
not minus
We are
1
not
on your
moving
draw.
anywhere.
Oh, wait. So then we go back twice, right?
No,
Yeah, but you can't go. I mean, I guess you could.
Yeah.
wait.
Back, and then Brendan gets onto a thing.
I like it.
Yeah,
Let's do
so-
it. Time to yut.
Yut. Yut. Oh.
It was an X.
It's an
but
X on the
Doesn't
floor,
matter.
and
It's
it's
a
a
back.
back.
It's a 1 back because you go to back.
Humbug. Yeah, Yogi.
All right,
I'm
maybe
never going to get to
No,
even
you're never
read
gonna
a
talk.
thing.
I'm actually pretty high chance because if
great.
I get a back, then
Yeah, you're
I get
vibing.
it. You? Oh,
that's
right.
it. Oh, that's a back.
did it.
Finally, I get a card.
Hell yeah.
All right. Which lane is currently the most important? Oh, I got the hard question.
Oh, that's rough.
Good
Well,
luck.
it's just very controversial. So,
So,
so do we X if we don't agree, or do we X?
Yes.
Yeah, I
if
think
we
so.
think it's not a good explanation.
I think you guys can decide individually how you want to exit or not.
Because maybe
but-
he's so convincing that he wins us over.
True.
So I think everybody knows who's been on the space with me, which has been all 3 of you, like which lane I've been focused on the most this season, and how it's been going and the impacts it's made. I think for the LCK specifically, the most important lane has been mid lane because it is the lane we're seeing the biggest lane gaps, like 20 CS, 30 CS differences in the early game without ganks. I think the changes to the Rift have made it so it's more difficult to, if you have a bad lane matchup, looking at some of those bad drafts we were talking about earlier, if you have a bad lane matchup, you're going to get pushed in. If the other player is better than you and it's a bad lane matchup, then you're really going to have a hard time and you're going to end up with a call me situation where you're like, well, I guess I just can't play the game and I'm a huge liability for my team. But we're also even seeing when you have the proper matchup, you're losing lane anyways because you don't have jungle help because the other player is better than you. And I think this lane has been so pivotal for a lot of our matches in general where we've seen even upsets happen because someone outperformed their lane opponent in mid. And it's a lane where we used to see a ton of 2v2s that we don't see as much right now. Even in week 1, I was like I was a little bit surprised. I'm like, wow, there's just not a whole lot of action in mid. And we're starting to see these big CS gaps. And then obviously Corki's not getting punished correctly, for example, which has led to like insane late games. We saw Showmaker get a pentakill on Kassadin because he actually just gapped his opponent with some help, obviously, from Lucid super hard. And then he was able to pop off. So far, my observation is like, going into this season, I thought bot was going to be the most, and I think bot still on paper in this meta should be. the most important. Like, well, I guess just I meant the bottom lane because it says lane, but yeah, bot 2v2. But I think for the LCK, it's actually ultimately ended up being that mid's the most important. That's my take.
I would say yes.
It's jungle. Jungle's not a lane.
I mean, I agree.
Jungle's a lane.
It's a position.
Otherwise, there's only one of three. If it actually is lane, then I would agree.
It's never top, right?
It's never top, unless it's T1, which is the one exception. But I think that the mid lane matchups have been, for me, made way worse by teams just not accepting that like counter picks are a thing that might be relevant and letting people have things like Orianna, for example, without having a plan to deal with it is really rough. I think the biggest individual gaps have actually been between the today's game notwithstanding, like top 3 junglers. Sorry, Peanut, I had to add that caveat after today. But Canyon and Canyon, Peanut, and Owner specifically. And I think this is also reflected in the... actually, Sylvie, outside of his Wukong, genuinely has been a lot better.
Yeah.
I've been very surprised. He's really popping off. But I think that if you look at...
and Cuz.
I was going to say Cuz. Cuz is actually...
That's wow. I can't believe I forgot about Cuz. Cuz is cracked.
I think Cuz is a good example
of what he's talking about,
Yeah, and also looking at the bans, I think that specifically we see teams just ban out free junglers, like very right? And I think that it's interesting because the jungle champ pool is, I think, as like not fun as it's been in... Well, it's been like, what, 2 years of tank junglers now, unfortunately. Like the last year we had actually fun jungle pools, like 2021 when it was like Viego and we still see a little bit of that. But no, I think for me it's jungle, but you already have 2 votes, so I think you get the...
I get to keep the card.
It's also, it's mid jungle, right? So like...
Yeah, I think mid prio is the most
always
important.
This way, right?
Yeah.
Like where jungle is almost always the most important, but like
just,
this year specifically, mid has just gotten so much more important. And
I also think you can jungle based on
insane.
whether your mid lane has prio.
Yeah, is your mid laner good / winning? Then you have prio. Then yes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, like good luck. You try to do something top, and Udyr runs away.
My boy Wheeler tried to show that today.
He tried. Yeah.
He tried so hard.
Oh, it's difficult.
All right. Yeah. It's interesting too, though, because today we had so many like bot lane gaps, like massive gaps where it's like, whoa. And even yesterday too. So it sometimes feels like bot lane could be the most important.
I think bot lane, like on paper,
is
the like if everyone is playing like team or tool assisted and like everything is played out perfectly, I think bot will always be the most important. But for the LCK so far, I think mid.
Yeah, Gumakaria and Paisley Hens definitely showed us the bot lane is actually...
Yeah, when you have a good matchup and your opponents are not as good as you, like the game was just over, actually. It's just not even a game.
Yeah. Everything else didn't matter at all,
Or level 1, if you get a good level 1 trade. All right.
Yut! Oh, he's backing.
He's back. Val, this is just going to roll
I'm just going to
We're
get
just
roll
back
of
at
one
the start again. We haven't made it very far. Oh,
3
trips.
Another dub for Brandon Bell.
And he's pushing us towards more card draws because we actually have a few more over there.
Yeah, I actually kind of love it if Max just does it again.
He's never going to get to read one ever.
Oh, I got the easiest one in the entire game. What's better, Soul Point versus Void Grubs?
Do you need the 5 minutes for this one, Valdez?
I think I'll take about 15 seconds. So Dragons... They got nerfed, right? Didn't they?
Did.
They did get nerfed. Individual dragons.
Right.
I think Souls stayed the same.
No, I think
they also got nerfed.
Yeah, at large, if I remember correctly.
It's been a while. Still, it does not matter. Every team is taking one Void Grub and running away, and the only reason they do that is because you get the extra XP from the camp, and it's really easy to get one. So you go in there, you get one, you get the extra XP. We've already talked about this a lot on the space. And then you just run away. Unless your team has a very strong split pusher and they're going to try to get him ahead and you have a lot of priority in mid and top, you go there, you get 6 or 5, and then you're able to like really isolate that side lane and get your split pusher in a really good spot. If that's not the case, which is the majority of games, like 90% or even 95% of the time, every team is going for dragons. And not just dragons, but Soul Point, which is extremely important to the point that teams will go up and get the Rift Herald, fight over that so that they can isolate the mid lane, push in the mid lane, get priority, and then get Soul Point. So dragons are really strong. Void Grubs are very like small use case and also basically just used so the junglers can get XP. So, yeah.
Too long.
He
said he would take 15 seconds.
Sorry,
one thing,
you
like,
know.
one thing I want to add. Just, I mean, I think he covered most of the bases, but I think, like, we've seen games like back in week 1, I think it was when KT played against D+, where they had prio lanes. There are ways where you can actually draft around trying to get all 3 when you have a winning bottom side and you have like winning top or pushing top, where you can actually try to make that a strat where you push super hard super early and then you can contest dragons. But that's more about prio in general, and you're not really giving the Drake in this case. You're actually getting both. But I do think that there are ways to draft around that. We saw a lot of teams experimenting with that early. And I'm a little bit disappointed the LCK has just kind of been like, nah, it's bad, actually, just get one and walk away. Like, I feel like it's still relatively, I think it's still relatively unexplored. But I do agree that if I had to pick one, it would definitely be the dragon. So,
also, not even that, just soul point.
well, I mean, I think the implication is that it's like dragon
Yeah.
is pushing you close. Like the sacrifice is you're one away from soul point now because you didn't get that dragon.
Yut!
Hey.
I didn't even.
Ani, no. I'm
Max,
not.
Max,
No,
Max.
I'm not taking any of
Max.
your pity. That makes it worse. No, you read your card.
Will you
on,
take
are you
my
sure?
pity? I have
Yes.
3.
You're taking Brandon's? Okay.
I have 3.
This is how we know he's never been to a real Korean
Yeah.
Lunar New Year party.
What traditional dish do Koreans eat during the Lunar New Year?
Oh, God.
Whoa!
I'm getting, what is this, Karma? I'm getting shanked. Okay, hear me out.
Shanks.
So obviously,
Maybe it's Shanks.
I don't have any, for everyone else, this will be a very easy question because they have Korean wives.
Sure,
and
definitely,
thus-
yeah.
Yeah,
Korean
totally. Yeah,
influence.
absolutely.
I definitely know.
completely know the answer to it.
do know that if I go to my Korean supermarket, you know what they have there in a package for people to give? Oil and spam. So I'm going with spam because on one of the days of Lunar New Year, you know, after you've eaten all the classic dishes, you just want some kimchi fried rice with spam.
Honestly, I'm ready to do this because I can't remember what the actual meal is
So
supposed
that's
to
not it.
No, of course
That's
it's
what
not
you give
it.
to like your coworkers or like some people at your company or whatever.
And that's generally more common for Chuseok as well, although it does
Yeah.
happen for Lunar New Year.
My home boss lied to me, man.
Do you know what it is, Wolf? Because I
So on New
remember.
Year's, dokguk is the like main thing that people eat. It's
isn't
very
that
important.
on like the real?
So
not
I think
real,
people
but,
do
you
it
know,
on-
like the calendar New Year.
I think people do it on both, but in my experience, it really depends on who you're with, like what people like to eat. Because I've eaten dokguk on Lunar New Year. I've also not. And duck, by the way, is rice cake. So you put like a little rice cake in a soup. It's really good. It's got like seaweed in it. It's awesome. Some people don't like it, but I think it's pretty good. But like, for example, people will just eat normal like samgyeopsal and kogi and stuff like that, meat. And then some people will make mandu before, like, for several days before Lunar New Year, and then like make it together as a family, and then eat that together. Japchae, something that people like to eat a lot at these types of things.
Okay,
making it together.
Yeah, you got a bit screwed. Yeah.
But I think we got to get like if Gaihan like is
Yeah.
like
What's the official answer?
yeah.
It is taco.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's
Thank you.
the answer. But like,
feel like this
you know, I was trying to defend him a little bit. Like
No,
sometimes.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It was nice.
Sorry, I already
Chronicler
deleted
get
that from my
wrecked.
brain. The non-League of Legends one.
You need
I
to
don't care,
roll
whatever
3.
you find.
Well, you got a
He
4.
still missed it.
Let's say he got it because he
Take it
passed
away.
it.
No, I think you get it, Max.
Did
I
he
don't.
mute
Yeah.
even? I
No,
don't think he even
I'm
muted.
playing by the rules.
Did you-
I need
You
to
didn't
land.
mute. You need to redo it.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't
need to
mute.
redo. You
That's
didn't mute.
that's the rule.
That's
That is the rule. That is the rule. Okay, I got to redo.
You.
2.
It's closer. It was an improvement.
Yeah. Was it?
Was it?
I mean, he's one off now.
He was
Well, I'm one off
before.
for you guys.
Actually, it was better before because then
It's
you
an
get
improvement
back
for
and you
me.
go back.
Yeah.
I can win with 1 or 4. All right.
Back.
Back.
No,
Almost a 4 though.
I'm feeling good now.
Actually, you can't win with 4 because if you don't land on this, you go this way.
Oh,
You-
true. That's actually true.
That's back.
That's back.
Got him.
Go in.
Oh dear.
You know what? What I'm gonna do?
What is the traditional?
What I'm
Korean
not gonna tell you the prompt, and I'm just gonna start my argument, and I want to figure out.
No, then how can we judge you? That's cheating.
No,
have
you
to
Yeah,
click
you
it.
can't do that.
No, you will. You
I
will.
think we'll
Don't
get
worry.
it right away.
So
I may X you for this.
that's fine. So
I think that we have seen some very, very questionable driving on Summoner's Rift over the last couple of weeks. I think it's been a little upsetting. We had fun highlights, like the two people going in and somehow killing a turret instantly. I'm getting really psyched up by Max, but I'm gonna stick with this. You'll know when it hits. You'll know when it hits. No, don't worry about it. We had two people getting in, instantly killing a turret, immediately chrono break. We have also had Carrier go kind of insane playing Mario Kart. We've had multiple teams. I feel at this point we should know if the enemy team has Poppy, know where Poppy is before you go for Herald, because you will probably die. And if you don't, you will dodge the turret like Peanut did today, and then try to loop back and also just die.
Wait, so do you
can't make that turn?
Do you have a driver's license?
I do have my driver's license.
I'm a little bit concerned because you're talking about driving, and you were talking about Mario Kart, and then suddenly you were talking about the Rift Herald. I really just don't know what's going on.
No, I don't know what the question is.
It's impossible to know.
I don't know if we can release this part of the episode, or your license may be
Now,
revoked.
what is important to note is that in general, someone's skills on Summoner's Rift do not translate to real-world skills. So I do not think you can make a decisive judgment call on whether or not a player can drive in real life if they are bad at driving Shelly, which is the prompt. Does Shelly driving tell anything about
your ability to drive?
Your ability to drive in real life. And I think no, not even remotely.
I think I'm going to have to X on this one. You said not even remotely. I think definitely there could be some correlation.
Is at least a little bit. Like spatial awareness, right? That's important. Yeah. Aware of other.
This is payback for
reaction
me.
time.
This is just payback. You guys just want to be contrarians. On the road? This is payback for me saying no to Valdez and me not giving the prompt. This is a power play. This is a power play. I'm getting muted.
I'm annoyed that you didn't read the damn question, and so I'm giving you an X.
Because I thought it would be a funny bit if I just end with the whamlet and everyone immediately knows what I'm talking about.
You didn't even tell us what the question was, because actually, does this actually tell whether the players have a driver's license or not?
Yeah, you didn't even acknowledge the prompt. You didn't acknowledge the prompt.
Self-explanatory.
No, you didn't acknowledge the prompt.
You didn't even tell us what the question was, because this is saying, does it tell us whether they have a driver's license, not are they a good driver?
He's tried to play to the judges, and he clearly didn't know the judges at all.
I should have known the moment you guys were like,
room, Chronicler.
We warned you not to make this choice.
All right, it's your Ute. Your Uten.
Ute.
3. You crushed it. Hell yeah, brother. No, I'm not taking it. You landed on it. Oh, take Max. Your pity card away from me.
Max, it's not a pity card. You have not, like, this is the end of the game.
Yeah, and
I think you should.
I don't want the card.
Max, I
did talk for a little bit about
I will not do the prompt. I'm taking a vow of silence in this. I will. Anyone else can take it.
All right, Valdez, you got to go.
No, I'm not doing it again.
Come on, Max. Do it for the people. The people want to hear your opinion.
How about if we all do it?
People hear my opinion every day.
So
just I don't hear enough of your opinion.
My
opinion. Just to like put out the stakes of the game for where we're at right now, the only person who can tie Valdez is me. So like, there's not really that much. There's not really like if he takes it, it's not going to impact the game in any way because he can't win.
Also,
or tie me.
And also, winning doesn't actually do anything.
I feel like this is also.
I'm just saying, like, it doesn't actually matter, so you should just do it, Max.
Very good showcase of.
I really, like, after I didn't get a card, I was really sad for the beginning, and then I was like, but it would be funny if I just never read a card, and so now you're taking that away from me too?
Yeah, that's actually kind of messed up.
I am not falling for this guild trip. If you really don't want it,
are you sure? I want the game to be played the way it's supposed to be played.
But it's not even the actual game. It's not even the actual game!
No, this is a Chronicler.
All right, hold on. Let me read the card for Chronicler in case he tries to do his weird hide the card thing again.
This is a Chronicler question.
Which of the following animals is not associated with the Lunar New Year?
Wow. Man. Not
elephant, ox, rabbit, and dog. And of course,
ox.
I'm talking about the ox as in...
No, wait, it's elephant. Sorry.
Oh my god, he got it wrong! Oh! He said ox, and he thinks there's an elephant.
And this is
in the Lunar New Year calendar.
But ox is also correct because this is the Lunar New Year episode of the Pog State, and ox isn't here.
X.
But that was a yes from the first
No,
time.
he changed his answer. I'm giving him a thumbs up.
Yeah, because we were all able to change our answers like 16 times, like half.
Yeah.
Well,
Elvin
by
is
we
correct.
all, I mean the people that got cards, and played the game. You do not get to claim that you didn't get to play the game.
I also think it's pretty.
It's not
I
the
also
game.
want to add that I think it was pretty messed up that he ultimately decided to take the card, even though Atlas was clearly
Goodbye.
Even though Atlas was clearly trying to get his sympathy, and he was trying to make you feel less weird about it. But then you were supposed to say like, "I know, I get it, but please
Sit down, Chronicler. Sit down. Come back. Come back. I'll read a card for you.
Bye.
Let me tell you about Lucian Milio and Varus Ash. Oh God.
This
Chronicler.
was a good episode.
Oh, it said back because he's coming back.
If we had one more. Well, actually, I would have thrown it.
Yeah, you would have thrown it, and so obviously you would have drawn a card.
100%. Yeah.
하나생명 이대형 가자.
하나생명 화이팅! 오늘 이기자!
첫승기원 기리온
화이팅!
보건 우리온 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. LCK Spring 2024. I'm still Atlas, still joined by Chronicler here as we look to bring you our second series of the evening. And this is one where Brion just doing their very best to try and find one more victory, one more win, potentially trying their very best to avoid having a winless season.
I don't know if tonight's the night, Atlas.
Well,
I want to believe.
Counterpoint. I have one counterpoint.
Okay.
Hama Life Esports just lost a single game, I admit, but to Nongshim.
Yes, but what if instead you focus on Nongshim, who they play at the end of this week? That seems much more attainable, because I think Hama Life, for some of their faults, still look like a very well-rounded team with a lot of strong players that,
yes,
just by default is kind of expected to run over the GigaChats, unfortunately, because the scores really tell the full story. They brought up one win, which was against DRX, and that's it.
Yeah, and they're looking to take second place here with a victory of any kind. Actually, never mind. If it's a 2-1, then they tie second place with Gen G, which I guess technically means they will be in second place. But with a 2-0, they will eclipse them and stand there by themselves just under T1. 3 teams now with 6-1, if that is going to be the case. Bro, though, wanting to avoid the 0-7. That's what they would like. No 0-7s for them. We'll see whether they can do it here today. It is a tall order, to say the least. And I don't know. I don't know whether it's going to be today, but Samba and Polu looked a bit better, right?
Talking about tall. Look at my boy Palu.
He is a brontosaurus. He is
gargantuan,
very tall.
Yeah, and I'm happy. You know that
he would look absolutely normal with your family.
No, he would in the Netherlands. Yeah, no, he's actually about the same height as me. He's a little bit taller.
Yeah,
I think even, which is.
And you were the short one
insane
amongst your friends, weren't you?
I am, yeah.
They grow them large over there.
They really do, yeah. We were a bit of a statistical outlier, and we'll see if that's enough for today. They do go, you know, from Guma and Carrier to Viper and the Light, so I'm not feeling too great about the bot matchup. Jungle matchup, Peanut against Gideon. Now, Peanut against weaker junglers, and unfortunately Gideon is also in that list. Just generally doesn't allow them to really play the game.
Yeah, he is pretty good at shutting them out. Of course, it's been about 3 years since they played against one another. I'd actually be very interested to know exactly what match that was.
because that's digging into the history books just a little bit. But this is what we were talking about. The duo has been redeployed. I love the use of redeployed in this particular graphic. Samba and Polu just going to be, once again, thrown into the fire. That's what they've been doing.
Yeah, this is the problem. So I am actually on board, because hear me out. So you keep playing Samba and Polu, right? And they play against Viper, the Light, Guma Carrier, and then all of a sudden, Gio and Peter. That's doable. That's attainable, Atlas. They need to work with the training weights. Now, I actually think that in the game that they got to play, where they didn't get picked Ornn into a T1 kill lane of Caitlyn Lux, they look pretty good. And pretty good for Bro. That's got to be good enough.
Absolutely. We're going to welcome Harmonife Esports out to LoL Park here first up, fresh off their break for the Lunar New Year. Looking like they're going to be trying to get their synergy back together, because this is a team that did look like they were struggling a little bit getting on the same page. They've been outspoken themselves, saying they need to work on it to make sure that they don't have some of the sloppy series like they did up against Nongshim Red Force the last time around. This is a team that has, like, everything about this team should be winning, like, all over the place. It's ridiculous.
And for them, I think this is a really important match to get into the right groove, because they will, in fact, be fighting T1, or Gen G rather, at the end of the week for what we assume is going to be second place. If T1 wins against Fox at the end of the week, they will remain in first place. But there's an opportunity here for Harmonife to set themselves up and get a very convincing win here. Would be good.
It would be one heck of a hold my beer, though, wouldn't it? If our Saturday showdown starts off with, oh, but how did Gen G look? They just lost to KT, and then Harmonife comes in and loses to Bro. That would be out of control.
Oh, the setup, Atlas.
Oh, would that not be extraordinary as they make their way out into LoL Park now? A team that has been known for their ability to blue shell their opposition. But often it is in the second round robin. Often it is when they have nothing left to play for. That is when the shackles come off and they show you exactly what they're capable of. They're going to have to start much earlier if they want to actually make it to playoffs.
I want to see the magic. Okay, I need to see the magic, and it feels like since the General has left, the magic is not there.
Yeah.
And he's thriving. He's giving great interviews in English, might I add.
I mean, it's Umpty. We knew that he was fluent.
No, I mean, we knew, but it's, you know, other people might not know. As
true.
this is the top lane matchup. Doran has been a mainstay in, at the very least, one of the top laners. He's had really high highs, had some incredible performances in some of the high-stakes matches that Gen G was able to win. Was also, at least domestically, a very consistent part of that roster. Obviously, internationally has really struggled. Morgan, though, it's just not really been coming together for him. I don't think that he individually is necessarily at fault, but he's also not been a solution for his team. The Renekton game is the one that really stung, I think, where it's like, I'm going to go back to the pick that I've been able to make so much happen on. And it just didn't look very good.
Yeah, unfortunately, Renekton's not much of a champion at the moment.
He isn't.
Just isn't really the way. Gideon versus Peanut, another very interesting one. We'll see whether Gideon can find some level of form. I think that his debut, like their very first game, I think Gideon didn't look like part of the problem, but has since really struggled to make any sort of impact and hasn't really, like he's almost looked like he's been playing frustrated. Which you can understand.
I imagine he has.
Yes. There hasn't been a lot of winning lanes on the side of Bro. And the problem is, coming into this matchup, Harmonife Esports, they're pretty good at having winning lanes. And if they're not winning, Peanut's there. And it really is a team that is far more coordinated, has a better idea that is able to take them down. I don't think laning fundamentals is the problem for Harmonife Esports here whatsoever. It's about what happens when they try to figure out team fights later in the game that they can trip on their shoelaces. The problem is if they spend the entire laning phase making sure that their shoelaces are tied really, really tight, you just don't trip on them anymore.
And it's important to highlight as well that the issues that we talk about when we talk about Harmonife, like Zeka not being that good thus far, not really having a great season as we get into the draft, all these other issues for Hanwha, the lack of cohesion and the fact that I think the drafts are a little bit up and down as well. Those are when talking about Hanwha as a contender for the top. The reality is this team is 5-1, and outside of the series that they dropped, obviously against T1, where they got 2-0'd, right? Which again, that is T1, no shame in that. And the one game they dropped against Nongshim, they 2-0'd all their other opponents, which is why their match score is as good as it is. And that is really what I think makes it hard to believe in that Blue Shots, believe in the Brion dream here today, because when it comes to dispatching weaker teams, the lineup of this Hanwha roster has completely changed, but they were very good at that last year, and they still are.
Is the 100% win rate Senna going to cut? Yes. Sorry, they answered the question.
No, it's fine. I'm glad you got it out of the way.
I tried to. I didn't quite get there. The sentence was a bit cut short by the insta-lock of the Senna. Is it a 5-0? Is this the first loss for Senna on the patch? That would be hilarious. Morgan, what are you going to be locking in here? There are a few options still left up on the table. The Lucian has been something that's been banned away all over the place and will be taken here. So once again, we're going to have wife versus husband. And Senna Nautilus is given over to Hanwha Life Esports. There was an opportunity to pick that one away, but I think with the fact that Ornn and Maokai exist, you can play a lot of things with Senna. I don't know whether Nautilus is necessarily the only really good choice.
I think the nice thing with Nautilus specifically is just his ultimate will always have value. Like, it doesn't matter what game state you're in. It doesn't matter if you're behind, if you're ahead. It is just so insanely reliable. I like the Orianna pickup here as well, because Brion is basically forced to pick the Milio here.
Yeah.
And they want to pick a hyper carry, something in mid that can actually get through this front line. Because if there's one thing we've learned, it's that if you try to play, particularly when you add Orianna as well, into a team that is running multiple frontliners with Lucian, and you're not monstrously far out, you're just not going to kill anyone. Like, they're just not going to die. Lucian just doesn't have the kit to chew through front lines. And now, as Hanwha Life, I think you ban out things like this that actually can deal. And the obvious thing here is the Azir. I don't even know if they ban it, because I don't think you're sad playing Orianna into Azir, and also think Azir, with how strong Koenig Rukern is, doesn't actually get through the tank problem at all. And already, this is a very consistent trend, but OK Man Bro is going for the type of draft where I think that they feel like they have to go for this.
Yeah,
but you really don't.
No, and it feels like, oh, we've seen everybody else do it, but everybody else is lost. Senna Nautilus just rolls over the top, and it barely even matters what happens in the laning phase. They just get to a point where you can't hurt anyone anymore. The Azir is going to be banned away. There is Gideon's Lee Sin locked in to try and mix up this early game. I respect it, but now if we see something like, I don't know, Rel X Tank, that would be
fun.
Good. That is
fun
a lot of
for
fun.
Peanut? No.
Surely not.
Surely
it's just
let
Rel.
him. Sejuani's open.
There you go.
Oh.
One of those.
I was
Sejuani, Rel, Maokai.
I was worried for a second there, Atlas.
Yeah, no. Never be worried. Peanut never lets us down when it comes to playing a tank. Ooh, Doran might not be letting us down either. He has been spamming this in solo queue so much, but not doing a lot of winning. So he's going to switch over to the Aatrox at the last second. And the Akali, a consideration here for Karis. He has had some moments on the Akali. Not winning ones, but like Nexus is exploding, but has had some moments.
I just think that playing Akali into Orianna pre-6, you're going to get absolutely bopped. And then after that, like, you're playing in the Nautilus, which already is hard. I think into these type of deathblock comps, getting a high level of impact as Akali is so hard. And for Brion, if they don't completely blow up this game within the first 15 to 20 minutes, like, they're not winning. That's just the reality of it. Eventually, this death blow is going to hit critical mass. You're not going to be able to chew through the front line. You're not going to be able to chew through either this Sejuani or this Nautilus. Hell, you might not even get through the Lefel of the Aatrox. We've all seen that he is just as tanky as good old Aatrox was.
If he's allowed to move around and hit things, yeah, he doesn't really die all that much.
Yeah, I mean, if you see him 100-0, then maybe you can kill him. But there isn't a lot of CC on the side of Brion.
But do you know what this does, Chronicler?
Gusto.
What this does is sets us up for everything.
Not the setup.
It all looks grim. Everything
all lines up.
Everything points to Bro just rolling over and taking the loss in game one here.
There's no chance.
There is no chance.
Absolutely zero.
And when Bro finds themselves pushed, and they're in a corner already, but when they are like almost about to be turned into a black hole because the density of being pushed into this corner is so much,
That is when they come alive, Chronicler.
That's what they strike!
Exactly. And so now, in this vacuum that has been created by not the greatest draft,
this black hole,
a very dangerous opposition, this is where Bro rises up. Let's get into game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, and here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for game number 1 between Humble Life Esports and OK Savings Bank Breon.
We can't already lose it.
The previous Atlas was extraordinarily exhilarated, and we're going to try and bring it down now to just commentating a good game of League of Legends between two teams here in the LCK. That's what I'm going to strive to do, Chronicler.
It's just important to note, and I don't want this to be tied to any of the gameplay, that, you know, being in the LCK by itself, that's an achievement, and no one can take that away from you. We'll take a look at how the early laning phase is going to go here. As mentioned, I do expect Cars to have a rough time early on in the lane here. They go for Doran Shields and Resolve second, so at least has a little bit of extra sustain, but Airy Orianna is still going to make your life pretty unpleasant.
Do you think Polo would struggle to stand in brushes because he's so tall?
Realistically, that's the only thing that makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. And so they knew exactly, like, ignore the ward. It's not about the ward. They knew he was there.
In general, as we do get another reminder of what has been happening, in case you missed some of the earlier matchups between these two duos. Realistically, it is really hard in general to find brushes that you can reliably move through while also being hidden. Like the level of density too.
Yeah.
It's tough. You know, I don't know if I've ever seen a brush like that in real life. Maybe you.
I mean, Runeterra is just a different place.
I don't know. Maybe in Australia you
I've
do.
fallen into a hedge or two, though. And
yeah, but that's dense, right?
Yeah, but like these brushes might be dense. Sort of like that. Have you seen like, you know, horror movies and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Where they do the running through the cornfields?
Yeah.
Similar vibe to these brushes.
So, I mean, we don't know what the primary farm expert of Runeterra is, so maybe that's what it is.
Who is like the most, maybe it was Score? He was a bit of a herbivore.
Oh no.
Known for his wanting to farm.
Do it to him!
Yeah, oh, the hook's going to be flashed. Nice flash there from Samba. Got their eye in to start this one off as Peanut is just going to head back towards the river. Now looking to pay Gideon a visit. He pulls his blue buff into the brush here and is going to be found out. Should be able to line up a Q. Does get the Q smite very nicely. Peanut is just keeping tabs on this Lee Sin, making sure he knows exactly what's going on. And it's all just sort of quiet and calm here on Summoner's Rift in the early minutes. And this is not a game where we're thinking Humble Life Esports are just going to break down the front door very early on or anything like that. This is a composition that does definitely love to scale. You can see Viper goes back, picks up his support item. But if Humble Life do have a lot of control in the early game, it only makes any further portions of the game much more difficult. Because even if they were down about 5,000 gold at 30 minutes, you could probably still feel all right.
And that is the big test that Breon have put themselves on. It's not a test that I think they had to take, but they decided. You know, they went on, they signed up for this test, and are now going to try and ace it, as Kara's, as mentioned, expected to be below there. Actually really like this timer from Viper. He doesn't need to be in lane, given that he's playing with Farm and Nautilus, so just gets to make his way in, helps Zeka shove out the wave. Means that Zeka gets a free backer, might actually be able to hold onto his teleport. We'll see if he wants to use it just to maintain as much pressure onto the lane as possible, but already sitting at a really nice CS advantage. Here is the Orianna.
Yeah, very clean. As Morgan able to break the chains against Doran here. Just some regular top lane laning happening. Not really too much to really talk about. And Gideon completing his full clear. Peanut also doing the same thing. Still has his Krug camp to go as he took a bit of an excursion. And I believe stole something away. No, he managed to get the extra. He managed to get the... Why is he ahead by a camp? Chronicle?
Gideon?
Yeah, no, sorry. Why is Peanut behind a camp? No, Gideon hadn't finished yet, so my brain just exploded.
That's okay.
that's how this one goes. Samba is going to snare Polu momentarily, but thankfully there is a nice little campfire.
And very early on here, you're seeing Samba and Polu play aggressively, which I do think you always want to try and look for. The real test is going to come when they play around these objectives, because when mentioned, basically as Brion, you want to try and ensure that you pick up as many of the dragons early as possible. I think the dragon, even giving over a single dragon already makes your life extremely hard as Samba goes in.
Yeah, that's a lot of damage onto Viper, who is burning, but isn't going to die just yet. And so really good pressure for the bottom lane of Bro. And now maybe we sort of understand why they've elected to go towards the Lucian Melio. Looking pretty practiced, as most of our bottom lanes are, but we saw it not really find very much success into this matchup in our first day of the patch.
Yeah, and to me, doing good in lane, that's nice, right? They're about, give or take, like 15 CS up, I think, maybe close to 20. But you need to actually turn this into objectives. So Gideon, starting up Dragon here, that's a good start. Obviously going to give up the grubs, but we have collectively already kind of agreed that Dragons are better than the Void Mites, so not gonna let that dissuade them. Harvest, though, is really struggling here in this 1v1. Able to hit a lot, and they need to get this Dragon. This is a must-get.
Gideon tanking a lot of damage as now Viper is the target. He's going to flash. Great passive stun there onto Gideon, but he's still chasing. Q not going to land. Delight just bodyguard extraordinaire.
But even though Viper has to use the summoners, that's still a win for Hanwha. Even delaying the Dragon alone, I think, is a really big win for them here. And instead, it looks like Brion is just not going to be able to actually pick it up. Now, question becomes, can Brion punish this lack of summoners from Viper? That's the one angle, the one advantage that they did get out of the play. We'll see if they're able to. Maybe if Gideon hits 6, that could be an angle there. Obviously, Samver, if he gets his calling, could also look for some of these aggressive plays. Like this, though, for Brion, they do need to ensure that Humble Life doesn't actually pick this up. That's like the one thing that you can't really have happen, or you can, because they're going to finish the back.
Yeah.
As Peanut also says, and the back timers here aren't good for Brion, but this is exactly the thing that you're worried about.
Wave. There's Karis. He's you know, attack dissonance and a few autos away from dead.
Yeah, this is why taking an early game composition with an Akali into Orianna might not really be the angle, because you, like, how do you set up for objectives if you never have mid prior?
That's something that Bro might be able to tell us. Because if they ever get mid prior, or if they ever set up for an objective, then they probably won't have
Then we'll know.
Yeah. And it'll be however they did it that is the way that they do that. Because I don't have an answer for you, Chronicler. I don't really know. Because he's down 30 CS here at 8 minutes, and that is not looking like it's improving, as Delight now taking a lot of damage. Samba pushing him away from this one. There's a flash. Does get the E off, but Control Ward goes down. Depth Charge is going to be used, and the Fire Kick comes out, and Samba's going to be able to grab first blood. Oh. Viper comes in, will find a snare, and there is Peanut. Does manage to get the ulti out of Polu. That's high value for Harmer Life, but not going to equate to the first blood that this bottom lane picked up. So that is another duo kill, and they were even able to get them in the T1 series.
And a breath of fresh life from the Giga Chats here.
Yeah.
Delight, feeling very confident, is of course a farming Nautilus, so it's understandable that you feel like you can take on the world. Samver also not quite 6 when the play starts, but really nicely done there. Polu also very, very aggressive, making sure that he actually finds his way on. And yeah, Polu just not getting spotted, and even without the PTA proc available there as Samver used at the beginning, the heal just to ensure actually stay on top of him. And I'm really impressed. A bit of disrespect, and then the immediate as well. I think they might have even had an opportunity to turn it there with Viper having no sums and Samver hitting 6 and having Ignite available. But they don't want to risk it, and that is going to be a kill for Lucian.
Really nicely played. So Samver, very, very close to item number 1. Kraken Slayer getting closer and closer. As Morgan will be knocked up, doesn't find the third Q. As him and Doran just toe-to-toe. Only a few CS in the lead is the Aatrox, but Morgan might need to go for a bit of a reset relatively soon. And that might give Doran a little bit of extra time because he's taken a fair bit of damage here in this lane thus far. I think if you're a Humble Life Esports fan, you're not exactly worried about the situation, but if you're a Bro fan, you are psyched about how controlled this early game has been.
All right, the 1v2 Morgan. Pull it out.
Let's see whether he can do it. He has found himself in clutch moments before. He breaks the chains, misses the Q, and Doran tanks the turret. Peanut walks away.
Good enough.
There we go.
Didn't die. If he hits,
didn't die.
Might actually be able to take down Doran there. He was tanking, but not going to be the case. Doesn't actually find anything, but surviving the gank in the 1v2 already a win of itself. Are they going to return and try to gank this again?
Gold lead warning. Gold lead warning.
It is here. Oh, maybe a pick on Zeka.
Perhaps.
Gideon.
Nice little ward.
Go for it.
Yeah, Peanut going to be taking the grubs. Picking up the rest of them here. He's already collected one for himself, but there's his second, and now he's going to get engaged on here by this Lee Sin. Mini stun into the wall there with the kick as Dawning Shadow. He's going to look to turn the health bars around. Zeka holds onto the shockwave as now Morgan goes all out, but Doran, he just flashes the wall. Oh, the perfect execution, not quite enough to execute the Aatrox. And Karis finds himself on the wrong side of the rift. 5-point strike not going to work out. The Winter's Wrath connects, and the clockwork has been wound up. Meanwhile, Viper is burning down. But here is Delight, and he's the one with all of the money. Misses a dredge line, and that's going to say, yeah, it's going to be the end of that. And Humble Life Esports, they walk away with an equalized kill line and a few extra grubs. All right, Sampa taking some damage here as Delight is looking absolutely immortal. Viper doesn't get the snare, though, and there's the hook. Connecting from Delight, who can tank this forever. Piercing Darkness, going to be avoided, though. Or at least not going to kill Polo. He gets himself out with a flash.
And that is a couple of back-to-back wins there for Hanwha.
Oh, no. Look at Jonas Strong. He actually did the pan at the cannon being missed.
He's got to keep him honest. And the problem here is that all the burst is going down into Pina. And of all the targets, Pina definitely the worst one. Even without the Senna ultimate, definitely wouldn't have died. And then Carver's there. Just for reference, he's sitting only on Merc Treads. So he just doesn't really have any damage yet. I think he also hadn't backed for quite a while before this play. Because if he has a little bit more AP, I think he kills Doran there. And then maybe it's playable, but instead goes in, doesn't end up getting the kill. And then with the bot side play also going in favor of Hanwha Life, things are slowly starting to fall apart here for Brian. Because again, they need to be the ones ahead of the clock. Right now, they are they're running late for their appointment, Atlas.
Yes, they certainly are. And with this top lane turret just getting disintegrated by Doran, who's very happily now chopping through it, does have his Hydra now completed, the profane variety. And you can see, you know, there is a bot lane gold advantage. If you equate both of them, of course, Senna does make it a little bit confusing. But Samba and Polo, great job thus far. But how are they supposed to carry against this once the juggernaut that is the Humble Life Esports team composition starts to get rolling? That's the thing that is going to be very, very tough. Now they have a 1,000 gold lead, and we already said at the very beginning that even if they're behind, they're not exactly too worried about moving further unless the base gets broken open, unless they have zero ability to get towards a Baron fight or something like that and Broken shut them out. But map control is required against this composition.
Might be caught here, or can they turn it around?
That's, this Dragon's actually helping Humble Life Esports out quite a bit. And they're trying not to get collapsed on as the Akali's looking for an opportunity. In comes Gideon, but he's not able to find the kick flash opportunity there as Zeka gets into the brush. Karis diving on top of him. Dawning Shadow trying to help out, and Zeka is going to be cornered, but now Doran makes his way in. The depth charge is massive. And now Morgan is trying to Cassante them, but the Aatrox is in melee range, and that means you are not winning the team fight. Samba and Polu just trying to run away as best they can. Oh, no. And Doran is going to cut them off. The hook is going to land. The fire kick is going to be there. And now Doran, with all of his lethality, should be able to find another auto, but he will die. So there is that. Samba with one back.
You know, the bro bot lane, they're trying, Atlas. They got a kill.
Absolutely.
And that is something, but the team fight is handily won by Hanwha Life. 2k gold lead now. Is Dragon gonna go over as well? 2 Drake lead. And
Zeka was a bait the whole time.
And this is where I think you see some of the desperation. That's Peanut.
Yeah.
That's not the target that you want to go for when Zeka's right there. Zeka actually dodges a lot of the damage, doesn't go down
And the shockwave. He managed to get the shockwave off though, so he's already done kind of his job.
And even him just stalling for time by itself is enough. Karis doesn't actually get to do any damage meaningfully in this fight. And the front line just gets eaten through very, very rapidly, and we're already starting to see the issue. You need to basically isolate an individual target and then blow them up with the Brion composition. Samver gets a small win here. Doran definitely did not have to go for that, but chose to. And that means a shutdown going over to the Lucian. That's the one like grasp that Bro still has going for them. But if we want to flip it around, though,
yeah, flip it around.
I do think. I'm a
are we going to go for a could have been worse? Is that what we're going for?
Oh, no.
I would have been down for that. I really like it could have been worse.
Well, if you want me to do what could have been worse, I can do it for you. But what I was getting to is that with teams like Real, my question is, do they look better in this game than they have in the last couple? And I'm going to say wholeheartedly,
absolutely.
Yes. I think that this bot lane looks way better, and maybe that's all they need, because they're not expecting to win against Hanwha. What they need is a win against Noxia to turn their season around. And you know what? Samver and Palu, they're going in, man.
It might be possible, as we do have a teleport coming into the mid lane. Zeka going to turn up. Gideon was thinking about fishing for an opportunity, doesn't get in there, does have his flash available, and his Dragon Rage kick. As the rest of Bro looking to try and consolidate. Zeka's the one piloting the Rift Herald this time around, as the hook is going to be mitigated here, as Morgan actually going in. Not sure about that one. He's taking a lot of damage, gets knocked up as well as Karis looks for the back line, and Doran is just running amok. He will be taken out here, and there is the kick finally utilized. Zeka is going to break his arm guard, but will he still fall down? The shockwave is gigantic, and there goes Karis as well. He manages to turn it on a dime in the end, and Bro, it was so close until it wasn't.
Oh, the coordination just not quite there from Brion. They started the fight really well by taking out Doran, but then when Karis goes in, Gideon isn't quite there. When Gideon does come in, a large part of the front line is already gone. Samver doesn't get to do a lot of damage, and if they time this perfectly, they might have an angle. But I want to give credit to Peem, who actually did a really good job of stalling Gideon. I think they spotted him earlier, or it's just the game sense. So by the time that they actually have Lee here, yes, they've killed Doran, but Morgan is almost down, as is Palu. And Gideon has a good angle for a multi-man kick, but Zeka does actually get pushed back in towards his team, which means that once he gets the stopwatch off, either Samver follows the rest of his team and probably ends up dying, or like Karis, you go in deep and it doesn't really quite end up working out. So Brion, nice attempt at a flank there, but also look at the actual amount of vision control that's available here for Hanwha Life. And this is one of the things that a team like Hanwha should be able to do, which is just make sure that you don't fall for these flanks, because if you're straight up front to back, you should always come out on top. Did see, though, there Samver topping the damage charts. That's our challenger boy, Atlas.
Absolutely, nailing it here. And we need to look for the positives, because, Bro, we have to keep it into perspective. And it is a team that has won one single match.
There you go, perspective. We're turning it around.
Precisely.
I have been playing a lot of Phoenix Wright, so I feel like that's where it comes from.
It is perfect. But I just think that we can still be proud of Bro. Even if Hanwha Life Esports are going to pretty comfortably just turn this advantage that they have, which has turned into about 3.5k.
With the scale competition.
Yeah, with the scaling competition. Even if they are going to lose, I'm still proud of them. I still think that this is a step forward, and you can take that whichever way you would like. I'm still proud of the boys. But it is rough. It is definitely rough. And hopefully they can keep their spirits high and then choose a different composition. Maybe ban center, something like that. Don't give Hanwha Life Esports some of these opportunities. And also, choose the blue side. Be the team that has the one overpowered thing on the patch, perhaps. That might be their way to get to it. But I don't think focusing on this game is going to help Bro out, because at this point in time, it's going to be a real difficult one. I think still, Hail Marys. Just throw them.
Just throw them.
Yeah, just try and find some sort of opportunity. As Morgan, he's kind of doing it. Playing into the front line here. Going to clear out vision. And this Chemtech Drake is live.
Samba taking a bit of damage there, but should be all right. Good knock up there from Doran, but Safeguard gets Gideon out to safety. And now ulti flies to Narnia here, but I don't think that's really going to matter. He's been unable to walk away from Doran. Karis gets into the backline, but it's Delight sort of going in by himself with Viper behind him. And now Morgan, he's tanky, but he's not that tanky. The rest of Bro are going to be running for the hills. And Peanut loses half of his health bar, but that's about all Bro gets.
They just can't chew for anyone.
Yeah.
Gideon gets taken out immediately. Just a little bit too far away from the rest of his team on the lead. Even with the mobility that the champion has and the ult not hitting, it's still not enough. And then, while Gideon gets demolished, I think Viper and Delight, just the two of them, keep away the rest of Breon.
Yeah.
Because, well, it's Farm Nautilus and he's not dying.
Delight looks like he's having a great time, by the way. He's just in the front line, throwing hooks wherever he would like, feeling absolutely immortal. And now, he's kind of looking like it as well, after the first blood didn't go his way.
Delight on engage reports, man. It just feels right. This man's control in team fights is always a pleasure to watch. Not without its faults. We saw the early laning, oopsie. And if you're wondering why we're not talking about what's happening in the game, because I think from this point on, you were right, Atlas.
I think
we're looking at next game.
It is a little bit important though, because Bounty locked in. Dragon was taken there. That's a neutral objective that we thought maybe they wouldn't be able to take. Of course, they lose in a turret for it and that sort of stuff, so that's not exactly the greatest. But outer turret also taken. We have a look at this. Gideon just kind of isolated, wasn't able to get that flank to work out at all. Everyone too separated to make it happen.
And then Karis is just kind of there and uses the killer instinct, or the perfect execution, sorry, to go in and then leave.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't threaten anyone in the back line, because it's two tanks, a stopwatched up Orianna, and Viper's nowhere near him.
God, this is so linear. It's when you see a linear goal graph that you know things are a little bit rough for the other team. The diagonal up to the left, you know, when doing the calculations...
Up to the left?
Up to the right.
What kind of charts are you looking at, Atlas?
My lefts and rights have actually just been criminally bad this whole week. My wife has been really upset at me. I keep saying that things are on the left, and they're like, she's like, no, it's not. It's on the right. I know what you're trying to say. Please say the right thing.
I hope you've not been trying to like put together furniture. That would be a nightmare scenario.
No,
mixing up the right and left there?
No, I would not, because that's also in a picture. So my brain knows which side it is.
Ah.
My mouth just doesn't know which word to say.
That's fine. It's not important for your job to know what's...
No. I don't mess it up in Korean, which is weird. I only mess it up in English.
Really?
Yeah.
And
have my whole life.
It's been getting better, right? You've been putting a lot of work into that.
It's not great. I had a fun joke about triangles that I was going to say, but it's over. Bro, you're going to have to watch their inner turret fall down. And with Baron, with double buffs, with everything, it looks like Harmalife Esports are just looking to break open the base, try and finish them off here in game number one. Karis on a decent flank angle as Samba gets over the wall. Doran taking a little bit here as the culling is going to be utilized as well. Delight almost takes a damage. Did you see that?
No.
That was almost a damage.
I missed it. I blinked.
Oh.
Hey, so Karis did actually go Leandries, which, like, I'm a big Leandries enjoyer, but if you go Leandries on the Kali, don't pick a Kali!
That's not quite it as, oh dear, there goes the Cassante. And they tried to get the ulti off as Doran's flashing in after his Umbral dash. Samba still has to be respected though. Does a lot of damage. The Q lands from Gideon and he does not go in, because there's just not a whole lot that he's going to be able to get done there. Still has Kick Flash available. He's going to have to hold on to that one for the next push, as 8,000 gold is now the lead here for Harmalife Esports.
As we take another look, Morgan, unfortunately, Cassante not quite tanky enough. Peanut, sort of overall. Peanut's just been having a great game. If you look there, you can see him tank the turret for a little bit. I feel like he could have done it a lot longer, but it wasn't necessary as his team just follows up.
Yep.
And
it's about as elementary as it gets, isn't it?
It really is a textbook game of League of Legends.
Yeah. And this is something that we've seen from, you know, Peanut especially for a very long time. You know, as soon as he has that sort of advantage, he is very, very good at being in the right place to really give you no way out. That's why Gen G were often a team that was seen as very consistent.
I love
Samba-
of production being like, no, guys,
He's
actually playing. He actually is genuinely playing well.
Yeah.
And it's not just because we're grasping for something positive to say.
I mean, it is.
No,
But that's okay.
It's
This is the thing.
like 50-50.
Yeah. I think, like, when you are proven, you know, when it, like, you can say that it is still working, you know, our swap of players is
I
working.
stand by that
That is
swap.
still good. That is still good. And they should stand by it. Because Samba and Polo, not really the problem. And I think there are a few hiccups when it comes to drafting and things like that in this particular game. As good mitigation of the dredge line there by Morgan. It's not going to stop their inhibitor from going down. But at least they have the top lane inhibitor, Chronicler. That's what they have.
Might not have a Nexus, though.
Yeah, no, that is the biggest problem. But I'm still going to say, at least they had a top lane inhibitor. Siege is now on. They throw out the ulti here from Polu, not necessarily give them a lot of value, as Samba is also going to be the only one. Shockwave. Depth charge coming in as well, and Bro, they're still alive. A lot of cooldowns are being taken down, but does Doran care? Looks like he doesn't at all. Dredgeline's coming in, and the Bash Bros of Delight and Doran are just moving forward like a freight train and hurting about as much. The culling not really doing too much at all, and this team is too tanky.
They're taking no damage!
It's ridiculous! Isn't there a turret there? It's supposed to be hurting them! In goes Gideon, but he's mitigated instantly by a fantastic Arctic Assault, and now it's Karis's turn to dive into that backline. He's in a shroud, but he's still taking a lot of damage. Oh! They can kill the Nautilus! He does go down, and Karis looks for an opportunity once again. Peanut says nope, and just bonks him with his skull, and that is going to be the end of the game. Nexus falls down, Humble Life Esports very comfortably take the first game of the series.
And in this first game, everything goes according to plan for Humble Life Esports. This team did not have to win the early game. They could just cruise. They could just take their time, but they didn't. Early Drake already being shut down. Bria not allowed to have that one. Early pathing from Peanut, I think, looking really, really good.
Yeah.
And then 1 or 2 teamfight wins. And it's all Brover.
It is a little Brover. You might be right there. But it's not for the series.
No.
The series is still going. And the other positive that we can take is that Samba and Polu, they definitely look good. Remember, Samba is the one that took the first blood. And still, even at the very end of the game, most damage. I think you solve everything else, he can stay. You know? Just fix the rest.
Yeah, that's
like,
that's the hard part. But
Samba is totally fine. Yeah.
That bot lane swap,
and
that's
look,
how it starts, Atlas.
If this was the end of, like, week 2, we'd be saying, fix it all. So
yeah.
Managed to. It's one step at a time.
One step at a time,
And you know what
Atlas.
the next step is? A short break. When we get back, the space in game number 2. We'll see you there.
하다. 리신 방어 빠졌고. 야 아칼리 끌었고. 베탄테 스턴. 베탄테. 산테. 산테 안 되냐? 안 되면 라인 한번 하자. 라인만 한번 하자. 나 만화 슬슬 딸리거든 이거. 얘네 다 남아 있어. 근데 한타 한 번 정도는 충분할 것 같은데? 하자 이거 끝내면. 예 어제 얘네 걸 거야. 리신 봐줘. 우리 받아치기만 하면 돼. 리신 잡았고. 아칼리 찍었어. 세나 지켜야 돼. 한 번 접고 아칼리만 잡자. 접고 스타트 도고 빵하면 이겨. 아, 끊어줄게. 날아온다. 평타 살인마 우리 하나. 우리 뭐 치던가. 만화가 끝내자. 그지? 진짜 없네.
Hello and welcome back to the space. We're here after game number 1 of Humble Life Esports up against OK Man Breon. I'm still Valdez. With me is Ox and Wolf. And guys, that one was a bit of a blowout. I think it does start with the draft. What are your initial thoughts on this first game?
You know, we've seen a lot of times where we've had the Senna Nord into the Lucian Milio, and the Senna Nord has gone pretty favorably every time on this patch so far. I feel like, as well, you just end up with such a bulky front line that's so hard to cut through. And really, when you look at the compositions comparing them, so you have two champions of the backline that not only do a lot of damage in the Orianna and the Senna, but also provide healing and shielding for the front line. You have two mega tanks in Nort and Sejuani. Lucian's never cutting through them. You know, Akali's going to struggle to reach the backline with the amount of CC that's going about. I just feel like from draft, this looked unfavorable for Brion.
It felt like the Cassante was a pick away because it's been so strong with the Senna Nautilus as an additional front line that's impossible to cut through. But I mean, for me, I think we're just starting to see a trend, and it's not a trend that just happened yesterday where we're like, okay, Senna Naut is destroying Lucian Milio, but it was a trend that we were seeing at the end of the previous patch where the best teams were the only teams that were piloting the double support Lucian anyways. Like, they were the only ones who were actually doing well with it. The rest of the teams were struggling. And we saw it kind of start to fall off as Senna Nautilus was rising up at the end. And then now the best teams are picking the Senna Nautilus that they've already kind of improved and worked on, and we're still seeing other teams respond with Lucian, and it's worse than it was before. It's not working at all, and where's the adaptation? Like, what did teams spend that break doing is what I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, it's interesting. Even before the game started, we were like, even if Life Esports had Bro's draft, we would be like, ooh, I don't know, maybe Bro are going to pick up this first win. Like, it was that much of a draft gap we were feeling on the space. Let's take a look at highlight number 1, though, and talk about how it all played out with these champions on the Rift.
I feel like this is one of these situations where we've seen it quite a bit recently, where a fight starts off, it looks initially like it could be okay. I gotta say, a good flash there from Peanut to avoid the kick. But the big talking point for me is the Aatrox joining the fight late. You can already see, like, Gideon, low HP, burn all his cooldowns. That's just a free reset, especially with the Nort ult, and then the Aatrox can just take over.
I mean, just see it so many times. You know, I like to call it the cross. When the flanking Aatrox comes in, everyone else has taken a bunch of damage on the team that's about to get flanked by the Aatrox. This time it was just kind of him walking in right to get that first kill, as you mentioned. We just see teams put all of their damage, low range, into the front line because there's no way to access that Senna, and then ultimately they just end up losing the fight. As you know, Doran does go down here, and there were some good moments before this for Bro for sure in terms of how they were playing. Coordination looks like it's a little bit better, but the draft just leaves you with so many holes that it's hard to, even at your best, get the Senna and deal with this Aatrox.
Yeah, and it's a bit of an issue, you know, even in this game as well. We don't have it in the highlights, but like Samber got first blood, and they had like some wins in the bottom lane, but it didn't end up mattering. And this was 13 or so minutes into the game, and it's just the scaling comp that's going to explode from there on out. If they're already winning fights, then we can take a look at highlight 2 and see what happens next, which is this fight in the mid lane about 20 minutes in.
It's just fights like this too where you could just see, like, watch Viper in this fight like start to pick away at Samber, and he's down at half health now, and essentially from here on out, like, how do you access this Senna? Look at him just hit Morgan here in this fight. He's just untouched, and Gideon's cut off on the other side. He can't access his team. Viper ults everybody as they re-engage after they've taken out the jungler, and where's Viper's health? It's at full. He just doesn't care about anything you're doing. And this is not just like a massive, massive advantage for HLE. This is not like an 8,000 gold lead advantage they go into this fight with. They just have better range. They have a better comp. It works together.
Yeah, and it just feels so, even with like the Akali is obviously a good backline threat, but it's just so difficult for you to get on the backline. You don't have the support from your team. The Lucian never really reaches it. And because Lucian's short range, even with the Milio, most of the time you just see him like pumping damage in the front line. It just, like you saw there, the Nautilus tank and a culling, and the health bar didn't move.
Yeah, it just feels like in terms of what carries you go for, they need to be able to deal with tanks. Like, the tank items are just too strong, and some comps have it. This comp did not have any of it. Let's take a look at POG for game number 1 here on the side of Life Esports, as they had a very clean game number 1 with this composition. It will be Peanut.
100% kill participation at 14. He had a pretty good game on the Sejuani. He did a lot of work. I think there were definitely a few players you could have voted for. Delight had a fantastic game as well. Good frontlining. I would not be shocked if Viper gets a few votes too, because his positioning was good. He did a ton of damage. He was just doing Senna things, and that's what this game was all about, as it often is when Senna gets picked into Lucian.
Yeah, and I think Peanut has had some pretty solid performances on a lot of these tank junglers we've seen being popular. It's weird, we had that like day 1 coming back on 14-2, where kind of teams were leaning towards the bruisers, but I think kind of we've seen in this game how much power you can have on a pick like Sejuani. Early impact, you have a bunch of that, but also when you get to this point of the game, you're just immovable.
Yeah, you see you guys win for Delight. I like that shout out. We also had shout outs to Mid, the Orianna play from Zeka. You know, some of those shockwaves were pretty nice. The top lane vote also pretty interesting. Bro did go over to the blue side for game number 2. I have this fear, guys, that they're just going to leave Senna up and they're going to first pick Lucian.
I hope that doesn't happen. What would be really interesting to me, just from like a thought experiment type thing, is what if they pick Senna themselves and then actually Hanwha Life Esports picks Lucian Milio and we're like, okay, like can Hanwha Life actually make this work and how would they play it out? I don't think they should, and I'm not going to advise it, but I would be curious to see how that plays out.
I think if you were to take the Lucian Milio maker work, I think we've already talked about why it's going to be difficult, but I think you really need to be ahead of the curve if you want to make it a successful thing, because if you just end up going even against it, you're going to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that was game number 1, guys. Let's go back to the casters for the second game of the series.
Thank you so much, Spaces, for the breakdown of game number 1. Yes, it did seem a little bit doomed at the beginning, but it was all there to bring us to this point. Game number 2. We mentioned that their backs are against the wall.
Even further back.
To the point of creating a black hole. That's how against the wall they were. And now it's gone one step beyond.
The singularity is about to be approached.
Oh, it's already there.
We're going hollow purple?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. What? How does a black hole get... It's super massive. It needs to get super massive now, the black hole, right? That's how... That's the Muse album, right?
No, that's the Twilight song.
Oh, that's the song? It wasn't an...
No, it was in the Muse album before. I just thought it'd be funny because people get mad because you'd say the song from Twilight when it's... it was just a silly broke.
I forgot that.
There you go.
More about the books. All right, let's dive in to pick and ban for the second game. Corki once again going to be banned away here, as we'll see. Is the center button going to be found? No, the Poppy button is going to be found first.
And Kalista going to take it on the board as well. I hope for Brion, when I echo what the Space was saying, that it will be a lock-in of the Senna here. I don't even know if Senna specifically is the completely unstoppable juggernaut that we've seen so far, but I do truly believe that if Brion don't pick it, they will 100% lose. And obviously, their chances against Hanwha are pretty tough, as is.
Yeah.
So hopefully we're going to see that Senna prioritized here, because if it is a Lucian or a Milio, I will, Milio maybe, because then you pick something that has range and maybe it's playable.
Yeah.
Possibly. Kind of. I'm not feeling too confident on it. The early pickup of the Vido signals that might want to go for a stationary 80 carry.
Whoa, Azir going to be the ban. This is very interesting. I think that Hanwha Life Esports believe that Varus is a fine pick into the center. Because last time they banned Varus first, with a clear plan to first pick center if it was available. So maybe that's their thought process here. See exactly what is going to happen, though.
We know they play it. They played it against T1.
Yeah.
Now, they obviously...
Okay.
They obviously didn't win because they were playing against Lux Caitlyn of Gumacaria. And this is somewhat of a no-brainer for Hanwha Life.
Is it all a bait, though?
No, they're going to slam Lucian Milio.
Oh, God. Well, they have Orianna now.
They did play well.
The bottom lane was not the problem.
You know how we immediately default back to, the classic dealing, the 5 stages? Like, immediately go back to bargaining. Like, no, it's not that bad, actually.
Oh, well. Sejuani was a pretty solid part of the composition. This is what we were talking about. So Varus is going to be the lock-in here. That'll be the change-up. Varus Nautilus, in fact. So we're going to deny that from Delight as well. How is his Maokai? How is his Ornn? How's his Wukong? How's his Lee Sin?
It's not a back pivot, actually, from I would rather that they pick up the Senna, but you still end up denying... obviously, it's going to just be Senna Kench instead, which I really wish we would explore more creativity with the Senna.
I mean, you can basically pick anything.
Yes, that's what... Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Sad.
But not going to be the case. Is just going to be the Kench.
They will need a lot of damage from mid lane, I think. I think with Kench, I think you have a little bit less presence than the Nautilus. And the Orianna is sort of fantastic in that position, but now it's on the other side. I think, like,
Bro have made really good adaptations. Moving into this game, I don't know whether it's going to be enough to actually stop Senna from being just too much and too much security for later stages of the game. Just feels like such an uphill battle against these compositions. But Yone going to be banned away. The Viego also off the board there. Gideon not going to be able to play that one. See whether his Lee Sin is also banned.
Yeah, we need a J4 ban, actually. I obviously, the Lee Sin ban, given that it's one of Gideon's favorites, is going to get prioritized here. But I really like Jarvan into these type of Kench compositions because you can reliably lock the Kench down.
Yeah.
And it actually gives you a way to deal with this stationary AD carry beyond just trying to send it. And obviously, Jarvan and Orianna are a very, very happy match. This is
he's doing it.
That's Zeka basically saying, I am better than you, and what you did last game was not okay, and I will show you how it's done. They even have the Sejuani to go with it. We did see it, I think, in the last series because Gideon played. We saw the idea behind Sejuani and Akali is that you do have permafrost value. Your 2v2 is quite strong.
Well, actually, it was Gideon on Lee Sin last game.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, no, I mean, it was the loss. It was Showmaker and Lucid.
Oh.
But the idea is
that
you specifically have the permafrost value, so your 2v2 is a lot better than if you would go something else. Now, the laning phase should be a disaster, but Zeka is a great Akali pilot, as we all know, because he piloted it straight to a World Championship.
He did. That's Camille.
Oh, I love that.
Oh, we're doing it. And Doran has been on the Camille hype train after the buffs as well. Playing it a bit in solo queue, so let's see how it's going to go. Of course, Aatrox for Morgan. He has found some success on it in the past, but recently hasn't really been able to string too many wins together.
I love that.
It's kind of fun.
Finding it, so it provides another great follow-up, so that it's not just Akali and Sejuani going in alone. It allows you to reliably lock down the carries on the enemy team and actually give a lot more threat to the Akali, because if you're con hexagonal domain, you can't do anything. And your 2v2 is nuts.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
I love it.
There is permafrost value all over the place for this composition. Even the Tahm Kench Sejuani value, which is a lot of lockdown, a lot of frustration that you can have if you're up against it. A lot of CC.
One win!
Yeah. Keep it together, guys. This is, of course, an opportunity for Bro. They can overcome. This could be the moment. This could be it. It looks better. You know? It looks better than last game.
It does look better than last game, Atlas.
Yeah.
That is true.
Uh-huh.
And that's all we can ask for, really.
And it's also a bit of a Hail Mary from Doran here. Who knows? He might faceplant. Could be one of those things. Super massive black hole, stuff like that. Let's go to the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Here we are. Let's see whether the Camille's going to work out. First time that we've seen her so far this year, I'm pretty sure. And that means that maybe the buffs have brought us another top laner.
I would love that. I think that Camille is very fun to watch. Rewards skill.
Yeah.
And
also, like, I feel like she skirmishes a lot as well. You know, you get a lot more action in Camille games.
Yeah, really a lot of the Aatrox gameplay is you wait and then you teleport once and then you win the game.
Yeah. Find
I've been getting a lot of
enemies that are grouped up and then do a reset on someone who your teammates have almost killed, and then you win.
Very straightforward. What's your favorite Muse song? Is it actually Supermassive Black Hole?
Hysteria.
Okay.
And
I like
what's the other one? Something like that. New something.
I haven't listened to music in quite
It's been a very long time, but Hysteria is probably like anything from that album. To be honest, it was just very, very good.
I really like Plugin Baby.
Oh, that's a good one too.
Yeah.
And their cover of Feeling Good is one of the best Feeling Good covers. It's on one of those albums as well. I can't remember the name of the song though.
No, me neither. I know what you're talking about, but
yeah.
I'm sure the collective will inform us at some point.
Perhaps.
Surely known for their extensive knowledge of the Muse discography.
Yeah, no, I think they actually do probably have a little bit more access to it than we do. As Zeka is doing his best to zone.
Of course, utilizing a skin that is in the game because of him.
Yeah, I am a bit perplexed with Zeka actually finding himself faster level 2 in a melee versus ranged matchup. We'll see, because if he gets to 6 and isn't behind, then it becomes very hard to play out. Because you are kind of reliant on keeping the Akali down so that she gets caught in bad recall loops and never really has any threat. Because if she starts snowballing, the 1v1 can become a little bit tenuous.
Indeed. Gideon's going to walk over a ward here as Peanut is going to lie in wait.
Oh no.
And it's a bit of a mounted battle, a joust, if you will, as Zeka is going to move into the river. If he gets this kill, this could be just lights out as the Crashdown not going to do anything at all. Into the Shroud now as the flash does come through. Zeka's in trouble though, as he's going to have to walk this one out. Finds a backflip. There's the flash. As now Samba gets over the wall, finds that hail of arrows, and once again picks up first blood. I don't know how that worked out there for Peanut, as he's now limping out with about 2 health. And Arctic Assault's going to get him to safety, but the damage has been done. And first blood once again for Samba.
Is he the hero that Breon has been waiting for?
The true Giga Chad we never even knew about, Chronicler.
He just flashed into 4 people.
Yeah. And
got a kill.
And lived.
And walked it off.
Absurd. Maybe he's the best player in LCK history, before history has even been written about him.
This starts off looking very doomed, right? Permafrost gets procced early. Fortunate for Gideon, he did get his aftershock off. But then the arrival of Polo here actually is a really big difference maker. Zeka goes in way too aggressive. Gideon is Q again, so Zeka ends up going low. And then from this point on, you just want to disengage. Sanford going in like that. Really kind of insane. And then because Delight isn't auto-attacking, Peanut doesn't actually get to proc his Permafrost anymore. And as a result, they don't win a long fight. A lot of cooldowns go down. And they get an early kill on this on-hit Varus. Really big win there for Breon. As a, wow, I didn't know the matchup was that lopsided. But I do think Camille is one of those picks where, at least outside of, what was it, like Season 8 when it was Jungle Camille, you just level 2 ganked every single time.
She was always a bit of an answer to Aatrox, though, in the past.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it's also one of those things where I think you only play it if you're a Camille player.
True, but everyone in Korea is
that's true.
Player.
It's like Lee Sin.
Yeah. Yep.
I don't know, the new generation of top laners, like Divine Sunderer Camille was okay, but hasn't really been in the spotlights recently.
No, not as much. By the way, the song was Newborn. That was the song. And I didn't just look it up.
Definitely didn't.
No.
Just thought of it.
Yeah. So it wasn't. Did I think it started with now? I hope I was saying new.
I think you said new or universe. I'm not sure.
No, I think that. Okay. Well, it doesn't even matter.
Well, I mean, I don't know about that. Everything we do matters, Atlas.
Oh, does it though?
In a sense, yeah.
This matters. This is first rate going over to Bro. That should be able to start moving that tempo in the direction that they're looking for. Peanut is going to take himself a Void Bub and take a lot of damage for it as well. But he's going to stay on it, knows that the Drake has just been taken, so he's not under any threat. And he will be able to take this one down. So, Bro, look at this. I love this. We're looking at the gold difference over time at 5 minutes. And it might just be extended here as Polu does manage to hit the hook. The light down to 50%. And look at that. Big jumps onto Viper here, and maybe that is why the Varus was the ban.
And it's also the fact that you got the Nautilus, right? Because this isn't really just a Nautilus pick away. We've seen how good Nautilus can get when he can just reliably farm. But it's also just really good with Varus. And we haven't even really hit the power point yet. Once you get to level, or power spike, I guess.
Yeah.
Although you
presentation.
Well, you can talk about it in the power point if you want.
You would. Yeah, I think that's the best way to talk about it.
I'm really not that big into PowerPoints. I don't know if you...
No, never really been.
No, same. They're just a bit dry, you know?
Yeah.
Do way more fun.
I also never had a real job, really. So I never had to do the PowerPoint presentation for a meeting.
Have to do those in like high school?
PowerPoints?
Yeah.
No, like the computers weren't good enough for my high school.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
But what I was getting to, the power spike, is once you hit 6 and you just get to chain ultimates, and it is really hard to play into. Obviously, the light is going to be able to keep Viper safe, So I don't think that you really have kill threat, but you do have a guaranteed way of bullying Yenny out of the lane. As Doran just farming grass stacks here, and I kind of wonder what the itemization is going to be like as well. Obviously, Triforce is kind of a given on the Camille, but the lack of Divine Sunder, I think, is one of the big reasons why we haven't seen a lot of this pick recently. And the buffs that she got on this patch, I think, definitely justified. I don't know if they're enough to really bring her back, but happy to see what Doran can do on her in this game.
Yeah, he's been finding a bit of success on it in solo queue recently, so maybe you can follow that one through. I assume it's 24 Sundered Sky, and then maybe we'll be like, oh, that's what he's going to build.
Might just go tank items after that, just build 2 AD items and then go full tank, because the tank items are broken.
Rook and Frozen Heart. Yeah. I think you would like some CDR, so it doesn't sound too bad.
It really doesn't, does it?
Well, I mean, it sounds boring. But it sounds like a good choice.
Maybe you go a Hydra item. That's fun.
A Hydra item?
Yeah.
Ooh, which one?
I mean, I don't think Ravenous is that good, but it's probably the way to go on Camille.
It would help your split push.
Yeah, I don't know about Profane Hydra, but obviously Camille's wave clear is really gated behind her getting a Hydra item, so we'll see. If you just team fight, like, who cares about wave? Well, you do, because you want to get prio, but it's not as important.
Well, he is just going to hold this wave as best he can. Morgan has found Peanut, or Peanut has found Morgan. We'll see what the actual outcome of that is soon as Zeka gets back to his Shuriken. Kara's taking a little bit of chip damage, and Zeka stays in the lead when it comes to the farm. Definitely having a pretty good time in the matchup as Polo lands max range hook. Very nicely done. Nice snare under Samver to stop any sort of follow-up. So Viper keeping his Tahm Kench safe. And here on the bottom side, it's an understandable advantage here for Samver and Polu. We'll see whether they can transition into a little bit more value. A little bit of added range, bit of extra late game insurance that you can give yourself if this Varus is ever allowed to auto-attack.
Yeah, that
could be tough. That's a shockwave onto Zeka.
Ooh, Minion actually might have saved Kara's there.
Did he get the CS, though, when the Minion saved Kara's?
I think he did.
Because maybe worth. Zeka holds this one.
I mean, if he does get the Shuriken, then Karas just stays on the turret, right? So I think it actually is worth.
Yeah.
Certified. Yeah, that is a big problem that we haven't really talked about yet. The amount of dive that's available for Hanwha is very spooky. And they don't really have anything in the way of safety. They don't have a Milio. They don't have a Kench. So Didion is going to go and engage. Karas ideally is going to look to follow up. So Samver is kind of out on his own. See if the rest of his team is able to generate enough space for him. Obviously, Polo can do a decent job, but I imagine he's also going to be a bit more offensively minded.
Certainly hope so. As, all right, we've got a bit of a hook shot coming on in. Doran's not going to find any stun onto Morgan. Breaks the chains that bind. And then he's going to back away. Zeka finding yet another miss for 6 points. And now, maybe a bit of a rumble in the river. As Grub's being taken down. One remains, but Void Might's available here for Hanwha Life Esports, even if this final Grub does go over to Gideon.
Yeah, Polo getting spotted on the mid wave means that there is no reason for them to try and fight. I think otherwise they might have been willing to try. With Camille in particular, you can set up these 100 to 0s, right? Between the burst that you have with Doran and then Peanut and Zeka diving on the same target. Definitely could have been an opportunity, but not going to be the case as, ooh, are we going to try and make a play here? Not so sure. It looks like neither team really wants to run the risk.
Nope. Okay, I've got an important question for you.
Okay.
When do you think that Twitch chat will stop making Senna siestas?
Never.
Never? You think it's just a permanent
No, I think it's never going away.
I was just curious.
Yeah,
It's been many years, you know?
I don't think it ever happens. Yeah.
And I was expecting more.
Flash.
Yeah.
But if Doran then also flashes, he does just die.
Yeah, no, he does.
So,
but it
and I mean, Doran doesn't even need to flash, right? He can also just go for the Hexagon Domination.
Ah, yes, true. Well, we got teleports happening all over the place. Delight making his way in. Samver could be in trouble here as Doran's just flashing. Doesn't really find too much. And that is both summoner spells in trade for both summoner spells to the top laner on Hanwha Life Esports side. But good news for Hanwha Life is the fact that they were able to get over to this Drake in transition. And Morgan was caught on the back anyway. So Doran not punished too much for this. We'll just now head back towards the lane.
Oh yeah, that could have been an opportunity for Morgan to try and build some parity, because he is pretty substantially down in gold due to the early plates that Doran got, as well as the CS advantage, but not really going to be able to get a lot of this. I think he should be able to get a plate with the health that is on that right now, but Doran is going to miss like, what, 2 minions at most, so I don't think he's really going to be bothered. Not having the flash available is unfortunate, but definitely I think going to be feeling pretty good about the whole ordeal. Ideally would have wanted a kill, but does get the sums from Samver, and that is going to make any follow-up fight for Humble Life, or easier for Humble Life, harder for Breon, particularly with Zeka getting a Rocket Bell. And now you have a summonerless Varus into Akali, Sejuani, and
I feel like that could be in the cons column.
Aww.
As the plate is going to go to no one.
Sad.
That's okay. Bro don't need plates.
Well,
they don't?
They don't?
Oh.
Okay. I'll take your word for it.
It's not about that. And currently, they have infinity more kills than Humble Life Esports this game. Even more than that. It's pretty impressive.
I like it.
Yeah, Doran happily farming up, does have about a wave in advantage over Morgan, whose Profane Hydra has been completed. I always want to say Propane Hydra.
That sounds dangerous.
It sounds explosive, does it not?
It really does. That sounds like a Rumble skill.
It sounds less rude.
Yeah, I don't know about the is there another context for profane than
profane?
Than profanity?
No, I think it's mainly just profanity.
Well, that's what I'm wondering, because obviously I know what about the Hydra. Is it just I'm just imagining like, you know, like the mythical creature, the Hydra, and they're just all saying really rude stuff. This is multiple Hydra heads, and they're all burning you, making you feel insecure and swearing at you.
It's just a Hydra with Tourette's, or something like that. I like it. I think there's a sitcom there.
The Profane Hydra and the boys.
The Profane Hydra. We need someone to write that. Surely that'll
pop off. That's gold.
Free money. That's free money right there. It's gold mine. 100%.
Is it cartoon?
No. It's
why are you gonna find a Profane Hydra, Atlas?
No, it's claymation.
Ah.
Has to be claymation. As Hollow not gonna find the hook, and Doran is gonna hit the wall with it.
After last game that was a bit more action-packed, I'm really happy we have returned to the true form of any bro game.
Yeah.
Which is
a lot of not very much.
A lot of nothing.
Yeah.
A lot of build-up.
And we are building. And we do get to talk about, you know, Profane Hydras and the things that they might be saying. As Peanut is sneaking up on Morgan. Morgan is just trying to do some PvE, and Peanut says, no, you're not allowed. Feels like a flashback to a World of Warcraft experience. And Morgan is going to get himself out of the way. Doran just going to transition into taking this outer turret on the top side of the map, and that is a lot of punishment for just being jump scared at your Gromp.
And this really is where we see, I think, the big gap between these two teams, because we joke around, but Humble Life have been able to, nevertheless, maintain a pretty decent gold advantage.
Oh, good driving though.
As bit driving in a straight line.
In a straight line. I mean, that's
it's been hard.
That's not what a lot of our other junglers have been able to do, Peanut included. And Peanut is a motorbike rider, remember?
That clip, I'm sure, is that's a memorable one.
Yeah, and it's 100% real. You know, I'm sure. Pretty sure.
They wouldn't lie to us.
I think G-Sun told us that it was.
Not in showbiz.
100% true.
Atlas.
Yeah. No. It's all real. So Gideon able to manage to land the charge, not able to actually take down the turret or anything like that. Nothing really of note did actually occur.
As I was saying earlier, so what the big difference I think between these two teams is, and why Hanwha are not too bothered by the fact that the gang doesn't work out, is because they already had people in position to then turn it into a turret. They already rotated one member over and had an immediate teleport from the light towards mid lane as well to ensure that there was no counter push possible. So Breon just didn't really get to counter trade. There were a lot of people that were on backs while Morgan was getting caught out, or rather got out, but the damage was still done.
Yeah.
It's a problem that Breon is going to have to find out how to deal with. We do see Doran playing really far up. Both top lanes do have the teleport available, and this objective could be a turning point for the bros.
Oh, baby. And the other thing that we can look forward to as well is perhaps Life Esports winning a game without getting a kill. That could happen.
There
you
is
never
a
know.
universe.
Just make better macro calls.
And then just get the Nexus at some point.
Yeah, well, Polo is going to get snared, but see, Life Esports, they know as well.
They're getting this dragon.
Hextech Ultimatum does come down here as Morgan does have to flash. Does get himself out of immediate danger, but Zeka makes his way in, and that is going to be a kill. So, my wishes have been denied entirely as Doran gets himself out. The turret does a fair bit of work, but not too much as Samba trying to hold down the fort here. Finds the Chains of Corruption onto the center. Takes a lot of damage, but Delight has the Devour. So they're not going to suffer a death. So 1-1 now. Life Esports will even out the kills, but Karis is going to be able to take the first turret for the bros.
And it's not that bad a trade for Brian. Obviously, giving up a kill to the Akali is rough, and Zeka then also getting the inner turret is going to be a really big gold swing for him specifically. And I do think that the 1v1 for Karis inside becomes definitely a lot less fun from this point onward. But you know, you get a dragon. Mountain Drake is really, really good into this competition.
It could be worse.
No, it's just generally not that bad. They invest a lot, right? Like Senna ult comes in, and yes, they get the kill on Morgan. Unfortunately, Peanut is a tank, so doesn't actually have the capability to die to a turret, but it's a heavy investment, and you get a dragon and another turret on the other end as well. It's not a great trade, but
yeah, and you lose that on gold. Inner turrets are, of course, so incredibly valuable.
Yeah.
So monetarily, it is suboptimal.
But for the game state.
Precisely. And that is 2 Drakes. And if you stack up enough Mountain Drakes, then, I mean, Life Esports might need to actually go for the 0-kill game or 0 kills from here game, because they just may not be able to kill anyone. Because they're just so incredibly tanky.
He just stands.
He does, and he does a lot of damage as well. This is also prior to picking up a Rage Blade, where when he stands and does shoot, it does a lot of fast shooting.
And I think the Onid Varus, as mentioned, I do quite like it, but even more so than Lethality Varus, I do think you can reach these points where if you fall behind the curve too much, then your damage just isn't relevant. And with Lethality, one of the big saving graces for that one is that because of all the ability A's that you get, your cooldowns on your ults actually is way lower, so you can just be an ult bot and provide utility with the little bit of poke that you have. But being in a position like this as Samper, where you're actually able to reliably apply pressure, get a lot of gold into you, and hit that Ginso spike relatively early is pretty impressive. Actually looking pretty good here. Now the problem is, Brielle need to actually win.
Oh, Chains of Corruption going to be avoided here as Viper slinks into the mist. He's almost got 70 stacks. Starting to feel better and better on this center as now Polo possibly caught out of position. Doesn't find too much there, apart from some shots into the back of the head. He's not going to die. He's pretty tanky. As Doran and Zeka, both of them, 1-3-1-ing.
Hey, he's actually going for Ravenous. Good for you, Doran.
Hey,
you got that white player.
It's the classic build. I like that. So just pretty much pretend that you're Fiora, and that's it. Well, we have.
That's not a champion, Atlas.
We've somewhat moved into a lull state in this game, as maybe some 2v2 here on this bottom side. Doran is going to be put into the chain. Does have to use his Hextech Ultimatum and then immediately flash out of it in order to survive. That is a lot of big cooldowns that they now have in their back pocket as Gideon and Morgan. I don't know about this one. As, all right, the ulti is going to be avoided. Now Polu comes in. Samba making his way through, and that hook was amazing. TP to Viper, who gets pulled back. The teleports in from Karis, who's now able to do a whole bunch of work. Oh! 3-man shockwave! And Zeka, can he be enough? The answer is no. They've taken too much. He wants to press that button, but he does not. And the bros! They win a team fight as well!
The bros strike back, Atlas!
Oh man, and
they
that was the best movie as well.
They don't get anything out of it, but it is a win. They get a couple of kills. Samver gets more fed. Cooldowns are gone on the side of Hanwha as well. And disjointed there from Hanwha with Doran going in and flashing out. If they timed this a little bit better, I think it might have ended up working out. But instead, they kind of find themselves in an awkward position. the Peanut ult is unfortunately not it, and crucially, the teleport that comes through from Zeka isn't actually anywhere near the fight, or from Doran rather. So by the time he joins, Samber has just been autoing freely, and then Karos actually hits a really good three-man ultimate, and that was a fight for Brion that, you know, they were a member up for most of it. They didn't get an objective, and the turret ends up going down.
Oh, don't stop with that.
I need to be realistic.
No, you don't. You don't at all.
No, oh, okay.
It's a Brion game.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's not about realistic. They won a team fight, Chronicler.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm
don't ever make the mistake again.
of realistically judging a game?
Yeah, no. Because, bro, a fight means more than what you get out of the map. A fight means competence.
Please just keep Samber safe.
A fight
Don't let
means
Camille get on top of
Look
him.
at this. They managed to get themselves
Keep him safe.
a red buff. Peanut. I mean, it's not about whether this Drake does go over, although it would be nice if they're able to pick it up as Polo goes down to 53 for about forever, but they still manage to lock it down. Doran is also absolutely dead, and now Morgan is just going to stand still. That was almost comical. He was like, I have the reset. I am cold.
I think it went down to 1.
Yeah, it was down. It was definitely 35 health for an extremely long time.
And
soul point?
That Drake is actually, again, like, so much of the damage of Humble Life is upfront burst, where Doran goes in, Zeka comes in with the perfect execution. I keep wanting to say Killer Instinct.
Oh, I know, that was my mistake. I'm really sorry.
Because it works. And Viper, as good as he is, he's really going to struggle when the opponents, at least in terms of his damage, when the opponents are going to stack a ton of resistances.
And when Sampa has, you know, he's on a killing spree, he has tons of CS.
Yeah,
almost 3 items,
well.
Exactly.
Man. Oh, please don't just give up. Don't let them just take Nash, Brion. That's all I ask.
Don't need Baron to win the game, GigaChed.
No, but like they would lose. Oh, teleport. Oh, they must have a suspicion. The question mark pings. They do have a turret, though. The Peanuts is on a deep flank.
He is doing some lurking. 100%. Oh, dear. How much vision is available here as Morgan moving in. Doran goes for the engage. Peanut around from the side finds Gideon on the angle. There's a big shield, but still they go down. Sampa's taken out of the fight though, and now Zeka is popping off. He manages to avoid the dredge line as well as he's just wrecking the back line. Morgan's trying to do the same thing, but Viper is keeping it at arm's length. And Peanut, he might actually fall. Never mind, able to Arctic Assault away. And Humble Life Esports, a much more even team fight this time around, 2 for 2.
And it looks like Doran isn't actually here to play the game. He's just an ult bot. And he did that job well. Found his target, ulted on top of him, and took him down a little bit disjointed us. We're going to go back to the play here. Doran here tries to do the same thing, namely being an ult bot. Polo actually just finds him and completely stun locks him, right? So flash auto, immediate ult, immediate hook, no opportunity for him to get out of that. And
I feel like we're glacial prison to the next replay.
Yeah, and then here we see Samber immediately gets forced into the position where like he's just gonna die, right? If Camille ever ults you, there's just no way for you to live. And Zeka crucially finds Karos because if he doesn't, yeah, the E into
the back
dodge,
yeah,
really nicely done. Zeka's Akali is great, right? For all the criticisms you can have this player.
Yeah, Akali is not one of the things they're going to adjudicate harshly or anything.
But that by itself was not enough for Hanwha. It was a 2 for 2 trade, and Brion are going to be in a position where they can choose to trade this Baron for Soul. And obviously into a 1-for-1 composition, I do think that it's going to feel bad because the silent pressure that's going to come out from Doran and Zeka is a really big issue. But at the same time, like, Mountain Soul is so good.
Yeah.
And imagine if they win this game. Imagine what could be.
Imagine if they also win the next game.
I don't want to get ahead of myself.
Imagine if they win Worlds. What would it mean? Well, Morgan is going to have to Umbral Dash over the wall. That's not going to be enough to get him out of this Hextech ultimatum, though, as Peanut just trying to keep him CC'd, and Zeka makes sure that they are going to win out on the fight. Doran gets on over, as Morgan's still able to dash away. Delight's here, though, and everyone is going to turn up to make sure that the Aatrox dies. Polo now has to flash away, and Humble Life Esports now with a 5 versus 4 situation, might just be able to head towards Baron. and then guarantee themselves the next dragon.
Now, this is a crucial timing. Morgan dead for 30 more seconds. Because this happened on the other end of the map, and Peanut isn't there. Like,
yeah, Samber is going to rip him apart, though. He does a lot of damage to these tanky members as he finds the air with an ultimate. Shockwave avoided by Peanut, which is important. And now, unfortunately, Karis is out of position. Tactical sweep not going to connect, though. Life Esports back into the fog of war.
A little bit too much there from Brian. Just stalling Peanut would have been enough, but they want more. They want to try and actually go for the kill, and it is going to cost them dearly. It's going to be Flash Gun now for Karis. But again, the big upside for Brian is that they can go for either Baron or Drake. It doesn't really matter as long as they pick up either of the objectives. And they're going to shred through. Teleport's coming in. They need Samber on top of this. And they're going to try and go for it, but Hama Life are reading them.
They're not reading them. There's a ward. He's walked on a wall.
They just know.
Yeah. And now Karis.
Wait.
Oh, he was actually... Oh, what? Okay. Doran is moving all the way across the map. Nice little Arctic Assault to try and interrupt Gideon here. As there's the Hex Deck Ultimatum to try and get himself out there. The gobble from Delight, and he gets himself out. The depth charge there as well.
That might be enough.
That's a lot of cooldowns all over the place.
The health bars are kind of low. Doran can't base.
Oh, this is a scrap now.
Can they get Soul?
His Ravenous Hydra is there, so he is able to use that to try and get his health back as Arctic Assault gets out of the way of the Dredge line as... What? Viper, what? Never punished, it's fine. No, that was all planned.
Okay. That was a bait.
All
They
planned.
didn't fall for it.
And there's no Devour. If they manage to get onto the center, she is just dead.
Rel is really hard to smite into.
Well, Zeka looking for a flank, and so is Morgan. Zeka dives on top of him here. If he can keep him busy, then there's an opportunity here for Life Esports. Gideon now going to get snared. Shattering Strike onto Peanut. And Morgan tries to get in there, but he's going to get turned to ice immediately. And Zeka just executes Samber on the back line. Gideon is going to get permafrosted as well. Look at these health bars. 5-point strike from Zeka is going to finish off the Nautilus. And Morgan, he's not in this fight anymore either. Gideon has to run away, but I don't know whether he's going to be able to because Delight's there and he is much bigger than a lot of our other Tahm Kench's have been, and that is the ace for Life Esports, but such a better go of it for Bro in this game. Right, Chronicler?
Oh, that might sting. There for Bro. Tried to make the play towards the Baron, and at moments it was so close. Paulo in that fight, man. I want you to go back and look at how many hooks almost turn it around, but it just isn't enough. And crucial here is that Zeka finds his way onto Samber. Samber, I think, is the big guy in this fight. He's the one that needs to do the consistent DPS. And the rest of the team isn't there to keep him safe. So Zeka comes in, and they knew he was there.
Yeah.
Just too many people trying to go for this dragon, trying to get into the enemy backline, losing the carry. Ended up going down. Kars tries his best, and if he kills Viper, then maybe they don't lose both, which I imagine that would be both Dragon and the Baron. But unfortunately, they only get Peanut. Everyone gets aced, and we might have to wait.
Oh, that was cute. Morgan able to keep himself alive. So there we go.
They didn't get Nash though. That is big because that means the game isn't quite done.
It's not Brover till it's Brover. All right, that's what they say, I think. But similar to what you said earlier. Oh wait, no, you said the opposite.
Yeah,
and that one was indeed.
So in the next fight, Paulo, I know that you want to go in. I know that you want to hook people, and you did. You did hook a lot.
You did.
You just have to stay on top of Samver. That's all you need to do. Stay on top of him. Maybe build a Knight's Vow, which I think he might be having towards. So, you know, Knight's Vow, Locket's already there. Stay on top of Samver. And if Zeka comes close, you auto him.
Absolutely.
And hope that they can find Milkman, find a hook.
Try to keep Samver alive for the duration of a Twilight Shroud. That would be a really good idea.
Just need a little bit of time. Just a few Blight procs, Atlas.
Yeah, it's perfect. 3,000 gold is the lead here for Zeka, just by himself in the mid lane. The Akali certainly doing a whole bunch of work. Even though his damage numbers are a little bit lower, I feel like they have been a little bit more impactful.
Oh yeah.
5-1 and 2 here on the Akali. Life Esports just wanting to head back, grab themselves a Baron without too much of a response here from Bro. Full vision control. Zeka now has himself Magi Soul Stealer, and he will be teleporting in.
Oh.
On a decent flank angle here as well. as Bro are going to walk over a control ward, teleport as well from Morgan to get back to the rest of his team. And Zeka lying in wait. Control ward goes down. They spot him on the flank.
Baron's pretty slow.
Yeah, as there's a flash from Polo, but still he's going to get hooked up. And into the backline goes Doran. Samber in a lot of trouble, but the GA is going to be popped, and then another backflip lands from Zeka. He cannot miss on this champion. That's why he has a skin for it, I guess. Morgan now trying to pop off, but the CC is too high. It's the permafrost and the triple kill from downtown as Zeka puts a last nail in it. Humble Life Esports, it will be another 2-0 for them here in the LCK, but Bro in game 2, he made them work for it.
And that's more than we could have expected coming into the day, Atlas. It might not be enough, but it looks like new life has been breathed into this Brion roster, but
at least a new bot lane, that's all I'm saying. I look at Samber and Polo and I'm thinking, there's something to work with now. There's something to work with for Bro. Not this game, not this series. This one's over. The Nexus is going to be taken down immediately after Humble Life Esports finish toying with the members still on the fountain. They are going to be able to take it here. Looking a bit better. I was a little bit worried for Humble Life Esports, I'm not going to lie. Halfway through that game, I just thought that it was going to be potentially the Bro show. But it wasn't. Too good of a team fight from Humble Life Esports around that Drake. And Peanuts Sejuani's pretty good.
It is. And we saw there as well, Doran showing that you just need a hit ult. That's all that matters.
Yeah.
Hit the ult. That's all that Zeka needed. Any Humble Life detractors, I think, not really going to feel any different because it wasn't a Kali.
Yeah.
Right? And it was against a weaker team. But when the stars align for Hanwha, we do see, and I think the team fighting in particular, that's where I expect that they might be able to match some of our top teams, right? The T1, Genji, I guess KT, but we both know that on any
Well, I mean, any team can match KT, and any team can get bopped by KT,
Exactly.
and any team can look way better than KT.
As we do know, and for Humble Life, this is what you want going into the series against Genji. Quick 2-0.
Oh, yeah.
And there were some small errors early on in the early game. Some disrespect, I think, to Brion. Really, their dues not necessarily being paid, but when it came to the mid to late game team fights, they were definitely too much for Brion to handle.
Just a little bit better this time around. And Humble Life Esports just wanted to continue it this week. I think this moment right now is where they start to really feel themselves, because you pick up a win, Genji fails to, Saturday Showdown rolls around, and you're the one with momentum. If you're ever going to beat this team that was looking extraordinarily strong before this week, it would be right now, right after they suffer defeat at the hands of a KT that just went completely ballistic. I don't know whether it says anything for what's going to happen in the future, but it was a great look from them. Could mean there is an opportunity to really shake up the standings. So we're going to check out some of the highlights here. Bro, they really did have some moments. This shockwave from Karis, not something that I was expecting to see today.
No, we've talked a lot about the bot lane, and I think they were the main attraction of today. But I think Karis on the Orianna looking a bit better. Obviously not able to get the laning advantage that ideally do want, but if you haven't caught a lot of the Bro games, you got to understand that what they showed today is probably their best series today, and that includes the win they got against DRX.
Yeah,
which,
that was probably
remarkable.
one of the less good series that they've had to date.
And yeah, Zeka on his melee assassins is not the same player. Even when you look at the Zeka, you know, or the Orianna he played, was fine. You actually pointed out he has a 100% win rate on Azir. He's serviceable. It's all right. But
it's nothing like this.
The only moments where you see the magic of this player and how he was able to win Worlds is on champions like this, which is exactly how it's been for like the last 2 years.
And if we're in a meta where Akali is this strong, all we need to do is buff Sylas, and that's another trophy. That's how that one goes.
That's all he needs.
We're going to have a listen to Humble Life Esports as they push into the Bro base. This was just a dot and I's and cross and T's type situation. And I imagine they're probably feeling not necessarily super hyped after this one, right? Like, there are a lot of games where you see players and they're having a great time, right? Because they've managed to win and it's a tough match. Like, this is a game where they were pushed through their paces by the team that's in last place, dead last place. So you can see there's not wild celebration or anything like that. Samba as well, shout out to him, did a fair bit of damage, but it was Morgan who was able to get a lot done as well in this one. Impressive stuff from Bro, I'm not going to lie. And I would prefer to focus on Bro in a series like this, right? Because
everyone,
it's to be
going in, it's a 2-0, right? Like, that's what should happen. So anything that deviates from the norm, we're going to celebrate.
Yeah.
And
like
we did.
An elongation of a game, of a series that should have been pretty cut and dry. That's certainly something that I'm going to give to Bro. And this is the main question I have for you before we throw it to the space, and that is...
Hit me.
Nongshim, do they stand a chance against the new and improved Bro, Samba and Polu?
I think, as always, it's going to come down to Dundon, man. we'll see what Dundon we get.
That's about what I expected. It's now time to throw it over to the space to break down the Humble Life Esports victory.
Thank you, casters, for your wonderful work today. We're going to take it from here after game number 2 of Bro up against Humble Life Esports. Did take a while to get to the conclusion of that second game, but we did get there. Humble Life Esports eventually winning a couple of key team fights. But Bro did look like they were in it for a little bit, guys. So what did you guys think about this game?
There's a lot more life. I think the draft helped. Oh my god, when I saw them leave the center, and then I was kind of worried for a moment, but I like the fact that they actually opted to deny the Nautilus. The Tahm Kench didn't have as much early presence as the Nautilus really does. And also having the Varus, having this on-hit champion rather than Lucian, it meant you actually posed a threat to like the tanks on the other side. And the Orianna Varus meant that, you know, you had a strong backline. I think they did struggle late in the game to protect that from the dive of the Akali, but definitely better.
It's really tough to play Varus into Akali and Camille. So there were some challenges that they faced later on in the game, even though some of the engages from Doran did leave us scratching our heads a little bit through the mid-game. Obviously, it's going to be a really tough game to play out. I think props to Samver, especially considering he has a massive lack of experience right in this type of setting, to play the Varus as well as he did. They changed up the draft. They lost the game, right? But it was a closer one than game 1, and I think we like to champion when teams actually adapt, especially Bro, who's had some really rough drafting this season, so that's one step in the right direction, I'll say.
Yeah, honestly, we've actually had so many games where, like, the first game's kind of close between, like, a stronger and a weaker team, and then the second game is just a blowout stomp where, like, the stronger team adapts, work out what went wrong, crush them. So it's good to see, you know, the weaker team making an improvement and actually changing, because that's the important thing for them.
Yeah, and in terms of the game, we can take a look at highlight number 1. This one was 24 minutes into the game. A lot of the team fights up to this moment were very, very close, and even this one got pretty close as, you know, as we said before, Doran really took the dive comp to heart.
Yeah, went in, I would say, a bit too deep, and they do a pretty good job of locking Doran down and dealing with him, but the Akali just kind of goes unchecked. Zeka finding a great opportunity to push in. One soul to CC's gone, and he just decimates both the Orianna and the Varus there.
Yeah, it's just, once again, 2 threats, right? So you have the Camille coming in first, and then everything gets pushed onto the Camille. A lot of cooldowns are burned, a lot of damage is used, and then Zeka's able to circumvent and get into that backline once again. So double threats for Varus, always a problem. And yeah, Nautilus can kind of be sticky and help you peel a little bit a lot of the time, but if you had a Tahm Kench, you know, to keep you safe, if you're the Varus in this case, you might feel a little bit better, but he's just very exposed.
Yeah, it didn't end up working out that way, and yeah, the double threat was very nice. We tried to use like Akali and Lee Sin. I think in the first series, that's like not really a double threat, or actually it was Bro in game 1, and it felt a lot better when you had someone who's farming in a solo lane like a Camille to actually go all the way to the back line and assassinate a Varus. Let's take a look at the second highlight as well, which was really the game-changing fight on this Dragon Soul, essentially, that did eventually go the way of Humble Life Esports.
Yeah, you can see Zeka kind of toying on the side, on the flank, burning some cooldowns. And he's level 16 here, so he's so strong. Finds the backline access here, and you can see the rest of the team for the side of Bro are nowhere near the backline. They're kind of like, oh wait, there's an Akali? By the time they turn around, the Varus is dead, and the team fight quickly falls apart.
They're losing a front to back to Senna as their, you know, main and only source of damage realistically at this point of the game is just assassinated. It was a really good play from Zeka as well. The ult into Shroud, so it's hard to actually turn on him and focus him down. And then rough times here for Gideon at the end of that fight. But Yeah, once the Varus is gone, it's donezo, right? And that's what a 2-threat comp can get you. Orianna, her damage output just isn't there in terms of extended fights. She has a combo, she might be able to get a second QW off, but otherwise, you're just not going to be doing the same amount of damage as an Akali can, who has great mobility.
Yeah, we saw like Aatrox Morgan actually had the most damage in the game. We saw Somber's damage was also competitive, so that was pretty good to see. But just better team fighting at the end of the day here for Hanwha Life Esports. Let's take a look at the POG for game number 2 on the side of Hanwha Life. Will it be Zeka, to the surprise of absolutely nobody?
Yeah, not shocked at all. I think you can see from the team fights we showed there, like how his approach was in these 5v5s, permanently finding the backline access. And I think the fact that we had the Akali in game 1 where it didn't work kind of gives testament to you do have to put the work in to make this happen. Obviously, targets like Orianna and Varus who are mobile are easier to get to, but he definitely picked his windows well.
Yeah, he knew exactly when to go in, and that's the sign of a great Akali player, and this is what Zeka is, right? Often even called an Akali one-trick early on in his career, but he pulls it out here, and it felt like he was trying to prove something, obviously with Karas playing it in game 1, but used it really well with the Camille in tandem, and we'll get a 12er. Unsurprising.
Justified.
12er. We had another one earlier today for Keria on his Ashe. So in the same vein there, Zeka on his Akali. It feels like nowadays we weren't 100% sure what to feel about Akalis, especially with Storm Surge not really, getting nerfed a bunch. But you put it in the hands of Zeka, he's able to get it done. Guys, we do have the interview ready to go. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much. This is Deer for the POG interview translation, joined by Peanut and Zeka on the side of Hanwha Life Esports. Congratulations! How do you feel, Peanut? After the Lunar New Year holidays? We're back on our feet, and we are very happy that we were able to grab our victory back. And Zeka? I was a little nervous after coming back from the holidays, but I'm really happy that we were able to secure today's victory. And so, it looks like today, the jungler's role was quite important. OK Savings Bank's Purion's rookie bot duo showed that what they're capable of. So how would you evaluate today's match? I feel like I tried to contribute as much as possible. In game 2, I feel like I wasn't able to show up and do my job properly, especially in the early game, so I'm a little regretful about that. And so you played Sejuani in both games 1 and 2, and even against a Lee Sin, it was impressive to see how much you pressured the enemy with your pathing. So how did you manage to deny the Lee Sin so much? I feel like the enemy comp, just based on the compositions on both sides, I was able to sort of take some advantage early, especially. So I think that's why it snowballed pretty great in the end. And so in game 2, as the last pick from the red side, Doran's Camille was locked in. So what led up to this decision? So Doran is actually quite skilled at playing Camille, and I think he had a really good practice session with it. So I think that's why we decided to go with her. And so alongside Camille, how did you expect Sejuani and Akali to synergize, and did it go as planned? I feel like it could have went a lot smoother, but obviously we had a little bit of accident in early game where we lost control of the game, but we managed to scale properly in the later stage of the game, so I'm glad that we were able to get back on our feet. And in game 1, Zeka, you faced Akali as Orianna, and you played Akali against Orianna in game 2. So what are your thoughts on this matchup? I feel like both these champions have their own pros and cons, and I think this is such a familiar matchup for me, and I think I'm pretty confident whether I am on one side or the other. As expected from the owner of the Akali skin, you showed such an impressive play, and the enemy had a momentum unlike other in game 2, and it looked like Hanwha was losing trades and objectives until mid-game, so what was the plan to turn things around? Yeah, so I think we were starting out with a disadvantage at the very beginning, but we weren't playing very well. We were losing in the early because of that as well, and then we were able to keep ourselves in the game. I think what we're able to do was just win team fights later on. So I think that's how we were able to turn things around. And before the holiday break, Dora mentioned that he wasn't very happy with the team synergy and the practice process. So how has practice been lately, especially with the new patch? I think it's been going pretty well. I think it's actually going to be even better in the future, and I can expect that it will be. Becca, how about you? I feel like, I did hear about it. I did hear about the interview, and if Doran wasn't satisfied, but then I will have to step up and make sure that I am able to show some satisfying performance. And this coming Saturday will be the Saturday showdown against your former team Gen G. So would you like to say a word of warning to your former teammates? Chovy and Pace? No, I think you guys should be cautious. I don't know about myself, but Doran and Delight, they're definitely sharpening the knife right now, so watch out. And Zeka? Of course, my teammates really want to win against them, so I'll make sure that we are prepared and I'll do my best to win against them. And this will be the end of the interview with Peanut and Zeka of Hana Life Esports, and back to the space.
Thank you so much, dear, for that awesome interview translation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings now. Hanwha Life Esports do pick up another win, and they're going to be right there in second place.
And the great thing is now there's so much on that next matchup between Hanwha Life Esports and Gen G, as they are. It's one game score is the difference between them two. And T1 also the same score, but just a couple of points ahead. So super close, neck and neck for those top three.
I mean, first place is really huge. We've talked about it a lot. You get to choose your opponent when we go to playoffs. We're still in round one, but like these individual games and how well you can do are really important. Like, for example, Gen G, if they 2-0 here, their chances of ending round one in first place are significantly higher, right? So they're definitely looking to do that. Hanwha Life obviously trying to get the win, but I think definitely underdogs going into that series.
Yeah, also just having the top two, meaning you avoid that round one, which we've seen teams fall prey to before, so definitely big.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if, KT or Quantum Freaks can challenge for those top three spots as well. Speaking of which, Noshim up against KT. KT just taking down Gen G in a 2-0 just yesterday, so definitely going to be the big favorites in that one. But then we got Quantum Freaks versus Fear X. Not sure who's going to take that one.
Yeah, I think that one's going to be pretty... It's hard to read at the moment. Both of them have looked pretty good so far, so hard to really spell. I think the first one, if we hadn't had that Gen G series, I would have given Nongshim more hopes, but I think after that one, definitely a bit of an underdog there.
I mean, I highly favor the best version of Kwangdong Freaks, but you never know what you're going to see on the day. And of course, Kwangdong Freaks closing their games out, has been a bit of an issue, especially we saw from them yesterday. So leaning towards them pretty heavily, but I think an upset definitely possible.
Yeah, definitely a clash of styles as well, with Fearx being overly aggressive at times. So will be interesting to see, but we're done for today, guys. Thank you so much for joining us once again. We'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCK. Have a good night.
스프링 우승이 가장 기억이 남는 것 같고요. 작년에 좋은 기억 가지고 있는 팀원들을 상대편으로 만났는데 제가 잘 혼내주도록 하겠습니다.
이미 뜨겁습니다. 페이지와 딜라이트는
정신 똑바로 차리고 잘 받아쳐야 될 것 같고.
젠지가 쓸어가고 됩니다.
동부학살자가 아니다. 한화생명 이제는 확실히 달라졌습니다.
한중이 형 잘 잘해줘요.